Good Tribes fans, we are live with Paris Games Week qualifiers. This is the first of them. This is Thursday night, and it's been a hell of a run around to try and get this stuff sorted, but we made it. We're here, we're live, and we're excited to bring you the first game of the night. It's going to be Unhandled Exception versus Heartbreakerz. I'm joined as always by Stowaway. How you doing tonight, Stow?
Whoa, yeah, I'm really shocked, and yep, we are ready for the first game, Paris Games Week ESL tournament. This is Unhandled Exception versus Heartbreakerz in the qualifying section. We're just about in time, 60 seconds left on the countdown. This should be an interesting game.
Cool. So yeah, this is the first round. Let me bring up the brackets properly so I don't get this completely wrong. Yeah, so sorry about the little bit of miscommunications and stuff, but that's Tribes. But we're gonna make it, and we're gonna bring it live in just a sec. So yeah, this is the first round. This is technically the round of 16, even though they're not actually playing a full round of 16. It's only Heartbreakerz, Unhandled Exception, Nevermind, and the Republic of Gamers that are actually playing in this round effectively. So yeah, and we're pretty close to ready actually.
Yep, it's definitely going to be an interesting match, seeing who's going through, and I suppose when we've got a little bit more time, we'll go through each bracket and explain it to you exactly how it's going to work. 10 seconds left. First map is going to be Katabatic, and on Diamond Sword we have Heartbreakerz, Nutson, Shaz, Miri, Ethereal King, FX, Alochi, and Mad for Bad, aka Bins.
Yep, and on Unhandled Exception, we've got Salachi, McCavity, also known as Tribe Descend, LOL, Rezil, Vice Lord rather, Black, Gene Stealer, and Depths. That's interesting. I didn't realize Black was on UE. I'm not sure what they're doing with the Ring-ins tonight. Like, I noticed that Salachi's in. He was sort of, what's the word for it? Filling in for another guy last time. Do you remember who it was for Salachi? It was Ali W. So they're obviously missing Ali W, one of their prime cappers tonight for Unhandled Exception. And it looks like Heartbreakerz, however, are fielding a pretty normal and pretty much their full roster, their full team. So Heartbreakerz looking in a more organized position tonight. Yep,
so Black is going to be subbing in as the capper, it looks like, for Unhandled Exception. Coming onto the flag stand, pretty much clear away, 900 health, that's no trouble for him. Coming down the midfield, there goes the sniping coming out from, there's a lovely snipe from Nutson, and he has taken him out midfield. Lochi is there to get the return. Depth trying to jump in, keep this llama grab, but going, it looks like Lochi and FX are going to just about return, and there's the return. Nice start there from Unhandled Exception, getting that flag out with no trouble, really getting a jump on them, but not able to make it all the way down the field.
Absolutely. So for those guys that might be sort of wondering what this tournament's all about, is the Paris Games Week qualifiers. It's the first of two. So these guys will be fighting it out in what's effectively going to be a mini cup. And then whoever gets to the grand finals of this series of this tournament will get a ticket. Well, not a ticket, but they'll be allowed to go to Paris, basically. Meanwhile, we've got Shaz picking up the flag for Heartbreakerz. Comes through with pretty good speed, 240, 200 health on him. A lot of chains. I don't see a snipe coming through. There's a very last minute snipe coming there from McCavity, but Shaz decides to punch it forward. Bins is going to be there to pick it up, also known as Mad for Bad. Looks like we've got Unhandled Exception coming to crash the flag. Will Bins get up there? He won't. And Mad for Bad's going to get away with it. And where'd that flag go?
Yep, that's just being handled by FX there, who has a nice return. Vice Lord is there, an infiltrator, completely disguised. He's going to try and get a sonic punch on Lochi or something. He's just about running out of energy. It looks like he's not going to get it. He gets a stealth spins user shot, and Lochi is kind of held at bay away from his own flag stand. Black coming in, Black getting a nice return somehow, thrusting through and getting his own return. And Unhandled Exception did such a nice job of getting in the way of flag stand, in between the capper and the flag stand, completely denying them space. And that is not going to let them get that first cap out.
Yeah, so Black did a good job getting that return for Unhandled Exception, just getting the nice knight, trying to knock it out of the flag, carry his hands, and then sort of thrusting forward to pick it up as well. So really good play there by Unhandled Exception. The score is currently nil apiece. We're running Game Shrine rules tonight, so we will be going first to 7 caps, 25 minutes, 50,000 credit strikes, all the usual stuff that we're pretty much used to, which is great. You know, it's good that this tournament is using all of the rules that we sort of know and love.
Yep, absolutely, and Shaz setting up another one of these soldier cap routes that we've heard so much about recently, and meanwhile on the other side, Black just coming onto the Unhandled Exception flag, the Heartbreakerz flag stand. And meanwhile, Bins actually kind of cross soldier capping with Shaz there, setting up a really nice crossing route, perfectly coming at the same time, and he's pretty much out.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good. He's about 200 and he's very high. Got plenty of health left in him as well. He's doing the soldier capping stuff, which Heartbreakerz seem really fond of at the moment. They've really tried that a lot, and we'll probably see a lot of capping from Bins tonight. We've already sort of talked to Shaz recently. He said he's trying to step away from that capping role, finding it a little bit dull. I guess he's been doing it for so long. But in the meantime, lochi's picked up the flag pass by Bins. He's going to try and get up there. They're trying to get the timed return, which they've done, but Vicelord's going to be there, and Salachi comes through right at the last minute, gets the E-grab, and a pretty good E-grab at that. He's doing about 200.
Oh, Vicelord almost getting the return there. Ethereal just about managed to pick it up. He's on 200 health, just moving towards his flag stand. Looks like they might have a return here. Nutson now picking up as he gets dropped in the Sentinel. Shaz is ready for the return, so this could be a cap for Heartbreakerz. Yui really need to push forward, but looks, there's the return. Bin's picking up the cap, avoiding that sniper at the last second. That's 1-0 to Heartbreakerz.
Yeah, Heartbreakerz taking not necessarily an early lead, but definitely the first lead of the game. Pretty nice sniping there from McCavity coming all the way across the map. He was really making that a little bit more difficult for Heartbreakerz than perhaps they expected, and yeah, that was really good play there by Heartbreakerz to finally get the cap and the return, but a lot of pressure coming from both sides.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are doing a really good job of putting that pressure on and trying to stop those caps. Yui especially doing it twice, but not able to do it on that third time. And Black once again is crossing Shaz in the outfield as him and Bins set up crossing routes, and Black is just being spotted now, and we'll see if he gets out with his flag.
Yep, it's Gene Steele is currently doing the soldier on the flag over for Unhandled Exception. orKs going to try and come here and clean him up. In the meantime, Black has picked up that flag. He's doing about 200, coming straight down the center of the field. Plenty of chains on him, but not a lot of Heartbreakerz players there to really pull him back. FX is the only one, whilst he's got some pretty amazing Nitron skills on him. Nutson takes out Black from across the map. FX is going to be there to get the return as well. So that was pretty much all on Nutson. He managed to get the cross snipe and take him out and managed to get the return as well from Ethic. So really clutch play there by Heartbreakerz. If Nutson hadn't made that snipe, that was a guaranteed cap.
Well, we do have Bins coming through here. He's made this E-grab on 462 health, and he's managed to keep it going. He's got a bit of chase coming on him, but there's McCavity with the last second snipe just as he kind of goes out of his line of sight. Shaz picks it up in the field, but it gets chained out quite easily by Gene Steele, and Gene Steele is going to get this return.
Ooh,
no, he doesn't get the return. Ethel King picks it up and keeps it going. Well played from Ethel King there.
Yeah, that was actually an unfortunate shot there by one of the Unhandled Exception players. Actually bounced it towards orKs. Meanwhile, it's been picked up and punched forward. FX is going to be there to pick it up as well. Or no, he is. Shaz is going to be there for support as well. And just the pressure coming from both sides is just absolutely incredible this early in the game.
Yeah, both of these teams really want to go to Paris as Heartbreakerz pick up the second cap in this. That was really well played, turning what was kind of a last second E-grab into, just turning into a cap out of nothing really.
Yeah, they did a good job to sort of pick up the scraps and bring it all the way back to their flag stand and make the cap as well as protecting their own flag. And yeah, I do know that Heartbreakerz are very interested in winning through here, because I was talking to one of them earlier and they said that we are going to Paris if we get through. So that's really encouraging to hear. That's
really good news to hear, and yeah, so best of luck to any teams who really want to do that, and I'm hoping this is going to be a really interesting tournament as it goes along. It should be quite a lot of action tonight. We're not exactly sure what's going on, but Black is running a different route this time, completely jumping on Heartbreakerz and getting through with a respectable amount of health there.
Yep, he's got 280 Sanix on him. He's going really fast. He's in a Pathfinder, so he needs to watch out for those snipes coming across the map, and we do know that Nutson's one of the best in the game, so Black's really got to watch his six. As he's coming through, he's got Shaz on his right, he's got Bins on his right, he's got Ethereal King in the front. He's got all sorts of things to deal with at the moment. The flag has been picked up at the flag stand of his other team. FX is trying to get the return, and Bins does the same. Meanwhile, Gene Stealer is going to be nursing the Unhandled Exception flag in the midfield as well. So that was good for Black to get it all the way back, but he basically just ran into a wall of about 3 or 4 different Heartbreakerz players, and that's enough to get the flag off you at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's huge play for FX there. He did a really good job of doing a lot of damage right at the last second, getting that E-grab, return, just as they Black got back to his own flag stand. So both of these teams are really pushing forward at the right moments and getting those flag returns right at the last second, really.
Yeah, now we've seen Nutson's just been taken out, and at the exact right moment, Black comes in and picks the flag, so that's the exact kind of timing that they need. Nutson's not going to be up for another few seconds, and Black is now out of line of sight, but FX does the good job of chasing, cleans it up, and he might nurse that one in the field until the rest of his team say pick that one up and bring it back on the stand. In the meantime, Bins coming smashing through. I don't know how he survived that. I saw a whole bunch of explosions there, but he comes charging through with 280 Sanix on him, 580 health. He's in the soldier outfit, so he's got enough survivability to handle a couple of those pings coming in from McCavity, but McCavity can't seem to connect anyway, and I think Bins is gone with this one.
Yep, he's pretty much away, losing a lot of speed and a lot of energy, and now he has Shaz to be able to pass off to here. He's not going to make the pass, he's going to retain his speed. Maybe Shaz will turn around and take out Genestealer, who is chasing. He drops the flag for Shaz, nicely timed, nicely coordinated there. Depths comes through with the E-grab, and also has lost a lot of speed, so he throws it away, and now he might be setting off. Shaz is going to set up a nice defensive position while FX goes in for a return. FX is final return. Shaz has to move towards his flag stand, but maybe they're going to take out Genestealer first. There's some nice grenades coming in, and down the midfield you see all of Unhandled Exception. King, move towards your flag stand. You've given Black enough time to get forward. Maybe they're going to get another E-grab here.
Yeah, but I mean, they're going to be very careful with the timed return, and they do. They get that timed return perfectly, just as Heather King was coming down onto the flag stand, and that's 3-0. Heartbreakerz taking a very strong lead in the first 10 minutes of this map.
Yep, absolutely, and Vicelord just about missing a Sonic Punch return there as the Infiltrator. I've seen him positioned quite nicely, and just about hasn't managed to get that Sonic Punch at the last second. Now that's 3 caps. Heartbreakerz looking very strong and Catabatic, and I mean, Black has been doing such a good job of setting up these routes over and over again, but the Heartbreakerz have then just sent players forward and managed to get him on the way back.
And the Ghetto comes into Stowaway's house as we hear the cops coming to pick him up out of the casting booth. I don't know, Stowaway, I told you not to do that.
Yeah, just
I told you they'd catch you.
Yep, I do live in the ghettos of Nottingham, but meanwhile Black comes through, gets Nitro on the stand. I believe that would have been FX. Yep, FX, of course it is. He's the god of Nitrons currently. Black tries to pick it up out the field, but FX and Miri both putting a lot of pressure. Miri gets the kill, and Salachi is not going to have enough speed to make this go any distance at all.
And there's no point. I mean, at this point, you know, your play's been finished. You don't want to go extending the amount of time that flag's going to be standing sort of in the middle. They just want to try and force the return, which is exactly what they've done. But in the meantime, Mad for Bad, aka Bins, has come through another very high speed grab, 250 coming down the right side of the map. Plenty of health on him, over 700, and I think, no, tried to send Lol, aka McCavity, has not been taken out, but he's also not been able to get those sniper shots in, so Mad for Bad takes the risk, goes very high. He's probably in line of sight now, but it's going to be a very tough shot from McCavity, and McCavity's probably moving forward. There comes the snipe, but it doesn't connect, and I think that Mad for Bad's going to get back to base. He does, but the flag has been picked up off his stand.
Yep, good job from McCavity moving forward there, but once again doesn't manage to get the snipe off. It's a very difficult snipe. Black comes through actually, but it is 4-0 to Heartbreakerz. It's looking very good for them now. Black comes in a good, kind of a late E-grab there, but he's managed to make something of it and make it 3/4 of the way back, almost all the way back to his base, and it's going to be down to the snipers from Heartbreakerz here to do something, and I don't think they're going to make it. There's the throw. It goes over.
Risky
Genestealer
throw.
more than 5 seconds at the very least. Aether King, does he have the time? No, Genestealer's going to jump up and make the first cap for Team Unhandled Exception. Good comeback.
Yep.
Good. Yeah.
No, just good play, but I mean, it's always risky seeing them throw the flag up to that platform. I think it's probably one of the most high-risk moves in the game. I think you're better off just trying to sit on it and either pass it to somebody on the same level as you, because every time they try to pass it up or down, I think more often than not they miss. So, yeah. It's a really risky move, and that could have spelled disaster for them, but it didn't. They did manage to get away with the cap, and it's 4-1. Unhandled Exception in the lead, but enough time not Unhandled Exception. Heartbreakerz in the lead, but still enough time for Unhandled Exception to bring it back.
Yep, absolutely, and you're talking about those passes. I think they're risky, and especially it wasn't worth taking the risk in that situation. They had the time anyway, but they just about managed to get it through, and there was a really nice kill from, I think it was Miri on the stand, taking out like the incoming capper of Unhandled Exception.
Yeah, so we can see, I'm just sort of having a look as Shaz picks up the flag. Maybe we'll come back.
Oh, it's passed off to Bins.
Unfortunately,
that was a really nice pass.
Nice coordination there. Nice one. Okay, we've got Bins coming down the right-hand side of the field. The snipes come through, but McCavity is not on point today. He's been missing a few of those, and unfortunately, that means that Bins is going to get most of the way back. We see that there's Salachi and Black. Probably Black's probably going in for the E-grab. Salachi's the only one giving chase, but he's got all sorts of difficulties with the rest of the Heartbreakerz team supporting Bins. But Black has managed to come through and get that E-grab, but he has been taken out, and I imagine they'll time this return so that Bins gets that cap and bring it 5-1. Heartbreakerz in a very commanding position.
Yeah, just doing really well on getting those flag backs, supporting their own team, and once again, you know, McCavity's doing a good job of trying to get those shots off, but unfortunately they just aren't connecting, and you know, he has to kind of let his his chasers just need to do a bit more work at this point if they want to stop those caps, and it is a shame so far for Unhandled Exception. Maybe they can kind of get their kind of chasing a bit together and go for those E-grabs a bit more, but meanwhile Black is setting up another back to front route.
And so we can see what's happening here. We've got Vicelord kind of wandering around. He's basically trying to find Nutson, and I'm not sure if he realizes that Nutson on the other side of the map, because that's what Vicelord's position here is. He's got to take out Nutson to get rid of that sniper threat. Unfortunately, Vicelord has been uncloaked, and Black
Oof.
gets body blocked as well, and that pretty much says good night to that play. Black might go for the llama, but I think he's better off probably trying to reset.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from, I think it was FX on the stand, actually seeing the Kappa nice and early and getting a bit of explosive damage and a body block onto him. Meanwhile, Bins has managed to pick up the flag as a soldier, zooming over Slachi, going really high over that hill, and that's going to be very risky in terms of McCavity trying to snipe him, but he's going straight to stand. It looks like this one's going to connect, so that's 6-1. Heartbreakerz looking so strong, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to be able to wrap up Katabatic in the next few minutes.
That's right, and I mean, you might wonder where the hell was the sniping coming from McCavity. There was so much hang time on Bins there, and I could kind of see off in the distance this sort of little duel happening between Lochi and McCavity. So Lochi doing a good job of disruption on that sniper and pretty much allowed Mad for Bad, aka Bins, to take that really high route, that really risky route, and bring the flag back. It's a quicker one, but obviously it leaves you a lot more open to sniper fire when you run that high in line of sight. Even if it is across the map, these guys are good enough that they can make those cross map shots.
Yeah, and that just shows good knowledge from Lochi, knowing that he's about to get a cap, but his cap might go high at this point, and McCavity's going to be able to make that clutch snipe possibly onto the flag capper. So just going and not losing your head that you're about to get a cap, you go in, calmly try and distract the sniper so he's not able to do that. So just good play from Lochi. Meanwhile, Vince has picked it up once again as a soldier. Black is going to have to do something here. It's the last cap of the game. They really have to push forward. This could be the last play. So Unhandled Exception needs to push everything forward, try and stop it. Vicelord is there in the way, but he's going to have to go really high. And I don't think he's going to have the energy. FX has spotted him, so he's going to be completely missing Bins, who actually hits the spire there, losing so much speed, passes it down to Shaz, who's going to try and pick this up and keep it going.
Yeah, that was an interesting move there, and yeah, I think this is going to be the last cap. He's going to... Oh! Black comes in from nowhere! Absolutely amazing play.
Gets the return. Huge play from Unhandled Exception there. That was amazing, just about getting that on the last on the stand and just somehow getting that return. Really nice play.
Yeah, so I mean, really, really nice play there by Black coming in. I mean, he was probably coming in for the E-grab, saw Shaz about to land on that flag and said, look, I'll try to get the return instead. It was Gene Steele that got the return in the end, but really good vision and really good decision making there by Black, going for the kill rather than going for the E-grab. Giving them time to reset. I mean, they are 5 caps down. They've got a lot of work to do, but I mean, that kept them in the game, basically.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's only 5 caps a minute, I guess. No, 1 cap every 2 minutes, and they can kind of make it back within the time. They can force this into overtime. It's a tall order, definitely, especially when Heartbreakerz are looking so strong against them in this situation, but it's not out of the question. So Shaz setting up a low starting back to front route there. He hasn't been spotted, but comes through. He takes a lot of splash damage, some from his own team there. So he's on 280 health, moving down the kind of outer... around the middle towers, I guess, in the game, and he's pretty much got no chases. This once again could be really dangerous. Mad Bad is there to be passed to.
Oh, and the pass went up, but the pass got missed. Bins will be kicking himself. I mean, Bins was going the wrong way anyway. I think basically this turned into a bit of a practice session for Heartbreakerz. I was going to say I thought that Bins had been basically replaced by a robot. He was just playing that sort of left to right capping route over and over and over again, and Unhandled Exception just weren't able to adjust to it. And just here in this last flag grab, we've seen them sort of do a crossing route with Shaz picking it up as well, and obviously like a second diversion tactic to pass it off to Bins halfway through, and that's exactly what we saw. They just unfortunately didn't actually make the catch. In the meantime, the flag was picked up of Heartbreakerz and returned in the middle of the field. Mad Bad's going to pass over to Miriz. Deps tries to get the last minute return because I think it's basically him versus the world at the moment, as Miri's going to come and potentially make the game-winning cap, but Black is there. Oh, he missed.
Oh, Rez picks it up, managed to get it off the stand, stopping Mir from getting the cap. FX is there to get the return, timed it, and no more. Oh no, Solachi is still there. Solachi, can he make it happen? No, he can't. That's 7-1 on Katabatic for Heartbreakerz, looking very strong. So that has put Unhandled Exception at a bit of a deficit for the next 2 rounds, or possibly 1 round.
That's it, and I mean, this is a single elimination bracket, so if Unhandled Exception go down in this series, they will be out of this qualifier. They will get another opportunity on Sunday night if they want to sort of keep going. This is the first of 2 qualifiers, but really well played there by Heartbreakerz, coming back strong. I mean, I'm not even sure if they've played on the Game Shrine ladder yet. They may have played 1 map, but they have sort of had their Sevens team in hiatus for quite a while, and I think they've only been regrouped for about a week or 2, and really showing that they still know how to play the game.
Yep, absolutely. So I guess it's in this time we can kind of explain how the brackets are going to work in terms of we didn't really get time to do that before. So I mean, I think you've got the brackets up there, Dr. Do you want to kind of explain what's going to happen?
Yeah, well, I'll sort of talk it through because I haven't had a chance to sort of set up my thing to put it on the screen. But basically, at the moment, we're looking at the round of 16. There are 10 teams currently in this whole series, or in this tournament, I should say, in this Paris qualifiers for the qualifier number 1. And they've seeded the teams. I couldn't tell you what mechanism they used to seed the teams.
I believe, I could be corrected, but I believe they were going on rankings on the ESL website due to games being on the ESL website before. I could be entirely wrong in that, though.
Yeah, that could very well be. So what we're looking at is some of the lower seeded games, which is the reason that we're talking about them first, is because there's 10 teams, they need to play kind of a bit of a round of 16. They've given the other 6 teams, no wait, the other 6, yeah, other 6 teams have been given effectively buys, and so they'll be starting in what is effectively the round of 8, the quarterfinals, and so we're just playing effectively the last 2 matches in the round of 16. I know this is a bit difficult to just talk through, so what I will try to do in the meantime, whilst I try and juggle about 300 different things at once, is try to get these things on the screen so you guys can actually see what the heck I'm talking about.
Yes. During this time, the teams have kind of been switching through maps. We did go to Dry Dock briefly, but it doesn't look like we're going to be playing that. So I suppose that leaves us, Crossfire and what's the other one called?
Map? What's the other one called?
What's the other one called? There's another map, right? With blue another map?
There are a few, but I mean, it's going to be not Heartbreakerz pick. It's going to be Loser pick, so it's going to be Unhandled Exceptions pick.
Right. Okay.
Now let me see if I can find these stinking brackets. There's the teams. Brackets, there we go. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Now I'll quickly put a black thing up. Don't worry guys, there's nothing wrong with the stream. I'm just setting up a region so that you can actually see the brackets themselves. So just bear with me for 1 sec. Bing bang, there we go. Doing it live.
Bang, indeed. Doing it all live.
Doing it live. So there we go. So what we're looking at the moment is this match down here, the Heartbreakerz Unhandled Exception match. So the other one that was supposed to happen tonight is Nevermind versus Republic of Gamers. Now I did talk to Neverminds a little bit earlier, and they said that they couldn't field the team tonight. So I assume that you know, that will be a bye, and I assume that, you know, Republic of Gamers will go through versus IDK. Yeah. So we'll see. But in the meantime, we're playing this round of 16 here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So,
it's all kind of like it'll work it out as it happens because it's all such a rush at the moment. And I think as many games as possible are going to be played tonight on that ladder. Is that right?
Say again.
So in terms of that bracket you've got up there, I think they're trying to get as many games done tonight as they can.
They would like to see this whole, the ESL admins would like to see this whole thing played through right up to the finals. So in fact, let's just go back to that for a second. So whoever ends up here in the finals, they're the 2 teams that get the qualification to go to Paris. So this game won't be played. This finals does not actually get played. We play right up to the semis and we play the 3rd place match. And yeah, if ESL would love to see all of these games happen tonight. Hopefully we will get to see all these games happen tonight, but it will depend on whether all the teams are in a position to actually, you know, do that.
Absolutely. So we are now currently sitting on Crossfire. It looks like this could be possibly played. We might be waiting for some players to sort themselves out, make sure they're ready for the next game. But we're not entirely sure what is going to be happening. I assume we'll be going to Crossfire, and that would have been picked by Unhandled Exception. And are the teams going to stay constant throughout this series?
Are the teams going to stay constant?
As in Diamond Sword versus Blood Eagle?
Oh, I have no idea. I assume that... Well, loser gets to pick the map, so it wouldn't surprise me if the winner gets to pick the side, but I don't know exactly how that works.
I suppose on Crossfire it isn't too particularly effective anyway. Rock routes aren't actually run anymore anyway, so...
Yeah, the format rules say the first map for each match will be decided by map elimination. In other words, each team will keep vetoing a map until there's one left. So obviously that's how Katabatic was picked. And then the loser picks the next map until a team has won 2 maps. Now, it doesn't really mention here anything about who picks the side. So I would imagine it's either a coin flip or it's the winner picks the side, but I don't know.
Okay then. Well, in terms of the game, we've got 1 minute left on the countdown. It looks like Blood Eagle will be Unhandled Exception, and once again, Heartbreakerz will be on Diamond Sword. So we are in Crossfire, and yeah, it should be an interesting game. Really, Unhandled Exception really have to do something to come back, and it is a very different style map. So maybe we'll see Unhandled Exception favor you know, a kind of more cluster style play. And there is the obligatory GLHF from Nutson, very gentlemanly of him.
Yeah, so I mean that's pretty. I think Unhandled Exception They don't have Ali W in the game yet. He's not. So they are down their main capper at the moment. I know Ali W is normally the capper for Unhandled Exception. Now, historically, Heartbreakerz don't play a cluster style on this map. When we've seen them play, this is sort of pre-Loach area. We've lost a player for them. Who's dropped?
10 seconds until
Someone's dropped. Who have they lost?
They could be subbing at the last second. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like... Nope, it looks like they're going to sub right at the last second. Maybe changing who's on the roster. Or maybe not. It looks like Heartbreakerz are currently on 6 people. So on Heartbreakerz, Diamond Sword, we have Nuts and Lochi, Mad for Bad, aka Bins, Ethereal King, Shaz, and Ephics.
And on Blood Eagle, which is Team Unhandled Exception, we have Gene Stealer, Rez, Black, Salachi, Tribes Ascend Law, also known as Macavity, Vice Lord, Depths. And we're on, and it's Miri. Miri is back. Okay, cool. So we've got the second player
there we
for
go.
Heartbreakerz. As Shaz is setting up, I don't think this is a run. No, it's definitely not. He's setting up with a Raider. He's going to do some clearance. We see some turrets and stuff go down there for Team Unhandled Exception. I don't expect that they'll last very long. We've got Shaz and Ethereal King running some disruption at the moment, but it looks like Black's picked up the flag, but gets dropped very quickly.
Yep, and for anyone joining us now, we have gone to the second game now. This is game 2. Heartbreakerz taking it 7-1 in a pretty convincing win on Katabatic, and we'll see if Unhandled Exception can keep themselves in and come back with Crossfire.
That's right, so Unhandled Exception are 1 map down, and this is basically their tournament life on the line. They have to win this map, well, technically they have to win the next 2 maps to stick around, so we'll have to see how they go. Ethereal King jumping down into the generators, they're going to take them out. The Diamond Sword generators, the Heartbreaker generators have already been taken down, so Unhandled Exception a little bit more on top of that, but Heartbreakerz resolving that issue very, very quickly as well.
Yep, and I think some of the key players to watch in this is Nutson from Heartbreakerz and Macavity, aka Tribes Ascend LOL from Unhandled Exception. They are the snipers, and this is a very sniper-happy map. You'll see a lot of kills coming out, and we saw, what was it the other day? We saw a huge amount of kills, like 56 or 57.
Yeah, who was
coming
that?
out? Oh god, it was Flamboyant. Was it?
It was Innifor, I think.
No, yeah, no, of course it was Innifor, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he did an incredible job on this map and other maps. But Shaz is going to be here. He's going to pick up the field out of the midfield. And this is what Heartbreakerz do. They sort of chase each other in terms of flag grabs. So that one is going to get picked up by Gene Stealer in the midfield as Shaz gets taken out. But we were talking to the Heartbreakerz guys a little while ago when we casted one of their scrims saying, why are you running this soldier strategy? Why are you capping with soldiers? And they said, well, we just have to do something to counter those snipers. And so, we will see that survivability here coming out from Heartbreakerz. And it looks like we see Black doing exactly the same thing. He's coming through with a soldier cap. He has been taken out. Ephics is going to clean that one up. But, this is sort of the answer to the sniper problem. Throwing those soldiers out there.
Yeah, and there's Rez picking up in a Raider, trying to keep this going. He throws it forward to pretty much no one. No one's going to really keep that going, and that's pretty much the same thing Shaz did. Slightly different tactic there, because Heartbreakerz sent it down the middle, whereas Unhandled Exception kind of went on a more circular route with Black doing exactly the same now. But Shaz was shut down and pretty much had no one to pass to again, so I think the key of getting those cluster routes going together and working is having the support with you. Meanwhile, Black is coming in, soldier grabbing, and he has been spotted by Ephics. Ephics misses the body block. No one's done any damage, but there is the kill from Miri on stand.
Yeah, great work by Miri. Just no one got the body block, so we just threw a grenade in his face and said, "You are going absolutely nowhere, son. Your run stops now," and it did exactly that. Meanwhile, we see Vice Lord giving Nutson a bit of problem. Bang! Sonic Punch right in the back of the face. And Nutson is out, so we are looking for an Unhandled Exception capper to come through. Where is it? Nope. So maybe a poorly timed smash in the face there by Vice Lord. Maybe you just said, you know what, I don't like you, Nutson, I'm just going to hit you anyway. But unfortunately, the better time to do that is when your cap is coming through. And so I would imagine that Nutson's respawned by now, so he might not get away with that again so easily.
Yep, so Vice Lord is just about staying alive in the base of Heartbreakerz. Meanwhile, Bins is actually moving on the stand. There's force fields there, and actually Soul gets a kill with, I believe it was that force field. And they really need to focus on getting this gen down on... Heartbreakerz really need to focus on getting the Unhandled Exception gen down, because those force fields are going to be a real pain, especially with those turrets up as well. They really need to focus on getting those gens down now.
Yep, they certainly do. I'm just sort of having a look at the defensive outfit. We've got Salachi standing on the stand with a Doombringer outfit. He's got his... I doubt that's a Saber Launcher. It's more likely to be a Titan, I reckon. He's throwing some of those mines down, set up some force fields, and yeah, I reckon Unhandled Exception doing a good job keeping their base assets up, and that's going to cause problems. You can see Lochi just getting torn apart by turrets. and that's really suffering for their disruption. We see Ether King, he's going to go in there, take out those generators, and finish all of that static defense off. In the meantime, Black's picked up the flag for Team Unhandled Exception. Don't let that tag confuse you, but he gets taken out halfway across the map by Knudsen. Very excellent sniping there, and FX should get the return here.
Yep, so that's interesting. We do now have Unhandled Exception's depths moving in as a technician and repairing that generator. They really want to keep that generator up after it was just destroyed. And meanwhile, Ethereal King has managed to keep this Llama Crab going. Vice Lord is there, completely cloaked, but is he going to get... Oh wow, he gets a mid-air with this stealth spin fuse. He gets the drop on him, but FX picks it up, keeps it going. McCavity has to do a big job here. There's the pass to Bins, who has a little bit more health, throws back up onto the stand. Oh! McCavity gets the kill on the stand, but he isn't able to make the kill on Miri as well. And there is the first cap going out to Team Heartbreakerz.
Yeah, great work there by McCavity getting that last minute snipe, but unfortunately there just wasn't the support there by the rest of the disruption or the chasers to actually make the return, and Heartbreakerz do get the first cap of the game. 1-0, Heartbreakerz in the lead, and in the lead for this series. If they keep this up, they will be taking it home, but plenty of time left for Unhandled Exception as we see Vice Lord setting up to give Knudsen another bit of a sonic headache.
Yeah, meanwhile, Black is setting up once again a route coming right to left, this time going in Pathfinder, Knudsen spotting, giving some chain. There's Miri, perfectly takes him on the stand, absolutely no trouble there. And yeah, there's going to need to be a bit more clearing on the Unhandled Exception side to try and get off of that flag stand with the flag.
Yep, so just looking at the defensive outfit for Heartbreakerz, they've got basically FX, Miri, and Knudsen. They're not choosing to run a heavy on flag. They're running 2 Soldier Ds and the Sniper, and that's working out pretty well for them so far.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bin's throwing the flag down the field. It gets a really unlucky bounce there, bouncing kind of back into the midfield. And that's bounced right into Rez, but Rez doesn't get the pick up. Def doesn't get the pick up. Shaz does. Keeps it going. Passes forward to Bins once again, the original capper. Meanwhile, Miri is nursing that flag kind of under his own base. We could see another cap for Heartbreakerz here. Bin says enough. Vice Lord. Oh, huge play from Vice Lord. Mentioned to buy some time, but doesn't buy himself the flag back. And there is the second cap to Heartbreakerz.
Those flags are pretty expensive, so you've got to get them when you can, and Vice Lord not able to convert. And really good play there by Heartbreakerz, you know, getting that cluster play, bouncing the flag around, denying the Unhandled Exception chasers from getting the return, and it resulted in another cap. That's 2-1. Sorry, 2-0. Heartbreakerz looking pretty good again.
Yeah, that's kind of classic Heartbreakerz playing on this map. It's really important. You know, they brought in their support, managed to get those nice passes. They had an unlucky bounce, but they managed to really work to focus and keep it bouncing around, stop the enemy from getting the return, and yeah, managed to pass it back. And even I saw some really nice, like, kind of micro management of their you know, player positioning. They moved some players in front of their capper as he was just about to cap the flag, so I'm assuming that was to stop any snipes coming in from hitting them. It would sacrifice themselves to stop the capper dying so they could finish it up. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but in my mind it was intentional.
Yeah, we see Bins getting all the way back to his base. I think he didn't actually expect to get this far, and he's overshot his flag just a little bit. He chose to disc jump as he came off the stand, and again, with the survivability of that soldier, it gives you that option. The snipes didn't come out. It could have been that McCavity had been taken out altogether. And yeah, very easy cap. Well, not easy, but a trivial cap there coming from Heartbreakerz, Mad for Bad Bins. That's 3-0.
Yep, and Heartbreakerz is really kind of stomping over Unhandled Exception so far. They haven't been able to get a cap out at all. Black is setting up a really high soldier route left of right here, and we'll see if Knudsen spots him. Knudsen is currently being kind of distracted by Rez and Salachi, but you know, it's going to be a big moment here, see if Black can actually get through in this soldier grab. He hasn't got a huge clearing. Miri is probably going to spot him here and take him out, or at least damage him. We'll see. Oh, Miri gets damaged a huge amount, so Black does get out 600 health. There's the chain coming through, and actually gets taken out by the home base turret there on the Diamond Sword side. So once again, some generator play kind of coming through.
Yeah, so Heartbreakerz giving Unhandled Exception a bit of a taste of their own medicine. They say, well, you want to play with gens? We'll play with gens as well. And that's a really unfortunate way of going down, getting taken out by the... At the time, it was not upgraded. It's just been upgraded to level 2, which is allowed within the rules. But yeah, that original kill came from an unupgraded base turret.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see. We've actually got something a little bit different here. We've got Bins running around the very outside of the map. I haven't actually seen him. Maybe I've just not spotted him so far. But this could be the lookings of maybe an over top of the base cap. Yep, that's looking what it's going to be. He's going to come over the top of the base from the back and try and land on the flag stand going through the midfield. You sometimes lose a bit of health on this, but you do have such a nice jump on the enemy team if they didn't spot you. And he does exactly that, keeping 1,330 of his health. Vice Lord is there to try and chase, But, unfortunately, cratering a little bit there. He needs someone to pass to or someone to support him, so he's moving out into the outfield a little bit, and Ethereal King is moving to try and support him here, and lochi.
Yeah, we've got Depths and Vicelord charging in to try and cap Bins in the head. In the meantime, Black has managed to pick up the flag, but he gets taken out very handily by Ethereal King and Miri. Madfabaz now going to try. Has he got the energy? No, he doesn't, so he decides to disc jump instead. Unfortunately, Salachi's picked up his flag, so he's going to pass that off potentially to the Sniper. An interesting decision. The Sniper's probably one of the most vulnerable people in this situation, and quickly passes off to Miri. Meanwhile, their flag has been chained out. Is Depths going to be over there to pick it up? I'm not sure. We'll probably zoom over to here to see if Afix can make the return. Takes out Depths. Afix is going to make this return, and I think Miri's going to make the cap to make it 4-0. Heartbreakerz is in a very strong position.
Yep, Heartbreakerz is doing a great job to get that flag back and getting the cap as well. So it's 4-0. That's huge from Heartbreakerz. I can't believe they're getting ahead so confidently here. It's amazing. I mean, they are, seeded rank 2 in the EU and whatever, but still, it's really great to see them coming forward, especially as they haven't been on the Game Shrine ladder as 7s for quite a while now, like you were saying earlier. And I think Miri, he hasn't played at ages. He left, didn't he?
I know Mim sort of quit. I think.
Oh yeah, Mim.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Miri. I think maybe he took a hiatus and came back, or maybe he never left. I'm really not sure. I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, no, I think it was Mimlin. I'm thinking of kind of similar names going on there, but yeah. Still, it's been a while since they've been in 7th, and it's such a good sight to see them working so well together and kind of doing a really good job. It looks like they've got this game definitely in their favour so far.
Yeah, we just saw Black coming in for another grab, and Miri just throwing the grenades right in his face. We've seen some of the montages coming out from Miri, and he is such a solid player and such a solid shot with all sorts of weapons. So not surprising there to see him just taking out Black before he even manages to get to the flag stand. In the meantime, we've got Ethereal King trying to limp this one back, but he's under all sorts of pressure. We've got Nutson throwing support out there, and Shaz manages to pick up the not the return, but the midfield grab. He's going to sort of bide his time a little bit, wait for a little bit of support, making sure some of those unhandled exception players are sort of taken out. So it's not his job. His job is to hold on to that flag, and it looks like they have been cleaned up.
Oh. That was just amazing to see. Sorry to interrupt. That was just amazing. Heartbreakerz, just even their positioning, keeping Shaz close enough that he isn't going to be taken off by a stray chaser coming in as he just gets the 5th cap there. And so he was staying close enough so that he wasn't going to be picked off by himself, and far enough away that the incoming chasers had to deal with his defenders. And it minimised the damage taken to him, and they managed to completely take him out. And it's just amazing support play there from Heartbreakerz.
And it's great patience by Shaz as well. I mean, when you've got that flag, you want to get to the sort of security of your own base, but to have the faith in your teammates to say, nope, they'll protect me, I'll leave it up to them, and just sort of slowly follow them in. It's really solid, coordinated play. Really great work by Heartbreakerz.
Yep, really good. So Black now running in on that right to left as a soldier again. He's not been particularly successful. He hasn't had the clearing he wants, but he's going up. Actually gets nailed by the base turret, so that's really unfortunate for him. And once again, this generator hasn't been taken out on the Heartbreakerz side, and that's going to be a pretty difficult unhandled exception to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, Unhandled Exception have brought this on themselves in a way by sort of keeping their generator up for so long. I think Heartbreakerz went, well, let's do that too. It's causing enough problems, and maybe we'll see that a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, really, Unhandled Exception need to get that infiltrator in there. I mean, Vicelord, is he still running? No, Vicelord. So we've seen this before, where Vicelord decides, look, my infiltrator work is just not happening. I'm going to switch to heavy offense and just spam from a distance. And they've done that before whilst behind. I think they did that against Nevermind, and it didn't work out so great for them then either.
Yeah, meanwhile, Black has made it all the way back to his own base. He's kind of overshot it once again. We saw this early in game coming from Heartbreakerz. He makes the pass off to Gene Stealer. Ethereal King is there, makes the pickup as an infiltrator, and is getting a nice distance away. He's got very low health, and Salachi's going to probably try and get the kill here. Efix moving to pick it up. Somehow Efix does pick it up, and wow, they've really managed to stop this cap from happening.
Yeah, they want to shut out here. They want to go 7-0 and say, look, we are here and we are going to be a problem for the rest of the teams in this tournament. Unhandled Exception with all the work to do at the moment, and Heartbreakerz just doing a great job holding onto that flag and preventing Unhandled Exception from even making that single cap, even when they had the flag pretty much all the way back at their base.
Yep, absolutely. So this is kind of the first standoff we've seen of the night, really. Efix holding it on the Heartbreakerz side, meanwhile Gene Stealer is holding it on the Unhandled Exception side. Both teams kind of getting ready to send their players forward, so I'm seeing Rez and Vicelord both being sent, and Salachi coming from Oh wow, look, Genestealer's almost been left by himself. All he has is the sniper there with him and depth on the bottom of his hill, so this is interesting from Unhandled Exception. Although Heartbreakerz players really aren't coming in, all I see is Bins moving in so far, and Ethereal and LoChi kind of moving through the midfield now.
Yeah, I think what we'll see is Ben setting up behind, and he'll sort of come from the backhand, while the Ethereal King and LoChi come from the front. So a classic pincer maneuver here, and let's see how it works out. We see them sort of jetting up now, and I think we'll see them come basically snapping in on Genestealer any second. Bins has got there first. Where's LoChi? He's obviously being pushed out. Shaz is going to come in as well. In fact, where did Shaz come from?
Wow, Shaz coming in the last second, getting the return. Meanwhile, FX has managed to pick up the scraps over on his side, moving up to the conduit there, moving forward. Black is not there to make the E-grab, so there is the 6th cap, 6-0. It is looking so strong for Heartbreakerz, and it looks like they could wrap this up any minute now.
Yeah,
10 minutes left in the game.
Just wow, Shaz coming through. I didn't even see him coming as part of that play, but he just sort of popped out of nowhere, made the grenade, well not the grenade, the bolt I should say, and made the return as well. Really good play there by Shaz.
Yep, huge, and now Black is getting kind of desperate. He kind of alarms it off the stand there as a Pathfinder using the thrustback gets taken out by Nutson very confidently, and now Unhandled Exception are kind of throwing a little bit more. You've got Rez starting capping as a soldier, doing some similar routes that we saw Black running, and they're going to start putting on the pressure, and we'll see if it works.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation you can see coming from Unhandled Exception now. They're just sort of throwing themselves at that flag. I mean, that grab from Black was rather a poorly made decision, I think, because there was just no support and there was plenty of Heartbreakerz players around. We see him doing that big kind of back-to-front move at the moment, but he completely missed the platform. He may have been slightly taken off balance by some of the discs that came in at the same time, but that's the end of that play.
Yep, and GSD 800 saying maybe they can do 7 strike grabs in the next 9 minutes and try and get out with it. We do see a tank coming out from McCavity in the midfield, so this might be a lost cause for them. I'm not really sure what the tank is all about and how much they expect to do defending with that, but yep, if Unhandled Exception want to get some caps out, they really need to change up their strategy.
Yeah, that's not the way to do it. Putting a sniper in a tank is probably not the right decision on Crossfire. This might be just a bit of a GG move coming in from Unhandled Exception, or maybe McCavity's just throwing the toys out of the pram, as it were, because I don't expect this tank to have any real effect on the game.
No, absolutely not. So, I mean, you've got Salachi kind of over there on the flagstone trying to do some damage. FX is there still, who's done a really good job. He's actually running as a technician. I'm wondering if he's part of what the reason why that generator's still up, but now he's changing to a Pathfinder, so maybe seeing some light defense coming out there, and Rez is still running those right to left routes.
Yeah, see Ethereal King coming in for a potential infiltrator route, but Genestealer is all over him, puts a grenade in his face and says, that'll be the end of your run, son. And in the meantime, we see Shaz. Bad Bin's coming through. He gets Nitroned off the stand, so that flag will go into the midfield. We'll see if they try to pick it up and llama it the rest of the way, but I think they've all been taken out.
Yep, absolutely. So that flag is probably going to be nursed there by Depths just until they can get their players back onto the flag stand on Unhandled Exception side. Genestealer jumping back on, and there is the return. And yeah, I'm wondering if Heartbreakerz are going to kind of push forward and finish this up, as it were, 7-0 whitewash, or if they're going to kind of destack a bit, play it safe. I don't really think they need to. They've only got 7 minutes 25 seconds left in this game, so I think they can kind of confidently finish this, and we're seeing Mad for Bad running in on a route now.
Yeah, and I mean, when you see stuff like tanks come out, that you know you've demoralized the other team at that point, so I think they'll just go to put that final nail in the coffin, though. Mad for Bad is left to do it all by himself, and somehow manages to get through all of that defense at the same time. He's got about 76, 13 health, he's nearly down. He's going to want to pass this off one pretty soon, but he doesn't manage to get it. Depths oh, where's that discount from a LoChi? LoChi, just excellent flag control by LoChi, just absolutely popping that flag exactly where it needs to be. UE are all over this flag, they just can't seem to grab it. This is incredible play by Heartbreakerz, just impeccable flag control. But Black is going to be here to get the return. Great work from LoChi, just knows exactly where to place those discs.
Yeah, LoChi and Shaz finishing up at the end in a raider just about the end, knocking that flag about. And like you said, it's kind of like long distance flag control, keeping the flag away from the enemy so they can't return. They sent 4 players towards it, still didn't get the return, just about when Black jumping in, I think it was in a Pathfinder, coming through and thrusting onto that, getting the return, stopping that 7th cap so far.
Yeah, I think we've got Salachi coming in for a very low speed grab. I think he might be trying to do a double run with Black, but it looks like he is going to try and actually grab the flag. No, he gets taken out by Miri. Miri throwing that disc in the face, or it might have been a grenade. Black's going to try from the other direction, but I think Miri's probably noticed him, although he is under a bit of pressure from those Mervs. Black down to about half health. The snipe comes through from Knudsen, and that flag's going to be probably returned by FX in a very short time.
Yep, and there it is. So no one currently on the Heartbreakerz flag stand, but of course they've got no one coming. Meanwhile, Bin has picked it up, moving through the midfield, 1,000 health, and I think this could be the end of the game coming up shortly. You've got Vicelord trying to intercept him, and meanwhile in the background I'm seeing Salachi coming in, but doesn't look like he's going to be there in time. Depth coming through. Can Depth make the grab light at the last second? Oh! No, he can't. There's the 7-0 whitewash on Crossfire, and Heartbreakerz win this series.
Yes, they do. So in 2 maps, Heartbreakerz go to the round of 8. And they catch up with all of the higher seeded teams. So that actually means that they're going to play Monomaniacs, I believe. Let me bring up that. Where is it? I've lost my... Somehow I managed to lose my bracket, but I'm almost certain that the winner of this match goes on to play Monomaniacs. So we might be able to bring that game to you hopefully pretty soon.
Yep, so I think you are right in that. So it's Heartbreakerz versus Unhandled Exception. That's just finished with Heartbreakerz coming out on top, obviously. That means they'll be facing up against Monomaniac Esports, hailing from the US of A. So that's going to be an interesting map. I'm sure it'll be played on Euro server, so Monomaniac will have the pain disadvantage. But we did see a really close game between, what was it, IDK, Monomaniac Esports, and Monomaniac did really well, especially for having, like, 100 plus ping.
Yeah, we saw them trying. Well, I mean, we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah, they played very, very well. And so, yeah, we will be back with you guys as soon as we can. But very well, they're played by Heartbreakerz. They take that first series. They move on in the bracket. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring to you the next game, which, as we say, should be the Monomaniacs versus Heartbreakerz 1. So yeah, any final thoughts on that match before we sort of try and rustle up another game, Stowaway?
Well played to both teams. Obviously, unfortunate for Unhandled Exception, the seeding there was kind of harsh on them being put against Heartbreakerz straight away. But someone's got to play him, and I think they did well, especially on the first map. They did some really nice play towards the start of it, getting those returns. But Heartbreakerz is just obviously coming out on top, so well done to them. We'll see if we can get any maps coming up for you shortly.
Yep. So stick around, guys. We'll have an update for you soon. In the meantime, we'll just try and figure out exactly what's next and how long you can expect to wait. Okay, guys, so we're kind of waiting for Heartbreakerz and Mono to get their game started. That might take a few minutes. So what we're going to do is just jump right into another game that's on. So we're going to bring you Flam versus Pelican, which is pretty much just started right now. So I'm going
Yep, first map.
Okay, so what I'll have to do is actually turn off the name overlays because they'll make no sense. But just bear with us. We'll bring this to you. Let me get in the game and turn that off so you guys don't see the password and come in and start trolling us. Not that you would do that, of course. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so yep, this is Flamboyant versus Pelican, also in the, I think it's the round of 16. And this will be the first map on orKs Novena. So on Diamond Sword we have Flamboyant with JX3, Aru, Kennet, Guillaume, Shrek, Mela, Kikran, and Fingon.
Yep. Okay, Stow. Where's the sound? There's the sound. I just need to kick it over to you just for a sec. I just need to update some stuff on Twitch.
Yep, no problem. So on Blood Eagle, we do have Pelican with little Jim McComb, Kengsai, Froz jumping in. Wow, blast from the past. Kengsai, they keep on having to go me for pronouncing his name wrong, and Shares, and I think Kelnoki. Yep, that's the person I missed. So I'm just starting out on orKs Navina now with Kenneth capping over on for Flamboyant. He's going to be setting up that classic back to front route with some nice high speed. Meanwhile, Kensai is setting up for Team Pelican. We'll see Jim McComb has just about jumped in with Frost to do some nice clearing. They've completely dominated the flag stand. See if they can move up and scout Shrek as well, because if they can keep this going, then Kensai is going to have a huge opportunity to get this flag out some really nice speed, and they've pretty much done it. K-Crown is jumping in kind of last second. Oh wow! Meanwhile, the flag has been taken back over. JPY gets the return, and it goes to midfield. Kensai has dropped it, and K-Crown gets the return. Huge play from both teams, almost kind of bringing it 1-1 there, I guess. Or 1-0. And let's go over to the Pelican flag stand, see what's going over there. Shares is jumping on it with a Doombringer, not his usual brute we see, so that's a little bit different, kind of old classic style, heavy on flag. And we do have, who is it, Kelnoki, the kite, supporting him there as a soldier. Going to be doing roaming D, taking out Guillermo as he comes in.
Yep, and I've managed to get back. So I'm just sort of trying to catch up on the game. So there's been no caps left. No caps yet. Yeah, we've introduced the teams. Everything's under control. Right, let's do this.
Let's do this, Doc's here. We're ready to go. Esports, go!
That's it, man.
And Kensai setting up that back to front once again. We've got Froz, and I'm looking to see some really nice play from Froz. He's such a good player, and he kind of left the scene a little bit playing some other games, but this time he hasn't managed to clear the stand, and Kensai gets destroyed on the flag stand. And yep, hoping to see him and Jamie do some really nice play this game.
That's it. Kensai coming through and getting absolutely frimponged off that stand.
Oh,
there you go.
Frimponged.
That one's for Pelican. Okay, so we're just looking at the setup over here for Flamboyant. We've got Shrek, who's an excellent sniper on this map, by the way. He just absolutely destroys everyone. He's using the BXT at the moment. Wouldn't surprise me if he switches to the Phase. I do know that he likes using that gun. In the meantime, Kenneth has managed to pick up the flag for Team Flamboyant. He's halfway down the field, but gets sniped out by Little. That flag's going to sit in the field, and we'll see who gets to it first.
Yep, Little being the very, very good sniper on Team Pelican, doing a nice job there, taking out the Cappy. It was a nice, easy shot for him, low health. I think Shares' mine actually did a lot of that damage. Meanwhile, Shares has been taken out by Guillaume, and he's going to be moving across the midfield in a radar. He's going to be moving towards Aru, who he's probably looking for some help with. Although, look at all these Pelicans converging on the flag, coming
flocking
through.
Towards the flag.
They are flocking on that flag. Oh, K-Crown moving in, not getting the pick up there, but Pelican just doing some really nice dench play. And Jamie's going to sit on that return and return it as soon as they get their defense back.
Sorry guys, just watching the chat. We've got Creature saying show Heartbreakerz versus MME. We will, guys, but we've got to sort of just keep the ball rolling, and we're pretty sure that we'll see both of you guys pretty soon. So we'll just have to stick with what we've got. So we've got Flam versus Pelican at the moment, and at the moment still 0-all. Both teams showing a lot of action as Flam Kenneth comes flying through. A bit of a back to front, and he's going to get all the way to the base. He's going to get taken out. Then the snipe misses him. Froz is the only one there in between, but Froz gets taken out, and that's going to be the first cap of the game for Team Flamboyant.
Yep, nice work from Flamboyant coming through a really fast route there, and yep, just about managing to finish that up. And yeah, so coming out kind of early, not particularly early lead. There's been a few attempts on stand, but there is the deficit going down, and Pelican are going to try and have to equalise from him.
Yep, well, I mean, it's only one cap, so they've got plenty of time as well. We see Shares and Kiwi Little hanging around the flag, Helnoki as well, so they're going to run sort of a fairly traditional defense, bit of a soldier, bit of a heavy on the flag, and of course, Little running the sniper. We see Guillaume coming through, do some clearance, JX3 Aru doing the same thing. Kenneth sort of setting up a side route here. He's a little bit off. Will he get through? No, yeah, he was just that angle didn't quite look right to me, and he just sort of banged against the side of the wall, does not manage to get through with that grab.
Yep, so Kenzai setting up a bit of a different route here, and we'll see JPY actually moving in as, I believe, yep, he's going to be Infiltrator Disrupt, and he's just taken out Shrek, the sniper there, so he's done his job particularly, and throwing some explosive on the stand. Froz has managed to clear up that really nice from Froz, and that's left the stand here from Kenzai, but he is being sniped at 1 health, and there's the kill from Fingon.
Yeah, Fingon with the chain's going to finish that up. Will he go for the return? He won't. Keekran's going to come by and just sort of nurse that one in the field. Probably not a bad idea. orKs is one of those maps, it's a bit difficult to sort of change those routes from the flag stand sort of into the midfield, especially at any real speed. JPY is going to do the sneaky sneak here. He's going to get away with it too. Keekran didn't know where that came from, but oh, a fantastic Nitron from Keekran, I believe. And JPY is going to get cleaned up, and Keekran's probably not going to nurse in the field, say, whoop, maybe we should get that back on the flag stand where the rest of the defense is.
Yep, meanwhile, Kenneth has managed to push it all the way back, and it's been passed off to Fingons. Kenneth was taken out. I think he might have crated. Fingon's got no energy. He's going to have to pass up onto the stand here, or try and save his energy. There he goes, up onto the stand and making second cap for Team Flamboyant. Kenneth doing a nice route and somehow getting away, and there was a little bit of distraction with JPY keeping that llama grab going, but they managed to get it back, and there is the second cap for Team Flamboyant coming up 2-0.
That was the right decision there. You never know where JPY is going to be in this game. He's such a good infiltrator. He can just sort of pop out from nowhere, and to do something like throw the flag up into the stand, we see how often that fails. So I appreciate that from Flingon. He's like, no, I'm just going to stand here. I'm a heavy. I can take a couple of hits, and I'll just wait till I get the energy. It's not a very high flag stand, and that was the right decision. He made the cap.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm seeing once again, oh no, I've kind of covered that a little bit. So there's Kenneth setting up that back to front route. Meanwhile, Jex, Aru, Guillaume and Miller all there trying to do some clearing for Stress. Is just about taken down, and once again there's some really clear flag stand. Kelnoki's there, just been taken out in time. Kenneth comes through, 280 health, and looks like, oh, there's the dodgy angle hitting the middle of the map, and Kenzai kind of mirroring it on the other side. Keep through this time. He doesn't hit the pillar there, so Kenneth is going to have to maybe pass off. There's the snap coming in from Little, takes him out. Kekran is there to keep it going.
Fingon just throwing a Titan right into Keekran's face as Keekran goes to pick up the flag from the midfield. I don't think he appreciated that, but, well, you know, passes the flag off. JPY with a Sonic Punch, knocks it out of Keekran's hands, but gets taken out as well, does not manage to get the return. And Fingon's going to hang on to that flag as Jamie McCone's going to come in and try to do the same thing. Great Nitron. Kenzai's going to try to make the return. Oh,
Kenzai gets taken out. Yep, Kenzai gets taken out, just gets a return. That was a really nice play, actually. That could have got them a return. Jamie going in with the Impact Nitron first, getting the force. JPY moving in. JPY gets the return! Out of nowhere, coming through, gets the return. Nice play from JPY there, as they were kind of Flamboyant taking a long time to move back to the stand, gave him enough time to come through cloaked and getting the return with Sonic Punch.
Classic JPY Sonic Punch there, coming through and getting that return pretty much all by himself, but there was a lot of disruption going on at the same time, so I guess that wasn't really all by himself as well. I take that back. That was a bad call.
And there's some nice sniping coming through from Little there on Kenneth. Kenzai is moving in from the back to front. Once again, it's quite a clear flag stand. Kenzai goes through. Fingon, wow. What was that?
I think he got body blocked by his own teammate then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Jamie McComb actually picking up off the stand front to back and gets taken out kind of cheekily, to be honest, and Kekran is going to nurse that and then return it for Fingon, who's back on his own stand.
Yeah, we see a very strong defense here from Team Pelican. They've got, well, they don't have a force field up because the generators are down, but Shayris is full health. Kalnoki's doing fine. Frost is dueling Mallow down the bottom. I think Mallow's going to try and make sure that those generators stay down. That job is done, so now we'll come up and do some disruption. Where is their capper? I don't see him. Yes, Kenneth's still a good few seconds out, but the flag stand is clear. Will he get the direction right this time? He does, and gets taken out
by a mine.
Was it a mine?
Unfortunate for him. Yep, I think that was actually it says it was suicide, but I think it was a mine there somehow. Maybe I think what happened, he spotted the mine too late, and the splash damage from him trying to check out the mine must have killed him.
Oh well, can't do much about that. Meanwhile, Kenzai picks up the flag and drops it nearly immediately. So yeah, you know, Pelican having a little bit of trouble getting that flag down the field. Meanwhile, Flamboyant doing just enough better work to get the counts that they have done. They're 2-0 up. I don't have the overlays up today, guys. I didn't have enough time to put this one together, but we do have Flamboyant on the Diamond Sword team, 2 caps up to 0. Pelican need to make something happen.
Yep, absolutely. So, yep, 15 minutes, 20 seconds left in the game, and Pelican have been doing a really nice job of clearing the flag stand of Flamboyant, but they just haven't managed to get those caps back. Flamboyant have done a really good job over on the other side as well. So it's kind of mirroring, and I think the difference is Flam have managed to get those, make sure that their flag carrier gets all the way back and then doesn't get killed on the other side. and we are actually seeing the first strike of the game come out from Froz.
And Froz is pretty deadly in those strikes. In the meantime, Keekran's going to return that flag. We'll see if Froz goes on the defensive or if he goes for the clearance roll instead. He's probably going to be chasing down Keekran at the moment. Kenneth at the moment. Kenneth's basically got all the way back and he's got enough support. Is he going to pass it off to Fingen? He doesn't pass. He gets taken out instead. That flag sort of sitting in the field. Who's going to get there first? Jamie gets a Titan to the back. Does not make it. Fingen's got it. Does he have enough energy to get up there, or Froz get there with the strike in the meantime? Froz comes out. No, he doesn't. Cap is made. Sorry, I thought the Froz was coming through with a strike grab there, but it was just one of the Flamboyant players.
Yep, so I think part of that why Froz wasn't able to get that strike grab off was Guillaume. Actually, I don't think he was even going for it, but he was trying to do some disrupt on the enemy flag stand to stop that cap from happening, but Guillaume was doing a really good job of counter-striking and dogfighting him away from it, and you know, mentioned to get the kill right at the last second. Now he's going to try and take out Little, so that must mean there should be an incoming capper from Flamboyant, but I don't see him.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got some technical problems, so I'll have to throw it to you again.
Yep, that's no problem. So over on the flag stand for Flamboyant, JPY, Froz, and Kenzai actually coming through. Kenzai actually stopping on his route, Froz throwing it forward to Jamie McComb. Nice cluster play. Jamie misses the pickup, so Froz is probably going to pick this up once again. It's going to the midfield, and wow, Pelican taking out a lot of the Flamboyant defense. They're kind of clustering this back in their old classic style. And Jamie McComb has got it using the shield pack for the race to go, and Kenzai's move forward, and we do have a strike coming in from, who's that? That's Guillaume still, and meanwhile the E-grab has been made by Kenneth, moving back across the midfield.
Yeah, Kenneth's getting back. He's going to get all the way to the flag, and he's going to pass that one off to Fingen. Fingen's going to hold on. Looks like we might be setting up for a standoff unless Flamboyant can get that return. Miller's there, and we've got way too many Pelicans around that flag. And yeah, we'll definitely be setting up for a standoff.
Yep, all the Pelicans is once again flocking around that flag, and meanwhile it looks, yep, we're going to be going to a standoff. Fingon is holding it for Flamboyant over on the Diamond Sword base. Meanwhile, let's go to Kelnoki, who is currently holding it as a soldier on the Pelican base here.
Yes, he does. They're setting up sort of on the south side and looking at Flam. They're doing pretty much exactly the same thing, so mirrored here, and I think I can pretty much guess what Pelican are going to do. I expect to see JPY in that. No, JPY's in a jug. Where's the infiltrator returned by JPY? Very unusual.
This is something slightly different we've seen, and we've also got a Juggernaut coming out in the form of Froz, so that's Froz and JPY both trying to spam onto that flag. The Diamond Sword flag has been returned, so that's Flamboyant, and Froz is there to make an early E-grab and try and move away as fast as he can in the Juggernaut. So going to be going very fast, but he has 1,000 health, but quickly being taken down to 600, does a nice punt down to midfield, and Kilnoki is going to keep this going unless Mela gets the return. No, he doesn't. Kilnoki didn't get the pickup. It looks like they're going to get the return here. Keekran is going to jump on the stand and make the 4th cap for Team Flamboyant, trying to finish up orKs Navina soon.
Yeah, so it looks like Flamboyant on a pretty strong hold on this match. But, you know, there's still enough time. orKs Navina, the chain grabbing on orKs Navina can be absolutely sensational. So I wouldn't count Pelican out at all yet. But they do need to switch something up. They're just really struggling to get that flag down the field. I mean, we just saw them set up for a standoff, and that's sort of the first time I think they've even managed to get it back to their base so far.
Yep, absolutely. So Kenzai setting up once again. We'll see if this time Jamie McComb and JPY can do a little bit more clearing. They've got a lot of defense to be done from Flamboyant there, taken out from Flamboyant, and they completely shut down Jamie McComb there. So JPY and Froz are the only one left. Kenzai's about 5 seconds out on the back. So Flamboyant doing a really nice job on defense here. Mentioned stay alive, and I don't think he's going to. Nope, there's a really nice shot there from Fingon taking out Kenzai on his capping route. Meanwhile, Aru grabbing the flag, and it has been dropped in the midfield. Kelnoki gets the return.
That Flamboyant flag stand defense is just so strong. They've got 2 inventory stations set up here, and they're just absolutely destroying all of the Pelicans that are, you know, flapping their way into that base, just trying to do some disruption. But the Flamboyant guys, you know, it's Pelican hunting season, and Flamboyant's got all the guns.
Yep, absolutely. So, let's see what can kind of happen. I mean, Pelican really needs to start thinking about changing up their strategy and making the one they're using work. They've got quite a few nice grabs out, but it's not really resulted in anything to this point. They're 4-0 down, 10 minutes, 30 seconds left in the game, and if they're planning on winning this, then they really kind of have to change up their strats.
Yeah, at the moment I'm not sure what they can do. I mean, Flamboyant are just so strong. I'm just trying to catch up with the action here. There's something going on. I can hear a lot of shooting. Jamie McCone trying to do some disruption here, trying to take out Shrek. It's interesting, Shrek's actually running a soldier at the moment, so at the moment, Flamboyant aren't even running a sentinel. That's really unusual for them.
That is strange. That's no,
There
they
he
are
goes.
running Sentinel.
Yep, he just switched
that-
up.
Meanwhile, Kenneth has actually made a back-to-front grab very fast and made a 5th cap out of nowhere, completely uncontested by Pelican, just shooting through Shrest, the defense, and coming back, making the 5th cap, and Aru makes a chain grab there in a llama fashion as a Juggernaut. There might be a pass forward here, but there's no one to pass to, and JPY gets the kill, and Kalnoki is going to make the return here, unless Kenneth makes the pickup, going the wrong direction, unfortunately, so he's going to be very slow, and Guillaume is moving forward. They might be able to cluster this back if they really work for it, but Guillaume's going the wrong way.
Yeah, Kenna gets taken out, and that flag is now sort of sitting in the river. It must be pretty heavy because it's not getting taken away with that flow, but Kalnoki does get the return. Flag back on the stand. Guillaume, he's probably just going to try and take out Froz, try to disrupt a little bit. Shrek setting up on the hill. This is where I'm used to seeing Shrek, up on here. This is where he typically likes to snipe from. And yeah, that is a phase rifle. I knew it was a phase rifle. God damn Tribes HUD. Making me look the fool. I knew Shrek liked that phase rifle. That's his gun.
Phase rifle is the new black.
That's it. There we go. So just waiting for some more disruption. I mean, the Thing is doing a pretty good job holding the base by himself. I'm not sure where the rest of the Flamboyant defense is. But yeah, at the moment, Jamie and JPY have just got this flag all locked up. I mean, I'm surprised just one of them isn't going for it.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. They've really got. There's Kenzai. I was going to say, yeah, there's Kenzai on the Kappa, so he has taken a lot of damage, 400 health. Meanwhile, Guillaume has picked up, going through the midfield, kind of crossing each other there. But there are snipes coming through. Little somehow gets a kill on Mello. I don't think that was the right person, but there's Kelnoki being passed to, and he's having to kind of duel Shrest for some reason. No, they're shooting a Mello, who is infiltrating, kind of doing this JPY sneaky steaky style, and moving forward. Is he going to get the return? Could be close.
Yeah, Mel is there. He's right underneath Kalnoki. Oh, he gets taken. Well, he gets noticed at least. The hit on him there. He cloaks him, and Kalnoki survives to. Well, sorry, lives to play another day. I don't know where he's going with that pass. Sort of passes it to no one in particular. JPY is going to hold on to that flag for now. JX Aru is such an amazing duel. You can see him just taking out the Pelican defense. JPY gets a great disc on him though. That's the end of JX Aru's little attempt to make this flag standoff come down with an ending to get that flag back over to Flamboyant. JPY passing it off to Little, and we'll see if JPY is going to push off and try to get that Sonic Punch return of his own.
Yeah, Flamboyant really had the advantage at the start of their standoff. They were sending so many players forward, and you could see that Pelican were really struggling getting it back to their own side. Meanwhile, on the Flamboyant side, they're just having no trouble at the moment. Kate Cran, Fingon, and Shrek all standing there. Jamie McComb, Froz, and JPY all moving in now. Little has been passed to, so is he in currently? Oh no, it looks like Ken is going to get the return. So Flamboyant have the chance for a cap here, but Froz, JPY, and Jamie McComb are all there. So we're going to see Jamie McComb move forward, and Froz is going to maybe make a late E-grab. This is dangerous. They really need to do something here. They have to make sure they make the E-grab. Fingon is currently taking out Froz, so this could be a cap. No, JPY is still there. He's going to go for the Sonic Punch return, it looks like. And, oh, he did it! Oh my god.
JPY.
That was super sneaky style. Like, not even... he didn't even go for the E-grab there, completely risking it for a chocolate biscuit and getting the... what's it called? The Sonic Punch return. So huge play from JPY there.
Thought you said he was going to come away with the biscuit. He risked for a biscuit and came up all chocolate.
Yeah, exactly.
Chocolate Pelican. Kikran's got the flag. He's going to get taken out pretty handily in the midfield. Jamie's going to get that return, put it back on the flag for the Pelican team. So yeah, just great work there by JPY. Awesome, awesome shot. We saw very similar stuff from GST 800 in the game they played against Unhandled Exception the other day. It's really cool to see that. I mean, it must be so frustrating for the players when that happens, but it's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, and what's even more frustrating is when JP goes for that and then he doesn't get it and misses both the E-grab and the Sonic Punch return. So yeah, I kind of agree with Natkoi in the chat saying it's slightly selfish move, but I don't think it's necessarily selfish. I think it's a very dangerous option to go for, but it's high reward. And you know, that time when it mattered, he really managed to pull it off. So well done.
Yeah, and I just sort of like to, while we're sort of waiting for the next setups to get set up, just hark back to that standoff and the patience that Flamboyant had. Holding that flag. Their flag was on the stand, but they weren't just rushing toward it. They were waiting for the rest of their sort of defense to make sure that that flag stand was clear and not risk that return. Of course, they didn't realize, oh, Frost, what are you doing? Just jumping out of that flag, out of that strike to get the midfield flag return and jumping straight back into it. You're doing too much. He's holding this game together for Pelican.
Yeah, and you know, this is the kind of play I love. I love watching Frost play. He's such a cool player to watch. He comes out of nowhere, just from a strike grab, but out of nowhere with huge speed, and there he goes in the midfield, just repairing that in mid-air. So he's, you know, we're going to see some nice. Oh wow, Fingon has actually spotted him. They're taking pot shots at him. So good play from Flamboyant, noticing his kind of positioning there and starting to do some damage, denying him space. But yeah, hoping to see some really nice strike plays from Frost in the rest of this game, which, to speak of, only less than 5 minutes left, and it's 5-0 to Flamboyant.
Yeah, I think Flamboyant are going to get away with this unless Pelican really start to make something happen. They need those chain grabs to start kicking on. Maybe Frost can start the process with a strike grab. We've seen him do it before, and he's pretty good at it. But so far, Kenzai has just not managed to come out with the flag and really get it down the field. He's got to a few flag standoffs so far, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. They need to convert on the cap.
Well, meanwhile, Kenneth made it all the way back, just once again, just out of nowhere, and kind of uncontested all the way back until they got to their base. Guillaume doing a huge job managing to do some disrupt on the Pelican flag stand. Some defense there. Sorry, completely screwed up my view there, but Kakron getting the return for Flamboyant there anyway.
Absolutely, he is. Guillaume just flying around in that strike. Looks like he's doing both defense and offense at the moment, just sort of doing as much work as he possibly can. Guillaume just running around in that strike. Let's see where he goes. We'll come back to him later. Shayro setting up his defenses again. We've got Kenneth coming in for probably looks like a back to front. Mel is going to probably try and disrupt Little over here on this hill, try to get that sniper out of play. Little taking the pot shots at Meller himself. Meanwhile, the flag has been picked up by Guillaume.
That was Guillaume strike grabbing, and he has been dropped down to 92 health. So pretty much 2 bullets from an assault rifle is going to kill him here. Maybe. Yep. There's the pass up to his own base, and he gets an unlucky bounce. It kind of goes backwards a little bit. Kikran misses the pickup. Shrek misses the pickup, and Froz comes out of nowhere, like I said, and gets the return. And meanwhile, Jex Arut has picked up the flag, moving down the midfield very slow. JP1 gets a sonic punch chasing. That was very interesting. It looks like Jex is going to pick it up. Kenneth keeps it going, but it's taken out.
Yeah, but look at the momentum he put on that flag. Just pushed it straight up towards the Flamboyant base. Kenzai is probably the only one left who can make the return. He gets a good grenade or bolt onto that flag, but unfortunately wasn't enough to bounce it out of the way of JX-Ru. JX-Ru gets taken out, but unfortunately he's just pushing it further and further towards the Flamboyant base. Froz comes in, nearly gets the return, but overshoots it just a little bit. Turns around and does finally manage to get that return there for Pelican. So pretty much the entire Pelican force coming out to try and get the return on that one, and they did. And now they'll have to reset their defensive positions all over again.
Yep, absolutely, and again, Froz just coming in at the last second, getting that nice return. 2 minutes left in the game. I'm pretty sure one's got to go to Flam at this point, but if Pelican couldn't want to get any score at all, they're going to have to start sending a lot more at that flag stand, getting their Kappas back home, and it's going to be a big ask for them.
Yeah, I really don't see it happening now, quite frankly. You can't pull back this many caps in that short amount of time, particularly with the play we've seen so far. So, time for a bit of speculation. What do you reckon that Pelican's going to pick for map number 2?
I'm really not sure. I mean, they used to be quite, I say used to be, they could still well be, they used to favour Crossfire, but the team roster has changed quite a bit since then. So it will be interesting to see what map they pick.
Meller has picked up the flag. He's in a brute. Obviously doing a little bit of, disruption. Decided to go for the llama grab. There's only 1 cap left in the game. The brute just smashing down, unfortunately smashing into the aqueducts as well. He's going to throw some discs. It's really all over at this point. I mean, Mal is going to lose it. Kenneth's going to pick it up and potentially make the game-winning cap. But
meanwhile, we do have JP set up an infiltrate. He's moving. He's just about to move in position. We might see a I'm not really sure. Kenneth's moving. He has a lot of support with him. JPY is there. Can he get the Sonic? Gets the Sonic punch. I've watched him all the way through that sneaky all the way, and gets a nice return. Trying to stay alive, but it's just about to probably be taken out. Yep, there's the kill from Kakran. But he's just kind of delaying the inevitable here. 1 minute left in the game, less than a minute, and it is 6-0. So this could be going 6-0. It's just about whether Flamboyant can kind of finish this up 7-0 in the next 45 seconds.
It doesn't look like it. I don't see just going really high for a second. Anybody sort of set up to make another grab. We've got JX3 Aru and Mela kind of running, I guess you'd call it disruption. But at the same time, they probably don't have enough time to get that flag back to their base. I don't see Kenneth anywhere close to the flag. So, yeah, it's just going to more or less wait for the time to run out here. That first map is going to go to Flamboyant. At least Pelican managed to avoid the shutout. But they've got to win the next 2 maps in a row to stay in this tournament.
Yep, absolutely, and I'm going to try and get you an update in terms of what's happening in the Heartbreakerz versus Monomaniacs game. I'll try and get some news on that in the next couple of minutes, and we'll see what's going, if they've started, and how it's going.
Absolutely. I'm having a look at the moment. It's 0-0 with only 2 minutes into the first map, which is Crossfire. So
okay, so that should be exciting.
Yep. We will be jumping straight into that game after this one. So yeah, stick around.
Yep, absolutely, and I suppose for the next few minutes we'll be finding out who's picking. That'll be loser's pick for next map, so that'll be Pelican picking the next map. And yeah, I mean, I expect maybe Crossfire to come out of this, but you know, you can never be sure, really.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard to say. Sorry, I'm just sort of responding to a whole bunch of stuff that's come through during the match. We do have details for the MME game, so we can jump into that pretty much straight away as soon as we see the next few maps get done. Yeah, but you know, Flamboyant looking very strong, as you'd expect. I mean, we just saw Flamboyant nearly take out IDK only a few days ago, so you know, really good work there by Pelican, even just avoiding the shutout.
Yeah, I mean, Flamboyant have just been improving so much recently, and we have gone into Dangerous Crossing, but I don't think this is going to be played. And Mela is kind of asking, yep, what are you going to be picking for the next map? I'm sure they're just having a talk over in their team comms, which would be really interesting to jump into now, and see what the kind of thought process as to why they pick the next map, and well, what they pick and why.
Yeah, but we won't go and do that unannounced. We might get some angry.
Oh no, yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting that.
Well, let's take this opportunity to maybe have like a 1 minute break, Stowe, because I kind of need to use facilities.
Yeah, I need a drink.
Yeah, okay, we'll be back in one sec, guys, with map 2 of Pelican versus Flamboyant.
Okay, dude, speak to a sec.
Okay, guys, we're back. Hopefully the game has started by now. More messages coming from all over the place, so let's just throw that on. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to put together an overlay for this, guys, so you just have to bear with us. It looks like they have rotated the server. Next map starting in 1 second, so I think we'll see which map we end up with, well, pretty much immediately.
Yep, and that'll be Flamboyant on Blood Eagle. Oh, excuse me, and Pelican on Diamond Sword, I believe. Yep, that looks like we're going to Katabatic unless it's just a weird server rotation. Whew, I hate this. I live on the attic of my house and there's a lot of stairs and I'm incredibly unfit.
No worries. Okay, so it looks like we will be playing Katabatic. Guys are just sort of getting in the server now. Okay.
Yep, and I assume as soon as we finish this kind of series, we'll be jumping into the MME versus Heartbreakerz game and seeing how that's going, if there's any time left in it. I assume from the looks of the last game, it could finish up on this one in favour of Flamboyant, but, you know, we don't know at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who... I guess we didn't actually watch the IDK versus Flam game, so I'm not sure if they played Katabatic. They probably did, but wouldn't be able to tell you, whether or not it is one of their stronger maps or not.
Yep, absolutely. So 3 seconds left. We are on the countdown on Pelican. We are seeing Shress, A Little, Jamie, McComb, Kelnoki, Froz, Kenksai, and JPY.
And of course, on the Blood Eagle team, we've got Team Flamboyant, JX3, Aru, Mela, Shrek, Guillaume, Quant, Kikran, and Kennett. Now, Quant, was he in the last game? I'm not
No,
sure.
he wasn't. He is subbing him.
Yeah, so they've switched their roster up just a little bit.
Yeah, but we'd still have Shrek on that Sentinel, and for the Sentinel, we'll be seeing Little, as always, for Team Pelican. They are obviously going to still be important on this map, maybe not as prolific as on Crossfire, but yep, it's still a very important role to fill.
Guillaume comes through with the first grab for Flamboyant, but it's more of a llama grab. He just sort of picked it up out of nowhere and gets sniped out by... Was it snipe? No, in fact, it was a chain down by Shea Ress. But JX3 Aru is going to be the first one toward the flag. He's going extremely slow. Goes for the pass over to Kennett. Okay, this is classic cluster play. Flamboyant just moving this one up the field. They're not in any rush at all. Each of these plays is like sub 100. Look how slow these guys are going. They're absolutely walking it. They don't even realize they've got jetpacks on. But JPY's there, and JPY gets the return.
JPY being a huge cog of the Pelican machine, they're getting that return. And yeah, they've just been going so slow down the midfield there. And I kind of expected a return to be made there anyway, so no surprises really.
Yeah, I mean, even with a cluster, you need to get the thing moving a little bit faster than that. Yeah, I'm not surprised they got returned at all.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see if any more routes are currently being set up, and if I'm not really seeing any clearing being done yet. So I'm James McComb positioning himself to be ready to take out Quant and Kikran, but Shrek has spotted him, taking some pot shots early at him. And yep, we do have Kennett setting up on the outside and a soldier capping. We're seeing a lot of soldier capping tonight, and I think that's the way that teams are kind of moving forwards. Heartbreakerz did give us a kind of talk as it's to kind of counter against the snipers, I believe they said.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the extra survivability, the extra hit points you get on there. Oh, look, Kenneth just comes through to a completely open flag stand. We didn't really watch the disruption there, but he's got so much health. He disc jumps as well. He's going 280. There's absolutely no chance that he'll be taken out before he gets back to his base. So it's all going to come down to the potential JPY Sonic Punch return and the E-Grab. The E-Grab has been made by Kenzai, but he's very, very low. And I think he even created he was that low. And it looks like JP has been taken out as well. Kennett and Kikran get to hold that flag, pass it between them. They're waiting for the return. No, the return does get made. Froz has picked it up. We'll go check out what
Froz coming in with... Froz coming in with no health, pass it off to Kelnoki to keep that going. Kelnoki is taking a lot of damage now. Mela coming in. He's probably going to get the kill here. Can he get the kill? Yep, there's Shrek picking up the kill, but Shress is there to keep the pickup going, and Jexaru is now coming in, taking out Shress, and they're probably going to get a return here. Yep, there it is.
Kikran he's actually quite a distance away. They were sort of setting up effectively for a flag standoff there, going to the South Hill, but there's no Pelicans left. That flag's going to get capped. The first cap goes to Flamboyant, 1-0. They take an early lead in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yep, so kind of expected there actually, and Guillaume coming through on a once again really slowly down the midfield, trying to cluster us. That's
passes at the Froz,
boldly slow.
Wow, I mean I'm surprised Froz didn't pick that up. He was right in the position to do it. Oh, Mello with a very risky pass to Kikran. Kikran does manage to hang onto it though, but he gets sniped out by Shea Ress? Really? No. Nope, definitely not Sheriff. Must have been Little, because I'm sure that was a snipe that took him out. But anyway, that flag's been returned. Again, I think Flamboyant, if they're going to go for the cluster play, they need to at least get some legs on it and actually move it more quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the flag stand was completely clear, so he just went for it and kind of gambled on the fact that his team would come forward. But, if they can make something like that happen, then there's definitely some good dueling skills. Meanwhile, Jamie McComb was moving through trying to take the flag off of the Flamboyant flag stand, but gets shut down by a very strong defense that hadn't been cleared out entirely for them.
Yeah, so we see the flag stand here fairly open for Team Flamboyant. Guillaume is going to try this llama again and again, really slow. He punts it forward, but unfortunately Mel is the only one that's going to be there, and Shayres is well ahead of him, though Mel has managed to pick up a bit of momentum, actually helps Shayres out with a bit of a disc. But here we go, JX3, Aru and Kennett managed to move forward. Shayres is probably the only one between Kennett and JX3 Aru at the moment. Guillaume's going to come forward, pick it up out of the midfield, but he is going the wrong way, has to stop and turn around. He does that. Froz is there. We're going to probably see a punt. We do. Guillaume pushes it forward. Mel is there. Will Froz get there first, or will Mela get there first? It looks like Mela's going to make it, but Mela gets taken out by Froz. I don't know where Froz went, but it looks like he's been taken out as well. Kalnoki, the last one in, and also gets taken out. JX3 does manage to pick it up, and potentially moving into a standoff. No, the flag's been returned. JX3 will he have the energy to get up, or is he going to go for a pass?
Yep, it looks like he's just about going to pass out and stand. Nice pickup from Kenneth, and the sniper's coming in. JPY's coming in, but he's just about too late. That's the second cap coming in for Team Flamboyant. So looking once again pretty strong and confident and on Katabata there. So yeah, on Katabata.
Yeah, that's fine. We can call it that.
Katabatic. What am I on about? I thought that sounded wrong. Katabata.
Jamie McComb comes through with a pretty quick grab. He's right over the hill at the moment. We're going to try and catch up with him. Oh, he gets sniped out just at the last minute by Shrek. Shrek really perched up on top of that tower. Plenty of vision there. No problems at all. Let's see if they actually manage to get the return. JPY is there to potentially get the pickup. Froz is coming through to support. It's JPY and Froz versus Kikrin. Kikrin gets taken out. And Froz is going to try and limp this one back down the field.
Yep, so he is currently running as that soldier, and Mela is there. Oh, we might see a sonic punch from Mela there, but Frost has spotted him, takes some early grenades, shooting him out, and he is being chased. He's on low health, but he's got all those Pelicans to pass through. JPY comes through, picks it up from the pass. He's got 1300 health, moving through pretty fast. Kate Crane is going to start dueling him. JPY makes the mistake of turning around. Actually, not a mistake, because Kenneth is there making that E-grab. Jamie McComb just about picks it up, very low health as well, and somehow avoiding Flamboyant, but Flamboyant are halfway, all the way back to their base, with Kenneth making that E-grab. So good job from Kenneth coming through and stopping that cap from happening.
Yeah, Kalnoki under all sorts of pressure at the moment. The Nitron comes from Guillaume. Is Guillaume going to get the return? He does. The flag return is made. And Quant in the back of the field is probably going to make this. Froz is the only one there. Is he going to go for the return, or is he going to go for the E-grab at this point? I don't think it matters. And that flag cap is made by Quant. And that's 3-0. And JX Rouge just sort of standing, hanging out on the Pelican base. Decides, I'll pick up that flag. But the Pelicans are onto him pretty quick, take him out. 3-0. Flamboyant in the lead. And yeah, I mean, Pelican did a good job to get that one back to the base, but Flamboyant just come out on top with the dueling skills. Great nitrons and returning work there by, I think it was Guillaume at the end to make the return and open up Quant for the cap.
Yep, and big part of that was Kenneth just coming through with a nice soldier grab and getting the E-grab right at the last second. And, I'm not sure if he was uncontested or it was just good skill from him not getting killed on the way back. But either way, yep, he managed to get it all the way back. Kingsai is once again setting up a route for Team Pelican coming through, getting hugely hit on the stand. 85 health, 25 health, and one touch from anything is just about to kill him now. Meanwhile, Kenneth is setting up a back to front for Flamboyant.
Yeah, is Kensai going to make it, or is he going to crater halfway home? The snipe's coming in, but I don't think they haven't managed to connect to him yet. Kensai's going to wait. No, the snipe does come through. Shrek does manage to get it. Kikrin's going to chase as well. JPY's going to hold onto that flag, pass it across to Froz. And it looks like we could be setting up for a standoff.
Yep, Kenneth just making the pass off to Quant there. Once again, he seems to be the designated flag carrier, setting up in a little bit of a strange place here in this kind of early standoff. Kingsai hasn't made it all the way back to his own kind of standoff position, so him and JPY currently defending against Guillaume, who has come in completely by himself, but Charest is there to help Pelican overall, and Quant pretty much uncontested. Jamie McComb is running as an infiltrator, so this could be a little bit change of pace. Jamie McComb, low energy, 50 energy left, so if he can get a nice, it's going to be close. I don't think he's going to get it though.
I think Quant's aware of what's happening. There's no one else here. They need to be aware. They're probably seeing those footsteps in the snow. That is obvious if you know what to be looking for, and Jamie has uncloaked and he gets taken out.
Yep, absolutely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kelnoki is currently carrying the flag for Team Pelican. Mela is running as the infiltrator, skiing through, so his footsteps cannot be spotted yet. And Kenneth and JX Rue coming through. Nice timing here. Mela might get the conk. No, he doesn't get it. Completely lost my camera. And, they get the kill. Have they got the return? Yep, they get the return as well. So Quant now has a chance to cap, but Froz is currently under the Flamboyant stand as an infiltrator.
Yeah, Quant isn't exactly running toward the flag either. Give plenty of time there for Jamie McComb to get the E-grab, and he's on very low health. He might get chained out, but Quant's under a lot of pressure as well. JPY coming through, throwing the chains down, throwing down the grenades, but he gets taken out. Mala is there for the time to re-grab. Oh, Froz gets the sonic punch. Did he get the return as well? No, he doesn't. So not quite as well executed as JPY there, but in the meantime, Kikrin's managed to pick it up. That return is made. Oh, the flag. Ugh.
4-0 to Flamboyant. They're just about managing to make that cap. Pelican sending forward some nice offense to try and get that back. Froz did a good job of getting the knock, but then was actually mid-out, I think, by Kensai. Not Kensai, sorry. Kennett. I think it was Kennett. Yeah, but a mid-air happened there, so he wasn't able to get the return as well. And yeah, 4-0. Well, it looks like a Flamboyant looking very strong Katabatic.
Very strong indeed. I mean, I've got to give hats off to Guillaume. He's been instrumental in those flag standoff recoveries so far. Admittedly, he had a lot of help with him on that last return, but he was the one that made the killing blow and the return as well. So Guillaume worth his weight in gold for the Flamboyant team at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. JPY now setting up, doing some, what I thought was going to be soldier capping there. No, he's going to be going to take out Shrek, knocking him off of his perch. Meanwhile, Froz is there doing some clearing for Pelican. I don't see their incoming capper though. Where is he?
Here he comes now. Kensai comes through and gets home pretty clean. Well, not home, but he gets out. He does take a snipe, but he's running that soldier outfit. Lots of survivability there. He's running 467 health. His flag is at home. This could be the first attempt, or rather the first not the first conversion. He's got plenty of conversions, but the next conversion. Sorry, no, it is. I'm going crazy. Crap. Stay away, Sto. I've got to turn away.
Yes, so
let's go.
There is Kenzai taking some shots, pass off to JPY. He does have a Shrike kind of doing a lot of work there, coming up from Guillaume in Technician. Mela gets taken out by Froz, and Jay McComb having a real trouble with Kennett there. Trying to get this flag back. Stress. Oh, they get the kill. Kennett doesn't get the pickup. Quan doesn't get the pickup. Froz keeps it going, and meanwhile, Kran is trying to position himself as an infiltrator to get that Sonic Punch return, but Quant is going to get that return by himself.
Yeah, look at the power of that Shrike. Just the bombs coming down and knocking the entire Pelican team around. The Pelican team doing very, very well, mind you, to keep that thing alive for so long. Really good bouncing there by Froz to keep that flag alive, but unfortunately, the strength of Flamboyant coming through, and you know the extra power of that Shrike are really turning the tide in that battle.
Yep, absolutely. So, Shrek actually doing, look at Shrek currently on Flamboyant doing some very offensive sniping on Froz. He set himself up on the middle tower there. That's a much more offensive position than we usually see, so I'm wondering what that's kind of spurred from, but it looks like he's going to be moving back to his own base now, try and take out those incoming cappers, get those spots on.
Yep, so I mean, it's interesting. I guess you get a lot of vision through there for not on the incoming routes, but potentially the outgoing routes. Or he could be just trying to disrupt the disruption and make it a little bit easier for his flag stand defense. I mean, we saw on orKs Navina the flag stand defense of Flamboyant being absolutely sensational. And at the moment, you know, pretty good as well. Although I think Pelican are probably getting more grabs on this one than they did on orKs Navina.
Yep, Kenzai setting up that back to front row coming through. Meanwhile, Mela has picked up the flag with pretty high health. Where's he going? He's going kind of slowly, disjumps and takes a lot of damage off himself. Punts forward. Jamie McComb, oh, yep, passing through Jamie McComb in the midair. Looks like Jamie might get the pick up here. He's racing towards it with Kran. Kran knocks it away, but Jamie gets the return. Meanwhile, oh, there is a snipe from Shrek coming through, taking out Kenzai. But who dropped that flag?
Well, whoever dropped it is now in the field. Will Quant get there first? Yes, he'll get there first with a lot of trouble at all. Kalnuki there, now kind of stuck in the midfield. I think Kalnuki's been put on strike detail. He's pretty much just trying to chase that one down, but he just doesn't have the speed, and he K's out. Reset. Shayrez standing on that flag. He is not being disrupted yet. Kennett, it'd be interesting. I think Kennett would have a good job doing this. In fact, is there two strikes? No, it's not Kennett. Kennett is capping. Guillaume takes out that sniper. Well, at least knocks him off his perch, but Little is quick enough to make sure that he doesn't get taken out entirely. In fact, Guillaume is going to smash his Shrike into the rocks. Little is still alive though, so Kenzai is going to come in. No, I think he's been disrupted because something's down. Where's there? Kennett's coming now. Kennett and Kenzai, their names are far too close together. But Kennett does get away with it. He comes through with 230 Ks, and it looks like JPY and Frost need to get down off that perch and make their return, or at least make an E-grab, because this is definitely going to be a cap, I think.
Yep, this looks like it's going to happen. Flamboyant, and oh, some nice shooting there from JP1, but doesn't get the kill off actually. And 5-0 to Flamboyant. 11 minutes 15 seconds left in this game, and Flamboyant just such a point ahead at this point. That doesn't even make sense. Whatever. But yeah, once again looking very strong. Flamboyant just being such a strong team at this point. You know, ranked at least number 3 in the EU now.
Yeah, Kenzai comes in and gets sort of body blocked on the stand by Keykrand and Nitron at the same time, so that flag's going to stay down there. In the last play, I don't know what JPY and Froz were doing. Maybe they were trying to disrupt Shrek or something. But the flag was, you know, the carrier was coming in and they were just sort of way out of position. They could have gotten close to that more effectively, I think. But perhaps they were just sort of setting up the next play. I'm not really sure. But, you know, that sort of slight hesitation there cost them the cap, I think.
Yep, Kenneth now doing a kind of back to front grab, setting up. Guillaume is trying to do some clearing on the defense, but Shress and Kelnoki are still there, so this doesn't look particularly good for Kenneth. He has been spotted. Mela coming in a little bit late, and Kenneth keeps the flag, but loses a lot of health and a lot of speed. It doesn't look like he's going to be going very far, unless JXARU, who's coming through, can get a pickup, and no Kelnoki makes that return.
But they've drawn the entire Pelican flag stand B off the stand. If they had someone in position to make sort of a llama E-grab at the moment, they could go for it. But unfortunately, Flamboyant does not have anyone in that position. The closest is Mela, and he's at far too little health. The health regen's just kicked in now. So it wouldn't surprise me if he just sort of hangs around and runs the next sniper disruption.
Yep, so we do have JPY currently. I'm not exactly sure. He's going to be going as Infiltrator Disrupt, it looks like, on offense. So hopefully he can do a little bit more clearing this time. Maybe they can get a cap out from their capper. But once again, there is the capper. It's Kenzai setting up a back to front kind of route going, and we'll see if the offense can kind of time up with them.
Yeah, in the meantime, Mela has taken out Little, so that that sniper is out. Unfortunately, I think it was a little too early. Kenneth's going to come in now, but I think Little's going to spawn pretty much around the same time. Yeah, there he is. He just spawned exactly as Kenneth picked up the flag. Unfortunately, the first snipe misses, but Kenneth is going pretty slow. I think he hit a rock halfway through his route. Yes, Little's been taken out again, so sniper threat is over. And Kenneth should get back. I don't think there's anybody on him. Yeah, everyone else is too far away.
Froz is just there, and it looks like JPY is going to... JPY and Froz mentioned to force him away from his own stand. It looks like JPY is going to jump on, get the return, maybe. No, it's knocked away from him, and Shress makes an E-grab, but Mela manages to keep that. Kelnoki is going to try and take him out, but gets taken out by K-Crown, who gets the double kill. And Shress now moving away in a soldier. 5 to 8 health, and they've got pretty much no one on chase yet. Yep, now they do. It's Kenneth trying to chase that, get the return. Oh, really nice shot, just about misses.
That was very close, but Shayras now down 260. He decides to punch it forward to Froz. Interesting decision considering on how low health Froz, health regen just kicked in for Froz. But Kenneth doing a great job dueling. He's going to make the return as well. Looks like the flag's been popped out by Team Pelican. Kenzai's going to go in for the E-grab as the flag carrier for Team Flamboyant gets sniped out. Kenzai gets nitroned as well. JX will he get the return mid-air? No. He doesn't, but he doesn't even get forward, but he managed to take out the Pelican player and get the return finally. A bit scrappy, but finally got the job done. Quant's going to pick it up out of the midfield. Is he going to have the energy to get off on this flag stand? I think he will, and there is enough Flamboyant help here. That's going to be 6-0. One more cap, and Flamboyant will take this 7-0.
Yeah, once again, good offense coming in from there from Pelican, trying to delay that. And I think we saw a really early return from Kenneth early. He managed to get a kill on Froz in the outfield and return it straight away out of nervousness, I guess. And they could have made that a little bit easier for themselves, but they managed to get the cap anyway. So 6-0, one more cap, and they have won this series, and will be going through to the next round.
Yeah, so just going to check out what's happening over at the Pelican defense. Mela's moving into position to take out the sniper. Little is almost down. Mela's doing a pretty good job. There he goes. The sniper is down, so waiting to see Kenneth coming through for the flag grab. The flag grab is made. Great timing here by Flamboyant. Really picture perfect textbook stuff. 280 Sanix, he's home and hosed, I think. He's got 650. Oh, the snipe does come through, so Little did respawn in time to get the last minute snipe off. Kenneth's going to come through. Will he manage to get this final return? It's up to Jamie McComb and Froz to make the disruption or make the E-grab or make the return. No, I think Froz gets spin out. Jamie McComb's the last man standing.
That was a really nice mid-air from Kenneth carrying the flag bench to mid-air Froz. Kenzai is currently on the stand. He has been taken out. Kelnoki coming in with the E-grab, just about gets it. He is going to be chased. No one's chasing him there. Focusing on their own flag. JP comes in, trying to make the Sonic Punch, but runs out of energy. Doesn't look like he's going to get the kill. No, Mela's really low. He's going to need a pass off. Kelnoki's currently being sniped out by Shrek. Passes it forward just as he gets killed. Passes it to Froz, who it bounces over, and Froz is going to keep that going, but Shrek is still there trying to take some pot shots. Meanwhile, it looks like, yep, Kekran is currently holding on the back of the hill for Flamboyant, and it's returned.
Yeah, the flag got the return there by Shrek. He'd switched out to a soldier very, very quickly, ditched that Sentinel outfit to go on the chase, and it looks like Kenneth's going to make that final cap. That is 7-0. Flamboyant take it in 2 maps.
Yep, and just an update, I think that is Heartbreakerz winning the first map 5-2 over against MME, so they're looking very strong on the other side, and I think we're going to jump into the second game of that straight away if we can. So that's Pelican being knocked out, and that will be Flamboyant going through to the next round.
Yes.
And
Flamboyant doing really, really well there. Unfortunate by Pelican, they put it on, quite a valiant fight, but the strength of Flamboyant a bit too much for the Pelicans to handle. So they'll fly off into the sunset, and maybe we'll see them again on Sunday. But in the meantime, still, let's move over to the Heartbreakerz server. It's the same details as the last Heartbreaker game we played. And yeah, we'll just jump straight into Mono versus Heartbreakerz, starting with Heartbreakerz 1-up on Team Monomaniacs.
Yep, absolutely. So they were taking the yep, it looks like we are just about in. So yeah, just took the game against Monomaniacs on Crossfire. I think it was 5 to what? Oh, I've completely forgotten what it was.
Sorry, what map?
The score on Crossfire of Monomaniacs versus Heartbreakerz. I think it was 5 to 2.
I didn't actually see it.
Yeah, I think 5 to 2. That sounds right. So yeah, now we're moving on to Dangerous Crossing. I don't think this will be the map. Once again, it could be just players deciding. So that'll be Monomaniacs deciding what map they want to play on. Obviously, they're playing with the deficit of playing on the European servers, so they do have high pings. For example, Veer on 108, Fire on 108. Yeah, so they're definitely playing with a slight disadvantage in terms of thing. But that's what happens when you enter a European tournament.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn off that team name template because that's all wrong. The next map, for those that might have just joined us, in fact, I'll update the Twitch broadcast. MME versus 3. There we go.
There we go.
Stick that one up. So yeah, we'll be starting pretty soon. I imagine they're just sort of having a bit of a discussion. Team Monomaniacs do get the next map pick, and yeah, we'll be starting very, very soon. Just wait till they, I guess, pick one and get the server rotating.
Yep, so I'm actually going to have a quick drink myself. It's been quite hectic tonight, I guess. So we knew there was going to be games on tonight, but we didn't know who exactly was announced. The brackets were announced, and then the games kind of happened pretty much half an hour later. So we had to really sort out right at the last second, I guess.
Exactly. So we'll be bringing. It's been a rough, not rough, but a quick set of games.
Yeah.
Sorry. My brain is just going. There's too much to process. But yeah.
Who won Flamboyant versus Pelican? Darksea. Flamboyant took it 2 to 0 on the map. So that was the first game went 7-0, and I believe the second game went 7-0, didn't it?
I think the first one was 6-0. Did it not time out?
Oh yeah, 6-0. 6-0.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
So 6-0 and 7-0 respectively. Okay, there we go. Just waiting for these guys to figure out the map choice. Doc Lettuce just asking if they know what they're doing. Apparently they don't yet, so just still waiting for them to get their stuff sorted. So while they're doing that, I might just put us on for a quick break because I need to get some water. Be right back. Okay, guys, we got to jump into the second map. Have they picked it, Stowe? Do you know?
Yep, we're going on to orKs Novena, and we're just waiting for the last of the players to get in. I think we're waiting on an MME player. No, maybe a Heartbreakerz player, who knows? Just waiting for one more player, and then we should be ready to go to orKs Novena, and that'll be the second game. So, yep, Heartbreakerz won a map ahead. If they win this one, then they've pretty much knocked MME out.
Cool, I might just try and bring up the brackets if I can. Nope, I can't. I've got too many other things open. I just want to see who's going where next. Brackets. Here we go. Come on, internet, you can be quicker than this. Actually, as long as it doesn't K out like it did yesterday, I'll be happy. Alright, so we've got Heartbreakerz versus Mono. So the winner of this will go on to the winner of, you've got Airmail versus orKs. And then on the other side of the map, we've got Flamboyant will go on to the winner of Nevermind versus IDK. Now that's interesting, because I thought Nevermind couldn't actually field a team, so that might be a forfeit as well. It could go straight into IDK versus Flam, which will be a repeat of the other day.
So
yeah,
what happens to Republic of Gamers?
I guess they forfeit. Like, it's weird that maybe they've pulled out entirely. I have no idea. Like, it doesn't actually tell me here why that decision was made.
Like, so Nevermind went through, but can Nevermind field a team tonight? If they can't, then that's pretty much given IDK
exactly.
2 buys.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, just sort of, we're still waiting to wait and see what's going to happen on this match. These guys are just getting sorted, so can't really give you too much information on what happened on map 1. All we know is that Heartbreakerz did win it, so it's up to Monomaniacs to turn this one around.
Yep, absolutely, and it's going to be an interesting game. Oh, Remix is obviously playing. I like Remix. I saw him in the chat the other day. He was being pretty cool in the behind the blue plate chat. But yeah, no, it definitely should be a good game, and you know, it's going to be interesting, especially after seeing, you know, I kind of changed my opinion of how well an American team can do when they're playing over in the Europe servers. With that high ping, they did so well against IDK. I would have said that if they had pings that matched, then it could have, they, you know, definitely could have taken it.
Yeah, I mean, that was really
against
close. You know,
it was so close,
IDK took that one right down to the wire onto the third map, and I don't want to say they were lucky to get away with it, but you know, that was really well played by Mono. So if anyone's going to do well on the European servers, it's going to be Mono. And I mean, the interesting thing about that is they have been practicing, right? That this is why they've been practicing so much on the European servers, to give them a good chance in these sort of high-profile kind of money matches, you might want to call them.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks like on Blood Eagle we're going to have Heartbreakerz, and that will be Lochi, FX, Ethereal King, Nuts and Shaz, Mad for Bad, aka Benz, and Miri.
Yep, and we're just waiting for Fire to switch over to the Diamond Sword team with the rest of his Monomaniacs buddies. We've got Zato, G-Mix, Izzlebo, Jingle Bells, Remix, Madden, and Vir. Come on, Fire.
And Fire.
Sorry?
Oh, yeah.
Or Fire,
yeah.
Maybe Fire wants to defect.
Yeah, probably we'll go 8-7. No, sorry, 8-6. But yeah. So what do we think we're going to see in this? Do you want to kind of call it? Put your Shazbucks on the line.
Oh, I reckon Heartbreakerz will take it, but I'll be very interested to see some of the play coming out by the Monomaniacs team. Will we see that really? Will we see a lot of brute offense like we saw the last time they played? That was really interesting. I thought that was cool, and they did that explicitly to. Why is my HUD going? There we go. They did that explicitly to sort of get around the ping problem. So will we see them coming out with those brutes? Let's have a look at the moment. There's 2 brutes out, G-Mix, Izzle, and Zato. So yeah, I think they are going to do that. That brute offense, doing the disrupt with that. You know, just using all of those explosive weapons rather than sort of depending on the magic chain.
Yep, and we've got Matin setting up on the right-hand side, just actually being taken out there in a soldier capping unit, and Matin obviously only on 20 ping, so
well, he's playing from London.
Yeah, he's playing from London on Monomaniacs, so this is kind of useful for him in terms of ping wise, but yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen with this one.
Yeah, I mean, Mad for Bad, aka Benz, came through, coming on a left to right, but got pretty much, I don't know if he got body blocked or if he just bounced against the side of the wall, but he got taken out pretty handily. In the meantime, Ethereal King and Shaz are going to try and sort of llama this one down the middle, since Mad for Bad's route got taken out. Shaz is almost down, he pushes it forward. I don't think that was a punt, I think it was just a throw. But Jingle Bells and Fire trying to get the return. Veer coming in to try and get the return as well. There's so much action around this flag, no one's managed to actually get the return. And again, my My HUD disappears, but orKs managed to pick it up. orKs get it, and it looks like there's plenty of Heartbreakerz players around. It looks like Zato and Matten are the only ones left for Monomaniacs. Matten coming in for a grab. Will he get it? Looks like he got body blocked at the last minute. Shut down by Miri, and there are enough what are the Heartbreakerz doing? Just get it up there. I guess they're passing to someone who's got a little bit more energy, and this is a pretty much guaranteed cap. There's just too many Heartbreakerz players around.
Oh, he does get taken out, but it drops into Miri's hand and they finish that run. And Heartbreakerz somehow bringing all those players forwards to get out of the midfield and keep it going. I didn't think they could possibly manage it, but MMA, didn't manage to get the return. Heartbreakerz came in, annihilated them, and managed to walk that back to their stand. So 1-0 to Heartbreakerz on Octanuna. This is the second map, obviously. Heartbreakerz taking the first one, 5-2. So this could be the game map.
Yeah, absolutely. If Heartbreakerz come away with this one, they will move on to the next round. And we did have we'll look at the bracket a little bit later on to tell you who they're going to move up against next. But we see Zato, Bojinglebells, and G-Mix Sizzle trying to run a bit of disruption on the flag stand. Miri running that sort of heavy on flag. Matten comes through, trying to make the grab, but misses. I'm not sure if he just got knocked away by a mine or maybe body blocked. There's no one left. Bojinglebells could potentially pick up the llama grab here and just try to push it down the field, but he's deciding not to. He's just going to kind of hang around, do the sneaky, maybe try to take out Nutson. Let's just wait and see what he does. He's going to run out of energy pretty soon, I reckon. He's got 20, 19, 15. He's going to declick pretty quick. And he might get taken out if he's not careful.
Yep, so, opting to not go for a llama grab there. He wouldn't have had particularly that much health. He's going to go into the base, keep his position so he can clear for Matten, who should be setting up. No, it's, sorry, what am I talking about? Clear for, where is Matten? I actually can't see him.
He's coming, setting up for a right to left. So this is this is the third time he's run this route. Let's see if he can actually pull it off this time.
Yep, unfortunately the last one, I think he actually hit a small ledge that made him bounce over the flag. I've done it myself and it's very irritating.
Actually, no, he's going for a back to front. He's switched it up a little bit. I haven't seen this route before. This is interesting.
Yeah, it is quite an interesting one. It's complete from a different direction. And wow, FX doing a really good job of... Remix doing a really good job of sniping out bins. Meanwhile, Matten is coming in on the flag stand, but he's got so much defense to run through.
Boom.
And gets just annihilated.
Yeah, he got absolutely destroyed coming in. And I mean, they knew where he was. He didn't have any clearance. So they had all the time in the world to set up the body blocks and the mid-airs to shut him down. And that's exactly what happened. And yeah, Matten gets splattered into 1,000 pieces. And in the meantime, both flags will be reset back onto the stand. Heartbreakerz are 1-0 up in this set, the second map of 3.
Yeah, and we currently have been setting up that classic back to front row, but he's got pretty much no clearing. Veer is still on the stand. Remix, I can see him fire his setup. Matten is just moving on from this route, and this will be interesting to see if he gets out. I don't think he will. There's a mine. Oh, he shoots down the mine. He gets out completely. The flag stand was just completely abandoned by his team, and he's going across the midfield. He's going to be vulnerable to sniping battle. He's got a lot of health left. The snipes are coming through, but it looks like he's going to clear up this cap 2-0. Coming out of nowhere, I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, and he went really high, just as you said, very vulnerable to sniper fire, but again, running that soldier outfit, got a little bit more of that survivability, so he can risk it, and he had enough players back on his own flag stand to give him that sort of confidence that he's going to make it. Matten comes through with a back to front, but gets taken out before he even manages to reach the flag stand. So that's going to be that place shut down by Monomaniacs. 2-0, Heartbreakerz in the lead, and yeah, Monomaniacs with all to do.
Yep, definitely, and then we've been setting up this route once again, and I'm going to be interested to see as to whether Remix can do a big damage sniping him here. Obviously, having to deal with being on different ping, I'm not sure how much that affects the sniper, but he's moved in position to try and get some shotgun shots off. He gets a hit, and that kind of helped. Oh wow, getting what would have been probably a no-scope or some sort of quick snipe to finishing off. That was a good shot coming in from there, and Shaz picks it up in a raider with fire chasing the Pathfinder. I don't expect Shaz to get too far here.
No, G-Mix Sizzle comes through and cleans them up, makes that return as well. These guys will reset their positions at the moment. Remix sort of, he's very far forward for a sniper. Normally we see them kind of standing up on top of the base. I mean, he might be there just as a result of chasing down Shaz. We'll see where he decides to pick up his sniper perch. In the meantime, Bad, aka Bins, I'm not sure if he's setting up a route here. What's going on? I guess that flag's kind of in the midfield. So, yeah, I've no idea where Bins is going at the moment. He's just kind of completely overshooting. Setting up, I guess, actually, no, this is the start of another route. Okay, cool. So he's starting up maybe a right to left, something like that. Left to right, sorry. And he's coming in now. Will the rest of his team have the clearance there for him? We'll see as he comes through. The regen has kicked in. So he's coming in with a full set of soldier health. Fire has seen him. He's going to come in now. Will he make it? He does, and he gets out. He's got through with about half his health, more than half his health, in fact, left. 200 Sanix on him, and he's just chaining the guys back, and it looks like he's probably going to make it back to base. It's probably now up to the Monomaniacs guys to try and make that E-grab. There is some chain fire coming from somewhere. Let's see if we can see. It's Matten, in fact. Matten trying to do the work to get that return. Shaz is going to come here and get the midfield pickup. Will he pass it to orKs as well? Or will they both choose to move it back towards the flag stand? Giving Monomaniacs a lot of time here to make the E-grab.
Yep, lost a lot of speed on the way back. Shaz kind of avoiding GM Sizzle. He's done a lot of damage. The snipe comes in from Remix. GM Sizzle does not make the pickup. He gets taken out. Nutson now in a Sentinel. He's not going to be the perfect person to walk this back. Matten comes through once again trying to get the kill. Hasn't been taken out yet. There gets taken out. There's the pass over to Mad for Bad, who is running as a soldier. Also not going to have too much speed, but a lot better than running as a Sentinel. Meanwhile, trying to jump over this hill and over on the Heartbreakerz flag stand, you have Miri trying to keep defending that. Zato has moved in, and Heartbreakerz having a huge trouble moving this flag back to their own stand. Monomaniacs are putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Mashbad's going to sort of hang out in this aqueduct until the rest of his team clear up his own flag stand. I'm surprised Zato's not going for the E-grab there. I can see him close, maybe slaving up to Fire. Fire does in fact grab that E-grab. He gets taken down though. He's chained out, and that flag is sort of dropped behind the rear aqueduct. Mashbad passes that flag off to Shaz. Shaz is going to move in, but Zato's there. Will he get the Sonic Punch to be interesting? Yes, he does!
Oh! Zato getting the Sonic Punch. He was waiting there for ages and just not spotted by the team, and gets the Sonic Punch and the kill, meaning it's instantly returned to his flag stand. And wow, just a huge 5-minute build up to Zato just standing there and getting this Sonic Punch return. Big play from him and good patience.
JPY would be proud.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Darkseid in the chat going, Shaz, why didn't you shoot the stand? And that probably would have been all it took to knock that infiltrator out of the way. I will be imagining he's not going to make that mistake 2 times in a row.
Yep, absolutely. It's kind of second nature for most captains to shoot the stand or shoot in front of it. You know, make sure that there's no infiltrators there. But either did it or did it and missed. So unfortunate for him. And Zato getting a really nice return there. Meanwhile, Matten is setting up another back to front row. He has been spotted by the sniper, so snipes are going to be coming in. Meanwhile, orKs has picked up the flag and is being sniped. I'm moving very slowly, gets taken out very comfortably by Remix, and going back over to the other side. Matten's now coming in as route. Miri and Lochi are both low. He comes through. Matten just about retains 280 of himself, moving fast.
Yeah, very fast indeed. He gets sniped out by Nutson, though. Nutson through the aqueduct. We've seen the montage that's come from Nutson. He's very, very good on this map. He can shoot you from no matter where he is on this this relatively small map, but he can still make those long-range shot through the aqueduct. There's a lot of stuff in the way, but he's got that pinpoint accuracy, and Matten felt the sharp end of that stick.
Definitely, and looking over at the Heartbreakerz flag stand, we've got a bit of claymores set up, and over on the MME flag stand we do have some mines, but kind of no one actually directly on the stand. I suppose they have the spot, nice big airspace for them to spot. Meanwhile, GM Sizzle has dropped the flag in the middle, taken out by Nutson, and that is probably going to be returned. It doesn't look like any of the MME players are going to be moving forward to take him out. Oh, really nice clearing go from Jingle Bells in a old school HO roll. Juggernaut from concealed midfield position.
Yeah, I mean, so basically Heartbreakerz are pretty much owning the Monomaniac stand. We saw Mad for Bad, aka Bins, come through for the grab, but he kind of messed it up. So we can see orKs and Shaz going for the Llama move down the middle of the map now. They don't really have enough momentum on them, and I think this will get shut down pretty quick. Yeah, Fire coming through, Zato as well, but we've got Lochi, and Bins comes from nowhere and comes and picks it up, but he gets taken out as well, and I think there's enough Mono guys to return it here unless FX can do some magic. He cannot. That flag gets returned. Still 2-0 up for Team Heartbreakerz here. They're in the lead. And you know something interesting about this game, Stowaway? We don't see M-Star running his traditional heavy on flag. We don't even see him in the game.
Yep, that is interesting actually. So who would have he been subbed in for in particular? Do we know? I guess I don't really know the American teams well enough to know who'd have been subbed in for.
No, I don't either, unfortunately. But I mean, if we look, they're not. Are they actually running a heavy on flag? We've got Veer running. In fact, it must be Veer. I reckon he's been subbed in.
Yep, that could be right. Just looking at now, yeah, he's going to be running as that Doombringer heavy on flag, running Rage and super heavy, so looking for those body block kills. And actually just looking over at Shaz over here. What is Shaz doing? He's calling down an inventory station, is that? No. I don't even know what he's doing.
Meanwhile, I'm watching Matten come in at a very high speed back to front, and he does get away with it, and he does get out. He's down to half health, and there's just all sorts of bullets and snipes and chains and anything you can think of being thrown behind him, but he's gotten so much speed, he's gone all the way out. He's down around the back. This could be the first cap of the game for Team Monomaniacs. He comes through. Does he make it? He does. Shaz is not there in time to make the E-grab or the return. Monomaniacs get themselves on the board 2-1.
Yep, good play from Matin coming through. Very nice speed, maintaining it and managing to dodge around to the back of his base so those snipes weren't able to kill him. Jumping back, very calm. Shaz doing a nice job of positioning but doesn't get there in time. And yeah, Monomaniacs coming up with 1 versus Heartbreakerz 2.
And it's just having a look at the scoreboard at the moment. I mean, the guys that are dominating this match on Team Monomaniacs, it's Remix with 15 kills on that sniper. Nutson not making his presence made so strongly, although I have seen a couple of very clutch shots come out of him through this game so far. But so far, the sniper's having an important impact on this game, but not actually dominating it so far.
Yep, so now we have the artist formerly known as Bins coming through full health on that grab, running and it's a soldier grab right through the midfield. And pretty much uncontested on the way back. There's going to have to be some serious play from Matin here, who does actually get taken out. So it looks like this is going to be a cap for Team Heartbreakerz 3-1. Really nice play from Bins.
Yeah, that was pretty good stuff. I mean, he came right down the midfield, no sort of mucking around, nothing too special, and also nothing too high, so he didn't really give Remix much of an opportunity to snipe him out. And so with full health on the way out of that flag stand, as well as running a low route, it's going to be very difficult for the sniper to shut that one down. And with the rest of the chases not being available, Mad for Bad makes the cap 3-1 for Heartbreakerz. Very good play.
Yep, 12 minutes, 30 seconds left in this game, and Heartbreakerz is kind of pushing ahead at the moment. We'll see if MME can kind of respond to that. We do have Matin setting up some, once again, some very fast routes from the back to front perspective. He's probably about 15 or so seconds out, and just looking to see if we're going to have any of that lovely clearing. We do have Jingle Bells in an HO role, but he's not going to be moving up. Hopefully he can take out some of the players, but he is currently missing that stand. So MMA are going to have to push some offense forward if Matin wants to get through, but he's completely body blocked by Nutson there, so he is not going to get through that at all. And meanwhile, the Heartbreakerz, the MMA flag has been knocked off its stand and is a bit more of a skewed position. Meanwhile, GM Sizzle does pick that up, gets chained out by Nutson, sorry, gets sniped out, and Mathbad returning.
Yeah, Mathbad putting that one back on the stand. In the meantime, Bo Jingle Bells doing a pretty good job. Miri and Bo Jingle Bells having a bit of a duel. Bo Jingle Bells with that chain decides that Matin is nowhere close, so he'll sort of pick that one up. He'll disc jump to get himself a bit of momentum. Unfortunately, he's running straight into FX, and Nutson FX with that Nitron that we know him so well for. Gets the Nitron off, and I believe that Miri's going to come in here and get the return. Maybe they're just going to hang around, chill out around the river, maybe set up a camp, set up some fires.
Yep, nice romantic camping there. Meanwhile, that was Ethereal King punting that forward to Lochi, moving that back across the midfield. Shaz is going to be there dueling. Nutson is supporting in that sniper, looking like a BXT, but I don't think it would be. And they're kind of starting to llama this back. GM Sizzle makes a grab and it gets dropped, and he doesn't manage to pick it up again, but he's managed to put so much momentum on that flag. And FX hasn't got the return yet. Miri didn't get the return. Oh, neither does Shaz. No one's got the return yet. Miri just about gets it, and Matin has been taken out. So this looks like this could be a 4th cap for Heartbreakerz.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's going to be Lochi finishing off that little run for Heartbreakerz. Great work, and I just want to give a shout out to Zato there with the Merv. He had a couple of really good shots, nearly took Lochi out completely. So he really knows how to place those shots. So if Mup's watching this, he may be a little bit jealous.
Yeah, and I believe, actually I was going to go into who Mup's playing for that, but it's completely irrelevant. We do have a game on, so 4-1 in favour of Heartbreakerz, looking very strong. It looks like they might be able to finish up. 10 minutes left in the game, and yep, MMA are going to have to start doing something a little bit different. Maybe clearing that stand for Matin a little bit more. He's had some difficulties keeping a lot of his health. He is coming in now, and not a completely clear flag stand. Miri has spotted him. Miri gets a nice shot and gets the kill.
Yeah, Miri's so good with that. If he spots you on your way in, you might as well just K out before you get to the flag stand, because he's not going to let you get away with it. Meanwhile, Benz has done the job that he does so well. He's picked that flag up off the stand. He's in the soldier. He's coming underneath the aqueduct, making that job very difficult for Remix. He has made it underneath through the flag. Sorry, flew through the aqueduct. Will the flag get returned? No, it won't, because Bo Jingle Bells has got it. But Jingle Bells has dropped it, and Shaz is going to make the return. And Mad doesn't. Oh, did he get the cap? Yes, he did. 5-0 Heartbreakerz.
5-0 Heartbreakerz, looking very strong for them in this position. 2 more caps, and MME really having some trouble now. I feel like Heartbreakerz have been beginning to start gaining momentum.
Absolutely, they are. Well, I mean, they're I don't want to say they're steamrolling yet, but they're definitely hitting their strides, and they're looking very, very comfortable indeed. They're getting those flag returns back whenever it gets picked up off the flag, off the stand. And, you know, I like what Heartbreakerz are doing. You know, Bins is doing a great job getting that flag down the field, but when he fails to do that, they've got no hesitation in picking that up in the disruption and trying to llama it down. So far, I don't think they've actually managed to capitalize on that, but it just shows you how quickly they can respond to a change in situation.
Yep, absolutely. Those are kind of cluster places, we like to call them, really just rely on such a huge amount of support from your team. You can't do it by yourself. Arguably a Kappa can not do that either, but it's more about support on the way back, and you've got to have that nice passing technique down. And Heartbreakerz are a team that do that really well, and when it happens, it's great. But meanwhile, we do have GM Sizzle and Matin both setting up on back routes as GM Sizzle gets taken out by Nuts and the Sniper, but a bit of dual capping coming out. Matin's taking some pot shots, but 1,000 health left, so this could be interesting. FX Nitro on him, and then he gets body blocked on 5 health.
Yeah, Nutson just got in his way. I mean, Miri wasn't there, but Nutson saying, look, if my teammate's not around to do it, I can do it too. I know I'm supposed to be sniping you, but you know what? I'm just going to put my big fat face right in yours and prevent you from grabbing that flag off my stand. Didn't even get touched by Matin. And yeah, they'll have to set up and try again.
Yep, absolutely. Bins setting up on that back to front route. Lochi doing some really nice clearing over on the enemy flag, but it's not completely done. They've spotted him, and Bins is not going particularly fast, so I imagine. No, Shaz once coming at the last second, cleared it all, and now Heartbreakerz have a nice chance, but he's, shooting past. Oh, yep, there's the suicides coming out, it looks like they might be able to finish this up with the 6th cap coming through, and just about gets it. I expect to see more MME players coming through trying to get that E-grab right at the last second. Meanwhile, Shaz has picked it up, making a chain grab.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, Heartbreakerz is currently only one map away from knocking Monomaniacs out of this tournament and progressing into what I think will be the semi-finals. So they're doing very well tonight. They're doing just amazing team play at the moment. They're a well-oiled machine, this Heartbreakerz team. As Madfab makes a front-to-back route, he can say, I can do it no matter which direction I'm traveling, and he's going to run it back. He does get sniped out by Remix, though. Remix was in a really unusual position, but perfect positioning to get that snipe off. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to nurse this one out. They're just going to leave it here and let that 26 seconds give them a bit of time to set up their next offensive push.
Yep, so now it's pretty much going to be whether Heartbreakerz can finish this game up, make it 7-1, or maybe if MMA can start making a bit of a comeback. I don't expect them to make it all the way back to 7 caps, but like we say every time, we have, no idea what is going to happen here. So it's about what team kind of takes the initiative and starts really pushing.
Yeah, we just saw G-Mix Sizzle trying to come in for a back to front, but just got shut down underneath the aqueduct by FX. Bojinglebell's running a little bit of disruption, but unfortunately he gets shut down as well. Zato's the only one left. Meanwhile, Madfab, aka Bins, has made it to the bottom of the aqueduct. He punts it forward. Miri's going to be there to pick up the scraps in the midfield, and I just don't see MME in here. We got G-Mix Sizzle coming to try and catch him up. Fire doing the same. Will one of them actually manage to get it? No, Miri punts it forward. Risky punt. Great pick up there. Mid-air from Bins, and he's going to try and get this one to the flag, but he's going the wrong direction.
Yep, took a big spin for you to hit. He passes up to Shaz. Oh, it catches by Miri. They had a contingency plan or something going on there. Miri picks it up, moving towards his flag stand, and might be able to finish that up. All of MME are moving forward. Zato gets the pickup just in the last second. Does get killed, and it looks like they might get this return, but GM Sizzle coming through. Miri jumping over his own base, needs to get the return. There's the return, and does he get the... Yep, there's the cap. And Heartbreakerz finishing up 7-1. Huge play there.
Yeah, so Heartbreakerz take that one. They beat Monomaniacs. Monomaniacs doing to be honest, doing a fantastic job, really putting it out there to Heartbreakerz, but unfortunately Heartbreakerz are a very strong team with Monomaniacs with the ping disadvantage. Not that I will say that was the reason that they lost the game, but they definitely had their work cut out for them playing Heartbreakerz and being at a disadvantage as well. So really well played there by Heartbreakerz. Europe represent, and yep, that's probably not a bad thing considering the finals are in Paris. Although it would be cool to, I guess, see an American team there. But look, Heartbreakerz is doing it strong, and they move into the next round.
Yep, so where do they move into exactly? Let's have a quick look at the brackets now.
Yeah, getting that bracket. So they're going to move on to the winner of orKs versus You've Got Airmail. Now, I do know that match was on. I'll see if I can find out.
That should be an interesting map, actually. That should be an interesting game between them, definitely.
Yeah, I had Shazuk saying, are we going to cast that one? I said we were in the middle of the Monomaniacs game. I'll hit him up and see if we can move into that match as well. Trying to bring you as many of the games that they're going to be playing tonight. So bear with us, guys, as we try to figure out the next one. But yeah, well played the Heartbreakerz. Good show there also by Team Monomaniacs. Unfortunately not able to take it out. And as we say, Heartbreakerz move on. And if we have a look at maybe on the other side of the bracket while I'm waiting for any of the... Actually, I'll go into the YAM channel. You still playing? Players? You players still playing?
It's been just one after the other, isn't it? It's really just such a I don't want to say a rude word, but yeah. Cheers, Kenneth, for watching me choke on my drink. That was great. I hope no one saw that, but you know.
I should probably warn you when I put the webcams back on.
No, it's fine. You know, just do it any time. Just do it during the game. That's fine.
That would be funny, actually, just to see your casting expression.
Yeah, I don't know
orKs
what
versus
like.
Yam still playing. I wonder if we can get some server deets for that one. And jump straight
it might
into
be a little bit tricky if they're kind of halfway through a game, but we can see if we can jump into that, see how it finishes. Should
Actually,
be an interesting game.
I'll ask Deadwood. He might know if he's not playing. Let me turn that off, otherwise something weird will happen. No, in fact, Deadwood's offline. That's a bummer. Okay. Crap. I don't know. If anybody is in contact with any of the dudes that know how to get into the orKs game, I'd love to jump over there and cast the remaining maps onto that one. We just got to sort of hit up who we know. So I've asked Yam. Let me look up the orKs IRC channel. I think it's orKs.esports.
Shouldn't IDK be playing? Wait, never mind. You said they wouldn't be able to turn out a roster.
That's what they told me earlier this evening. Yeah. So I assume.
So it looks like so Flamboyant have moved through because they beat Pelican. 7. What was it? 6-1 then 7-0. orKs Tribes versus You've Got Airmail should be happening now. Heartbreakerz versus Monomaniacs has just finished, and that'll be Heartbreakerz moving through. So far in the semi-finals, we know that Flamboyant are going to be playing against a blank space at the moment, and Heartbreakerz will be playing against a blank space.
Okay, well, I've just got word from Shazuk that they are still playing there in the third map. This is orKs versus You've Got Airmail. We're just getting server details now. We'll jump into that match, and we'll bring you the remainder of the third map. So don't go anywhere, guys. Because we do have some more awesome tribes action just around the corner as soon as we get the server details. Okay, we're on the Yam server, and the password is, and I'm just going to mute, actually, how do I do this? I might just send it to you in Mumble. That would be easier rather than letting the world know. So yeah, Stoke, could you start to find your way to the Yam Delivery Center server, and I will send you the password. Bang.
No problem.
Cool, awesome. Well, we are just minutes away from bringing you the remainder of whatever's left in the third map for orKs Esports versus You've Got Airmail, and the winner of this game will go on to play Heartbreakerz, and we may even be able to bring you that map that game as well. Unless IDK are going to move on to play Flamboyant, when we might bring that one. We don't know. There's tribes all over the shop tonight. I don't think I've seen any other time in tribes where there's been this many games just sort of back to back to back. I guess maybe like the FBS Generals tournament or something like that. But
yeah, either way, it's crazy. So no, it isn't already finished. Pelo, they still have action coming to us now.
Okay, so apparently IDK is also still playing Nevermind. Ooh.
Oh wow!
Which one do we want to go to?
Okay, I don't mind. We have 25 seconds left in the You've Got ML versus orKs game, or we could try and find out
25 seconds
to start the game. This third map.
Okay.
We can try and jump into the other one. I think it'll be a more exciting game. But
let's have a look at IDK and just see where they are in the game. It's more likely that they'll be finished sooner.
Okay, I'll stick about in this game and let you know any kind of updates as we go on.
I will try to find out where the IDK game is, because I do have the password for that. Just give me a sec, fellas, and we'll figure out which game we're going to bring. So you're saying they're just starting the third map. What map are orKs versus Yam playing?
They're currently on Katabatic, but they're having some troubles in setting up the game. I think someone's currently AFK, so they haven't started.
Fair enough. Change region. I don't think I'm in the right region. Actually, no, that should be right. So let's see. I'm looking for the IDK server. IDK, there it is. Incorrect password. Oh, fail. Rethink, you're giving me the wrong details. Password is that. Don't know if they're finished. Let me see. I'm just joining. Rethink, you're giving me the wrong password, mate. Okay, he's giving me the updated password. We're doing it live, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with us. Thanks to everyone who is watching. There's been around 70 to 80 of you kind of watching throughout this, and it's great. This has been a really big night for tribes action, and it's looking like this tournament's actually, it's starting to look a little promising.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty exciting stuff. So I have gotten into the IDK game. Let's me just try and find out. You reckon they'll crack it if I jump in and ask them? They might crack it, so let's just jump into it and play. Sto, why don't you join on me? They're currently in orKs Navina. It's 2-all, in fact. Nevermind versus IDK. Yeah, let's just jump into it, mate. Bang,
Yeah,
bang,
give me
bang.
2 seconds.
Cool. So I'll start. Looks like IDK Tool is going to cap out the game. Well, it couldn't have been too well. A bit of a fail on the Tribes HUD there. I wonder if that was the last map. Was that last map? Let's see what happened. Yep, okay. IDK win! There you go. We just brought you the last part of the IDK versus Nevermind match. IDK taking it in the last few seconds. I'm not even going to try. Okay, so there you go. IDK win against Nevermind. So we're going to instead take you to the last game. That means IDK are going to play Flamboyant. They'll probably take a few minutes just to... Do we want... Stowe, are you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Are we going to go to...
Sorry about
So now we have a decision to make. Do we go to IDK versus Flamboyant? Or do we cast the last map of orKs versus... you've got Airmail?
IDK versus Flamboyant, that would be the first game?
Yeah, they'd be just starting pretty soon,
Yeah,
I
let's
reckon.
do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, I've got the guys in chat want us to do IDK versus Flamboyant. So I tell you what, let's jump into the Yam match, and then we'll just switch. We'll give you as much as we can of that, and we'll have to move into the IDK game. Well, we will move into the IDK game basically when it starts. So I'll keep an eye on this to find out when that starts. Hang on. So Stowe, are you still in the Yam game?
Just joining now.
Okay. I gotta remember what the password was. That's I do remember.
It's
remember.
yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile,
Okay, we have not started yet. We're currently sitting on Rain Dance with 12 members, so I don't know how long it will take till we actually get to finish this. And I don't know if you can hear my drunk roommates outside my room.
I can indeed.
Yeah. So that's great.
Okay, so we're looking at orK versus Yam. The first map was 7-1 for orKs. The second map 6-0 for Yam. Yam being you've got Airmail. So that's interesting stuff. So we'll just wait for these guys to get set up. So apparently they're waiting for some players, you were saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who we're waiting on. 13 people now, currently.
We're ready, just tell us your side. So orKs are ready. They're just waiting on... Well, I guess they're just waiting on some organization.
Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of been expecting some organisational trouble, seeing as everyone's kind of had to do this last minute, and
To be fair, I think everyone's done an amazing job.
yeah, I'm surprised we've had this much going on.
Yep. When is Tao playing? Tao didn't join. So we will not be casting Tao tonight, I'm afraid. Immune.
Yeah, they didn't join the ladder, I'm pretty sure. So, not ladder, sorry, the ESL tournament.
Just waiting for these guys to get themselves sorted out. They're just sort of doing some organization. So it would have been... So who did I say won the second one? Yam. So this Rain Dance would have been the pick of orKs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just out of interest, how many games after this are there possibly going to be?
One. So there'll be the semi-finals next. So this is still the round of 8. So moving on to the round of 4, which is the semi-finals, and that's it. So after this one, so potentially the IDK versus Flamboyant match will be the last one. Now the winner of this match will go on to play Heartbreakerz.
Okay, and that would be in the semi-finals of this bracket, and then...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then so whoever wins out of Heartbreakerz and the winner of this will go through to Paris, and whoever wins out of IDK and Flamboyant will also get over to Paris as well, assuming they obviously have the opportunity to do that.
Right, okay. Yep, I'm going to have to kind of find out if I'm going to be able to stick around and do those last games. This might have to be my last one tonight.
Okay, fair enough. No problem.
Yep, and I know, we'll see how it goes. And we do seem to be starting on Rain Dance, interestingly enough.
Yeah, interesting pick, to be honest. Don't see it that often. And for a loser's pick, I mean... Maybe orKs have got, a lot of practice on this one. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. So we've got 30 seconds in the countdown. On the orKs team, which is on Diamond Sword, we've got Krev, Devona, the Snoopy, Grey Fox, Zoom Armor, Deadwood, and Sanka.
Yep, and on the Blood Eagle team, we have you've got Airmail, Pansatrios, Furling, Bone Dancer, Zook 7, Pity, Aerov, and Wayward Exile.
And we are about to start. 10 seconds left. Sounds like it's been a pretty close couple of games. Well, actually, no, the second map was a bit of a whitewash. So it'll be very interesting to see how this ends up. Okay, here we go. You've got Airmail versus orKs Esports. 25 minutes in the game, first to 7 caps. The winner of this one will move on to play Heartbreakerz for their chance to get a ticket to Paris.
Yep, I have a feeling this could be quite an even game between You've Got Airmail and orKs. I actually, quite fond of both of these teams, and orKs Esports, if they move through, then that could be particularly beneficial for them. They're all from France, I believe, so it's going to be a lot easier for them to travel to a, finals in France, Paris Games Week. So if they do get through, that could be interesting for them.
Okay. Sorry, just watching a few of the things these guys get set up. We see shazuk running that heavy on flag. He's running the Doombringer. He's running a Titan launcher, even though the HUD says a little bit else. We see the first capper of orKs Esports come flying in and crash against the side wall of the Rain Dance flag stand. In the meantime, the second capper, orKs Sanka, got taken out by the sniper Wayward Exile. Wayward Exile? That's funny. I thought he played for Pelican.
Wayward Exile, I'm really not even sure anymore. So I find it hard keeping up to date with all the drama going on. But yeah, we do have Pity setting up the kind of classic Rain Dance route. You've only got a couple of routes on this map that actually go particularly fast. And he's going to be sending out, and looks currently like he's using a, what is it called, a twin fuser. But I'm not sure if that's correct on the screen. I doubt it is. But meanwhile, Sanka has picked up for orKs Esports, but then is dropped by Wayward Exile, running as sniper for Team You've Got Airmail.
Furling decides to pick that one up in the heavy, and he's going to try and llama it back. He's in the middle of trying to duel the rest of the orKs Esports team. He passes that flag off to no one in particular and gets chained out. The Snoopy's going to have a quick return, and it will be back on the orKs flag stand. 23 minutes in the map, no caps yet. A couple of grabs attempted, but neither getting really past that first hill on Rain Dance. Rain Dances can be very difficult to cap on. If you don't get out clean, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, especially with those snipers. If a sniper gets a good tag on you for a couple of times, and it's, your return home is a big deal. How long you spend on it, because if you spend too long a return rate, it's just going to give them time to get to your base and get a E-grab or a interception. Meanwhile, Pity has actually grabbed the flag as I stumble over my words, and he's got out kind of clean. He's got 585 health left, and those snipes are coming through, but I think he's kind of outside them, and he's taking a little while on this. Meanwhile, Grey Fox is now moving in and is there to make a E-grab, moving very slowly.
Yeah, Pity's got most of the way back. I mean, Grey Fox has picked up the flag. He gets taken out. Pity's pretty much home free at this point. I mean, Zoom Armit's the only person left for orKs Esports. Snoopy's coming in to try and get the interception. Pity chucks a couple of dual spin fuser discs in his general direction, realizes that his flag will not get returned anytime soon, and sets up in the traditional standoff position. But that flag has been dropped. Sanka's moving in. Will he get there in time for the E-grab? They're timing the return here. The return is made, and the first cap goes to You've Got Airmail on the Blood Eagle team.
Yep, so them getting a nice lead in this game. You've got Airmail looking quite strong in that, managing to get their cap back, and we'll see if orKs Esports can kind of respond with that.
Yeah, sorry dude, I've got another technical problem. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yep, it's no problem. So currently we're seeing quite a bit of dueling going on. Krev and Grey Fox trying to take out some of the You've Got Airmail defense. You've got Pansetrios and shazuk. Pansetrios actually running in a, I thought it was an infiltrator, but no, he's being a pathfinder, so I'm not exactly sure what he is doing on defense. Currently he might be running some impact nitrons or something of the similar. Currently looking for some routes. We do have Sanka, orKs Esports setting up on the left hand side, kind of the secondary route I would consider it on Rain Dance, and we'll see if he can get through. shazuk has been taken down to quite a low health on the stand, and Sanka just moving in now. A really low health shazuk. He makes a Titan launcher shot. It gets the... Wow, how did he get that? He had such a sliver of health. One shot from shazuk would have taken him out, and it's a shame he had so much time to do it.
Yeah, he just sort of plowed into the big heavy on flag. That was the end of that one. Meanwhile, Pity's managed to pick it up. He gets a snipe tag on the end of that one. Will he manage to get down? He's got plenty of speed on him. Now he's running Pathfinder, so a little bit different to the other games we've been seeing these guys. Yam have not moved on to the sort of soldier capping thing. Bone Dance is moving into position to help him out. He's going to get pretty much all the way back home. I think Krev is the only person from orKs Esports in the way. Grey Fox is coming in pretty quick as well, but he's not going to get there in time. Will he pass off or will he go for the cap? No! In fact, he didn't pass off. He just got killed very near the flag, but the flag fell right into shazuk's lap, and the cap was made 2-0. And You've Got Airmail up 2 caps to 0.
Yep, 2 caps 0, 20 minutes left in the game. Them getting a nice positive lead on this game. Not actually sure where you've got ML are kind of based. They might be kind of from all over the place like most teams, but that'll be interesting to see if they get through and start, moving towards getting into the French areas of things in the Paris Games Week. Meanwhile, we do have Pity setting up on the right-hand side another cap route, something slightly different. It looks like he's going to be coming back right to front left as usual, but it's a slightly different setup to what I'm usually seeing. There's not been too much clean. Bone Dancer now moving on the clear, and AeroV trying to distract Deadwood. They're looking like they're doing dual cap at AeroV and Pity using actually the twin fuser there. I think that's the first time I've seen that in comp play.
Yeah, very unusual. I mean, I guess it gives you sort of those two explosive discs to try and clear off any mines and stuff. I'm not sure if the knockback is similar to the normal spin fuser to try and push those heavies away. So, I mean, it might work out, but yeah, very unconventional. And Deadwood was able to sort of get in his way, and that was the end of Pity's run. He'll have to rinse and repeat.
Yep, absolutely. So, it's been so long since I've actually cast a game on Raindance. Kind of EU shunned it and said we're not going to be playing on it anymore, which was fine. But now I'm kind of having to remember exactly what's happening. But Pity is setting up once again and going to go over to the orKs flags down. You've got Furling moving in, trying to do a lot of damage against Deadwood, who has been doing quite a nice job so far on the orKs flags down, but not good enough to stop those caps coming out. Pity moving in, Furling doing a good job pushing the orKs players away, and Pity is out pretty clean.
Yeah, he's out absolutely clean. He might even have the ability to disc jump here. He decides not to. He's just going to slide down the hills. I guess when you're running that Pathfinder outfit, the disc jump is a lot more sort of dangerous than it would be in the soldier outfit. It looks like Pity is going to make his way all the way back. I don't see any of the orKs guys going to be there to intercept. Maybe Krev was over by the flag stand at the moment, but he's having a hard time from Jazuk and AeroV. I think Pity's going to come in. It's going to be an easy third cap for You've Got Airmail. Really coming out strong on this map. And well, I mean, this is interesting because I'm pretty sure orKs picked this one, and so far You've Got Airmail are all over it.
Yep, so that could be a huge advantage from coming out with that positively in the first map. And yeah, I'm surprised orKs have kind of not jumped on this one a bit much. They're having a little bit of trouble in defense with such strong offense coming in from players like Bone Dancer and Furling. And yeah, just distracting myself with the chat here, but yeah, we do have Sanka setting up on that right-hand side with a kind of classic rain dance route.
Yeah, checking out Pity as well. He's setting up on the, I would guess you say the more untraditional route, the sort of the right to left, not the back to front one. We can see Deadwood is under a bunch of pressure over there in the distance by Bone Dancer and AeroV. Pity coming in very, very quick indeed. 270, does he have the right angle? Deadwood gets taken out, so Pity's going to get away very clean. Well, not completely clean. In fact, he's down to 270, but he's over 300. Sanix powering down the Rain Dance map. In the meantime, Sanka's managed to pick the flag up for orKs Esports. He must have got nitroned off because he's not dead and the flag's gone flying up in the air. Pity's going to make it all the way back to his base. He's going to, in fact, sort of misalign himself a little bit. He's going to fall down. Will that flag get returned? He'll be waiting for the return. No. Jazuk's managed to pick it up. He's been passed off by Pity. In the meantime, the flag's going to get picked up by Grey Fox in the field for orKs Esports, and it does not look like there's any You've Got Airmail plays around. AeroV starting to move in on an intercept route. Bone Dancer is doing the same. Looks like Wayward Exile and Furling are going to hang around on the You've Got Airmail flag stand and hold on to that while AeroV, Bone Dancer, and Pansetoris go for the return.
Yep, so we could be moving towards a standoff position here if Grey Fox can kind of get away from the You've Got Airmail chasers here. They've done a really good job of chasing. They did some nice positioning, but they didn't do a lot of damage. So Grey Fox now moving towards his own stand. He doesn't have too much. Yep, there is his support. There's a nice impact mushroom going off. Pansatrios not picking up the return, neither does Furling, and they both get taken out. So it looks like this will be the first standoff of the game.
Yeah, well, Bone Dancer is there in the background. He's setting up some inventory station, switching out into an infiltrator kit. But Devona is all over him, knows exactly what's up, and I don't think Bone Dancer has long left for this world. Oh, actually, he's managed to get around. Yep. He's going to sneaky sneak. Will he get the Sonic Punch? He's coming up, and he's sort of hanging back. I don't know why he's going in there. Maybe he's waiting for AeroV to do a little bit of distraction. In fact, no, I know exactly what he's doing. He's waiting for his health regen to kick in, which is done exactly just now. AeroV's got Snoopy distracted. Snoopy's looking in exactly the wrong way. Bone Dancer is coming up behind him. The Sonic Punch is going to happen. Will it result in a return? Here we go. He's going to fly. Will he get the mid-air? He's caught the Sonic Punch. Will he get the return? He's coming forward. He does get the return for You've Got Airmail.
Bone Dancer That energy conservation, that was amazing. Managing to, you know, rely on Furling to do the distraction, then get his health back, get his regen back, and completely just destroy the enemy flag carrier, getting the return. And now they have the return once again. Wayward Exile makes the 4th cap for You've Got Airmail.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, all hats off to Bone Dancer there. Just so patient, so just calm under pressure there. And, you know, unfortunately for orKs, they were just way too concerned with Aero V that they didn't even consider. I mean, that should have been obvious for them because, I mean, who was the sniper for their team? Starts with a D. Devona saw that Bone Dancer was in that infiltrator outfit, tried to kill him, did not make the kill, and then completely forgot about him. So that was a poor decision on Devona to say, look, they should have known that our infiltrator was still around, and they should have been a bit more aware of it, I think.
Yep, absolutely, and that was just a really nice play from You've Got Airmail there, and managed to bring it up 4-0, so it's not looking particularly good for orKs Esports at this time on Rain Dance, and Pity is setting up that back to front route once again. Bone Dancer and AeroV both kind of congealing on the orKs flags, congealing, that didn't make sense. Congealing on the flag stand, converging on the flag stand, and Pity gets out with quite a lot of health now.
He does indeed. He's going about 200 Sanic, so not the fastest grab. He's got 550 health left on him. He's now out of line of sight from that sniper, so he can just sort of take the routes that he wants. He's probably going to make it all the way back home at this rate because I do not see any orKs Esports guys in the way. Krev is coming on an intercept route now. He's probably only going to get one chance at this. In fact, he's not even going to get a single chance. He's just got the intercept vector all wrong. But he's going to come through and make that 5-0. You've got Airmail taking a real stranglehold on this game.
Yep, absolutely. That's a really nice play once again coming through, and just a huge deal of clearing done by, I think it was Bone Dancer there doing a lot, and I think Furling's been doing some nice job as HO. So yeah, You've Got Airmail really bringing together. Pity setting up that route once again, and we'll kind of see how he does on that. I'm gonna actually watch Furling and Bone Dancer as they move out. And AeroV, interesting positioning as Pathfinder, calling down an inventory station right in the middle of the map, now going as Raider, so he set that up for himself so he can kind of get to the enemy flag stand a little bit faster.
Trying to catch up with where you're looking. AeroV, here we go. So we've got him coming in as a Raider. He's got Bone Dancer coming in from the left as well as we see Pity setting up his route. He's probably about 10 seconds away. Devona may have seen him. I'm not sure which way Devona's looking at the moment. AeroV and Bone Dancer and Furling, in fact, all there trying to clear off Deadwood and Snoopy. And very nice mid-air though by, was it Snoopy or Deadwood? Nice. No, it was Deadwood.
Yeah, must have been Deadwood. And yeah, just a really nice mid-air taking him out.
So yeah, they do decide to go for the Llama. AeroV picks that one off the flag stand. Furling's going to be there to try and give him some point. Unfortunately, Furling is there in the heavy. AeroV does get taken out. Furling's probably going to try and continue this Llama, but it's not going to happen. The flag does get returned. In the meantime, Grey Fox has actually managed to get this flag all the way back for orKs Esports and might put them on the board.
Yep, it looks like they do. There's the pass. It was a risky pass. And they miss it, and that gives Pity enough time to get away with that. And Deadwood picks up the flag on his side with his tail between his legs. And Pity now moving away with that, and the only thing that can kind of stop in the moment is Krebs, Zumama or Sniper, and it doesn't look like any of these are going to do it straight away. Oh, it looks like he's got a little energy, so they might get a return here. There's the Impact Nitron.
Yeah, I mean, Pity's there. He's going to miss. Z-Marmot's going to get the return. That's going to bring it back for orKs. But, oh, my God, that was just the worst pass I've ever seen, unfortunately, by orKs Esports. Completely missed. And I think Pity was actually unfortunate not to get not only the grab there, but the return as well. He was that close to it. So hopefully orKs Esports realized the dangers of passing in that kind of environment. So, yeah. Anyway, in the meantime, orKs Sanka has picked up the flag for orKs. Has been sniped out. No, in fact, he's been chained out halfway down the map. That flag's going to sit there until Pan Satoris comes and makes the return. In the meantime, we've got Zoomarmot and Krev starting to run some disruption over there on the You've Got Airmail flag stand. Shazuk has not seen it, but it doesn't matter because he's got the health for Zoomarmot to just come and plow face first right into the big heavy frame of Shazuk, and that will end that run.
Yep, and Pity once again coming through this back route. He's been very successful with their mine setup. He just about managed to jump over the mines that have been set up very strategically. And he gets mid-ed once again, and suicides on the Snoopy who was going for the body block. And yep, that run has been shut down. 10 minutes, 50 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, only 2 caps in it for You've Got Airmail, a big 6 caps to do for orKs Esports, so they've got all the work to do with only 10 minutes, and this is unfortunately one of those maps where it is a little bit harder to chain grab them, it is a bit harder to get that momentum going, so at the moment it's not looking great for orKs Esports.
Yep, and Sanka does pick up that flag going kind of fast. Oh, not particularly fast, but fast enough to get away with it anyway. 900 health in the Pathfinder. He has Aero V and Pansatiros, or whatever it is, chasing, but nowhere near. Pity is moving in to try and make an E-grab. He probably has enough time. Bone Dancer is there, an Infiltrator. Can Bone Dancer get the Sonic Punch? He's in the right position. Too late. Sanka gets the second cap for Team orKs Esports.
Yeah, so Bone Dancer will just hang around, do a little bit more disruption. We'll wait to see. I think Pity's probably not too far away. No, in fact, I can't see him on a route. I've just been informed that the IDK game is very close to starting, so we'll probably switch over to that one pretty soon. Stowe, what's your position? Are you going to be able to hang around, or will you need to maybe...
No, I'm going to have to shoot off already soon.
Okay, no problem at all. But we will be moving to the IDK game very soon. We will give these guys a couple more minutes to see if you've got Airmail can sort of push it over the edge and at least catch the final few minutes.
Yep, definitely. So P setting up once again on the right-hand side, and Furling and Aero-V looking kind of early moving in. Bone Dancer is also moving in, but I think the main thing is that you've got ML have just had such good offense in this game that they've managed to take out orKs Esports defense, and that's just been a huge kind of contribution towards their score currently.
Yeah, Pity comes through, gets hit pretty hard on the stand, but also manages to come away with it. He's in a very risky spot. He's still in line of sight for the sniper. He does just manage to duck below that line of sight. He's at 240 Sanix. He's moving fast. He's only got 190 health, and there is no one after him at the moment. So he's just going to have to be careful of who he runs into on the way home, but he should make it pretty much all the way back to his base. It is now up to Krev. He's the last guy there. He has managed to actually make the E-grab, but I do see a lot of you got EML players around. We'll move over to see how he's doing. He's lammering it down. Pantyceros, I think, must have got the Nitron off because that flag is now in the field. Gets returned by Furling. And the final, the next cap is made by Shizuka. That is 6-2. And you've got ML with a pretty strong handle on this match.
Yep, absolutely. 6-2, 8 minutes 33 left in this game. I'm really, once again, it's looking like it's going to go to You've Got ML for this first map on Raindance. And yeah, just once again, huge play, really nice defense getting that return. There was a really nice pass to the heavy on flag. Good choice from the You've Got ML Kappa. And I'm just watching Bone Dancer as he kind of dances around, who is that, Devona, the orKs Esports sniper, or who is currently subbing in for them anyway. Yep, once again, just Pity is the guy to kind of watch at the moment. He's setting up these routes and being really successful, and I don't think there's been as much clearing this time. He has been spotted by the sniper, actually still using the twin fuse, so that's really interesting, but messes up his route. So as soon as I say you should watch him, he actually messes up, so maybe you should not watch him, but they do make the llama grab.
Furling going for the fatty grab. He's managed to get out of line of sight of the sniper, though when he's in that fatty, it doesn't really matter so much. So he's going to try and get it home. Snoopy's going to be there. Pity is running a bit of support for Furling. The Furling does get taken out. Will Sankey get there first, or will Pity do it? No, Pity does it. Pity does have enough health to probably get home. Oh, but Sankey's doing a pretty good job with that chain. Pity needs some help from his team. He needs help now because he's got not very much health and probably not enough speed. Sanka's right on his tail. Bone Dancer is coming. Will they get a pass off here? They try very hard, but doesn't really get a very clean pass off. But Bone Dancer's got it. Come on, hurry up, Bone Dancer. Stop walking, mate. Come on. I think he's lagged out. There's no way he's just standing there. Come on, mate. There you go. He's passed it off to Furling. Meanwhile, where's the flag? It's currently in the field from Krev, but at the moment we've got Zoom Armor trying to get that return. He does get the Nitron off. Will Zoom Armor make the return? He does! The return gets made. Meanwhile, Deadwood has got that flag for orKs Esports, moving it back towards the what I'm trying to say, the orKs Esports flag stand.
Yep.
And I'm going to pass it over to Stoke because I'm about to lose my voice.
And yep, so it's all on Deadwood now. He's moving in. Doesn't look like they're going to make the E-grab, so 3-6. They're kind of staying just behind the You've Got ML tails in terms of score. Well played from orKs Esports, somehow managing to get that throw. I really didn't expect to see that happen. I thought they'd get the return, some very close moments in that, but Furling now converging, not congealing, converging on the orKs Esports flag stand soon as Pity. Oh god, too much talking tonight. Pity exactly, sets up his right to left route.
This has been one of the most, I mean, it's not that much of a marathon cast, but just been non-stop at all. And it's been really, really great action in all of the games we've seen. I mean, it's pretty cool. But anyway, we're watching Pity coming through at another 240 grabs coming from the back to front. Will Deadwood get knocked out? Oh, it doesn't matter because Devona snipes Pity right in the face. And that's the end of that run. Oh, dear. Are we still live? Are you there?
Oh, no, it doesn't look like it.
I reckon the server just crashed. Did you just get booted out?
Oh yeah, no, we're still live. Yeah, I know I'm still in it.
Okay, cool.
You are still on the line, so
I just got booted from the server. I'll just rejoin.
Yep. So I will kind of shout out what's happening. Sanka has picked up the flag for orKs Esports, moving across the midfield, looking pretty good actually. 258 health. Pity has the opportunity to turn around and try and do some shots, but I think he's going to go for the E-grab here. And there is some chasing from you. You've got Airmail. You do have a Shrike chasing him. That is AeroV. Sanka might go for the pass. It doesn't look like he is. So AeroV has a real opportunity to make the kill. He takes the shot and there gets a really nice kill with a Shrike. Opts to stay in it. So I think that's orKs Esports able to... Nope, Hansatra is coming out of nowhere getting the return. Really nice play. And Pity has made the E-grab, but he's going very slowly, so I expect to see him taken out. Doc banned for hacking. Don't know.
No, I'm still
hacking
good.
as a caster.
I'm stream cheating somehow.
Stream snipe.
Okay, cool. Looking good. We've got 4.5 minutes left. I've been told that the IDK match has not quite started yet. Hopefully they're not just waiting for us. Because this could go for another 4.5 minutes, basically. But anyways, 6-3. You've got Airmail are in the lead. This is the third map. I can see Pity over there getting set up. His regen's about to kick in. But in the meantime, Deadwood and Snoopy are looking pretty strong on that flag stand. They're not getting disrupted just yet. And so this could be a bit difficult for Pity to come through. He's only on a very low health, and I think he's going to get taken out. Well, no, I'm made to look the fool just again. Pity does manage to get through. He's on pretty low health, though. Only 200, but plenty of speed on him. 280, Sanix 250 now. He gets taken down just a little bit. Zoom Armor's over there in the distance, setting up some inventory stations. He should probably be trying to chase this guy down. Pity's made it all the way back to his base, but in the meantime, Sanka has got away with his own flag.
Yep, Sanka's away. Oh, full health. Really nice E-grab there going from him. No one's chasing him particularly. He has Grey Fox kind of going for the help. Pansatras is trying to chase him. Furling is a little bit behind him, but they're not within range now. But Sanka's kind of coming to a turn. He's taking snipes as well, so down to 528 health. Dome's flag has been returned. This is a real chance for orKs Esports. Bone Dancer is there to try and make an E-grab. Furling is going for the E-grab, and Krev and Devona from orKs Esports, from orKs, are going to move in. Furling going for the E-grab. Can he make it? Just about gets out. No idea how he did that. Bone Dancer takes out Sanka, and Bone Dancer gets the return as well. Once again, another return, so now it's all on Furling.
It is all on Furling. He's in a Pathfinder outfit. He's charging down the field. He's got Zoom Armor hot on his tail, though. Will he make it? He's got about 190 Sanix, 180. He's got 300 health, though. Where's the rest of his team coming to help him out? He's got all sorts of orKs players in his way. Pity has managed to get there, but this is interesting. Is that a grab cycle in the distance, or is that a Shrike? It must be a Shrike.
That's a
grab cycle. Oh, you're kidding. Are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Could this be a grab cycle cap? That would be amazing. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god, he's been taken out as well.
Oh, what happened?
Snoopy kills himself, passes it off to Furling. Furling still has it with 4 health. No, he's going to jump back onto the ground. Jump back onto the grab cycle. He's got 4 health left. This is going to be really close. Are they going to finish up with the grab cycle? It looks like no one's coming forward. Sanka is moving forward. Zoom Armor is, but I don't think they're going to make it. He jumps off the grab cycle. It's going to be last second. It looks like that is the cap. Finished off with a grab cycle on Brain Dons. That is amazing.
What a classy way to end the game.
Oh wow.
That was amazing.
I'm actually going to have to leave like right now. I'm
okay,
sorry, but
that's cool, mate. Any final thoughts or shout outs before I jump into the IDK game?
Absolutely. Best luck to all of teams. Thank you all for kind of sticking around and watching it. It's been really amazing, and I cannot wait for the next kind of stages of this. Thank you for Doc for letting me on the cast, as always, and I cannot wait to start doing it again when the next rounds come about. Thanks. Bye-bye.
No worries, mate. Peace. We'll catch you around. We're going to get straight into the next game, which is going to be sorry guys, my brain is trying to go a million miles an hour, and I'm doing the best I can. But anyway, we're going to bring Doc Lettuce into the channel. Doc, how you doing tonight, mate?
I am absolutely exhausted. How about you?
I'm getting there. I'll be surprised if my brain manages to get through the next game, let alone my voice. So I'm just trying to get... Has the IDK game started yet?
Yes, it just underway. Nothing's really happened. It's only about 30 seconds in. But,
okay, cool.
Who needs brains when you have tribes?
Exactly. So I'm just going to try and get... It's the IDK, and I'm not going to show everyone the password. There we go. But I do remember the password. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. I don't know if you heard us casting the last game, but that ended with a grab cycle cap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was about to, but then I was getting into this game, so I figured I should probably close the stream.
Yeah, it was
So-
it was something special. That's for damn sure. Okay, so it looks like we're on orKs. It is Flamboyant versus IDK. This is for all the beans. The winners of with this match will go forward to Paris. So yeah, it's all to play for.
Yeah, I believe this is, what, the semifinals? And
Yep.
whoever wins this will be going on to face the winner of, I'm assuming you got Airmail 1, so either them or Heartbreakerz.
Exactly, but in fact, that's not how this is played. It's a rather interesting format where whoever ends up in the grand final of each of the 2 qualifiers goes to Paris. They don't actually even play that game.
They're gonna play it.
You reckon?
I'm gonna make them play it. it's gonna be Heartbreakerz against IDK. We all want to see it. It's gonna happen.
Fair enough. Well, they may just play what is effectively a show match, but there's no ESL are not going to enforce that game. So, but anyway, whoever wins this match will have the opportunity to go to Paris. In the meantime, we see Crystal Light dropping the flag. Will Guillaume get the return? He does. Oh no, it can't end up in the first cap for Flamboyant because their flag is back as well.
Yeah, just a nice little bit of play here by the Flam team. As soon as they got the return, they immediately went for the flag stand, and they managed to get a continuation grab, but it was very quickly returned in the midfield. Their capper went down. They had 2 people there, but IDK was there ready and waiting, and they were able to actually get the return. I was kind of surprised about that.
Yeah, so we see Top Secrets sort of taking the flag out. Bit of an unconventional route home. Will he pass this one off to Creature? No, he won't. He'll just rely on Creature to give him a bit of backup. But Mala, Guillaume, Shrek, and Kikran are all on Top Secret's tail. Shrek gets the final snipe out. Creature's the only one there. I'd be surprised if he managed to pick this up. Although Tool's coming in as well to support. We've got a whole bunch of IDK players. Tool goes for the disc jump forward. At least manages to get some momentum on that flag. Mala might get the return, but he's facing the wrong direction. Manages to take out Creature. Mala is there. Will he go for the return? He does. That flag is back on, and we've got a reset.
Yeah, it looked a little bit to me like Flam was a little bit more focused on actually dueling rather than returning the flag. I don't think they expected a second person to come in, so they just decided to kill and then get the return. And it didn't cost them in that case because they had so many people there, but it's something to keep an eye on for the future.
Yep, absolutely. It's interesting. Tool's actually changed his name. He normally runs with double zeros, I thought. But anyway, so let's have a quick rundown of the players. So on the Diamond Sword team on IDK, we've got Shad, Tool, Impaler, Crystalite, Top Secret, Creature, and Tweety. And on Blood Eagle for Flamboyant, we've got JX, Aru, Mala, Shrek, Kikran, Kenneth, Guillaume, and Fingen. Crystalite comes through for a front to back, but he doesn't quite get there. Fingen doing a great job, pretty much all by himself. Tool and Top Secret are there. Now their cappers are down. Will they go for the llama grab and just try to push it forward? No, beg your pardon. Creature is there. He's coming through for a back to front. He's managed to get it out. He's at 180 Sanix. He's about half health. And again, we're seeing a lot of soldier capping recently, so everybody's pretty worried about those snipers. And he's probably going to get it back all. Will this be the first cap of the game? No, he gets sniped out. Great snipe there from Shrek all the way across the map. Tweety manages to pick it up. He passes it up, and I know how much you hate those, Doc Lettuce. Look how that one ended.
Never do that. Never.
Shad does pick up the scraps, though, comes down and will make the first cap of the game. 1-0, IDK in the lead on orKs.
I'm just saying, even though they got the cap, Shad was 1 snipe away from dropping that puppy, and you shouldn't do that. There's no need. Stop it.
Yeah,
if you're gonna do it, at least like throw it towards someone and not like in the general direction. I hate that so much.
So far, the only time I've seen those work properly is if they're both on the same level. Anytime they're trying to pass it up onto a platform, most of the time it fails. Occasionally it works and it looks amazing, but most of the time it fails and, well, you look a bit dumb.
Yeah, it goes right above their head, and there's really nothing you can do.
Exactly.
Something actually interesting to note is, of course, these 2 teams did play a couple days ago, or like 3 days ago, back on Sunday, 4 days ago. My mind is a little bit boggled right now, but back on Sunday these 2 teams played. I did manage to cast them. I don't remember them playing orKs, so I'm kind of surprised to see this map. I could be wrong. They might have done...
This is the first map, right? So, I mean, they both would have vetoed out maps until this one was the only one left. So this is the first map sort of picked by ban, effectively. Crystal Light comes through, doesn't actually manage to get the return. I think he got bounced off by Flamboyant Meller. Flamboyant looking to try and equalize this scoreline, but Tool's going to come in and try to have something to do with that. Top Secret and Creature doing the same thing. I think Creature may have been running a right to left, or maybe he was just trying to come in for the return. Kenneth manages to pick it up, but he gets nitroned off, and maybe a bad pass, but it looks like the rest of IDK's been taken out. Mel is the one that's going to come pick it up. He does. Will he come and make this 1-all? Will Crystal Light get there first? He does not. Mela does manage to get on the flag stand. That's 1-all, and Flamboyant put themselves on the board.
Yeah, it was some very good play there by Flamboyant, not really panicking in that case. The enemy flag was down in the field for a while, but they really didn't panic or anything. They just kept it cool, finished off the opponents, picked it up again, and got it back to their stand. So it's a good overall play by them.
Yeah,
but I thought it was interesting that they that you brought up bans on this, because they obviously don't have bans on the TWL ladder. And Flam would obviously have chosen Rain Dance, and IDK chose Crossfire, if I'm not mistaken. And they each won their respective choices. So yeah, as you mentioned, that's probably why we are not seeing their standard maps today.
I see. So you're saying on the map on Sunday, those were the respective choices for the teams?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we could potentially see those choices come out depending on who loses this one. But in the meantime, Kennett's coming for a back to front. Unfortunately, the clearance has not been made. He'll be lucky to get away with this one. And then Paler is there to make the body block. I think he may have caught a Titan to the face. And that's going to be the end of that run for Kennett. Guillaume's coming in. He's probably just going to have to sit back because they don't have a capper on the way. In the meantime, Top Secret's managed to come in with a grab, but unfortunately didn't get very far with it. Tool's going to try and pick it up and move it forward through underneath the aqueducts. He's under a lot of pressure. JX coming through to try and get the interception. It looks like JX did make the kill, and he will probably, yes, he makes the return as well.
Yeah, Creature had gone down, so Tool was just trying to go for the llama grab, and he happened to have someone else there with him, so they were just going to go and see if they could get a little bit of escort play. Sorry, Top Secret went for the grab, I believe. Yes. So it was a good attempt by them, but I mean, you know, it was just sort of one of those things that it was like, yeah, what the heck, let's try it because we're here and we have a chance.
Meanwhile, Creature comes through, unfortunately bounces off the side of the flag stand. That was definitely not in his game plan. He's going to try and pass it off to Tool. Tool misses the grab. Crystalite does manage to pick up the scraps though. He's going to turn around. He's on very little health. He's under a lot of pressure as well. Kikrin's right on his tail, but Tool managed to take out Kikrin. Crystalite drops the flag, I believe, leaves it up there for Tool. Probably a good decision that allows Crystalite to have that a chance to let his health regen. It's kind of like this weird standoff position where both teams haven't actually got it back to their flags yet. So I think probably both teams are more worried about setting themselves up to a strong defensive position before they worry about chasing down the opponent flag carrier.
Have to agree. I saw about 5 or 6 Flam players headed back towards their base to try and secure it. Right now, they're actually leaving Fingon all alone, pretty much. The lure's kind of far away, so this could be very dangerous, but fortunately for them, no IDK members are in the vicinity. But yeah, we are on to the first standoff of the game and the series, so very interesting in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation, and what kind of call do you make there? At the point, Flamboyant sort of got to their sort of set up flag standoff position sooner than IDK, so you've got to make a decision there. Do you kind of hang back and wait for IDK to get to where you expect them to be, or do you push forward and try to intercept them before they have the chance to get their kind of dug-in position set up for the flag standoff? And it looks like Flamboyant have actually opted for the latter.
Well, that's always an interesting thing, because if you're very confident in your standoff abilities, you want to go for defensive and just make sure you actually bring it into the standoff. But honestly, I think IDK is probably going to win these standoffs.
Malloy gets the Sonic Punch and the return. Sorry to cut you off there, Doc Lettuce, but that was a great
problem.
little play there. He's doing the sneaky, just sort of hanging around there by the flag standoff position. Gets the Sonic Punch, and Kikrin gets not Sonic Punch, but Nitroned out by Tweedle. Top Secret's in there. Creature's coming in there as well. Flingon's in there. They're all in there. But it looks like Flamboyant are going to clean this up and make it 2-0. What is going on? Yes, there they go. The flag is made.
No problems interrupting me on that. That is absolutely acceptable. I was busy watching the Flam side, so I didn't get to see much. They split the... I can't think of the word. Standoffs, that's the word. Very evenly on the Sunday match, if I remember right. I think it was almost exactly 50%. I think Flam might have won one more than IDK, but it was so incredibly close, and both teams had clutch returns and stuff. So I think both teams are very confident in their ability to win the standoff, so they just go for the more defensive play and get that standoff set up and give themselves, their offense, the chance to run and get the return like they think they can.
Yeah, I mean, that Infiltrator return is becoming more and more popular, but also, as we see Creature try to pick up that flag on a side route, go smashing into something within the corridors, that flag is going to get dropped out in the field. It's going to kind of hang on. No, Crystalite's going to pick it up out of the field and try to keep moving it forward. He's got plenty of health on him. He doesn't have much speed, though. But he doesn't... I mean, he's got a lot of attackers coming to his rear, but they're not close enough to be really threatening yet. In the meantime, Creature and Tool are kind of coming to support him. He's moving forward. He's probably going to want to pass this off pretty soon. No, he's going to get killed out first. Top Kick's going to begin to pick this up, and he's going to try and get up there. If they try and pass it again, I'll be very upset. He's got plenty of energy. He should be turning around, but it looks like he's got Nitro out as I lose control of my camera. Creature managed to pick it up, and just look at this positioning by IDK there. They're making sure they're always standing between the Flamboyant attackers and their flag carrier. But in the meantime, Guillaume's managed to get the E-grab. He's pushing it down the south end of the field, and it looks like IDK may have to set up for a standoff position here. Tweedy is on Guillaume. Guillaume is on very little health. Do we have anyone from Flam coming to support him? We don't. He's on 52 health, and he's actually not under attack. No, Crystalite's on his tail now. Crystalite does... No, Guillaume in fact goes for the punt forward, and Crystalite's unfortunately there. He punts forward to pretty much no one in particular. Tool Disc jumps up to the flag stand and should make the cap. No, he doesn't. What the hell was that?
That was a Nitron, actually, from Cakeran who was coming in. Not going to matter too much in the end as Tool's coming in now, trying to make the... Finally finish this off. He's tossing it off to Crystalite, and Crystalite's finally going to get IDK that cap. That was fairly well deserved there. Guillaume was actually punting that off. I saw JX3 on his way there. He was still a little ways out, and I think the punt might have been a little bit early, but I mean, when you have two chasers on you and so much chain gunfire, you don't really have that much option with the amount of health he had, so JX3 was incoming, but, you know, whether the punt was the correct move or not, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, Mel is calling that 2 technicians on IDK, 3 technicians on IDK. This is actually against the Game Shrine rules at the moment. The Game Shrine rules state that there should only be 1 technician on a team. Crystalite saying they're just resetting. Hopefully, I don't expect that to have any real impact on the game. To be fair, the whole 1 technician rule boggles my mind a little bit anyway. But, you know, I guess rules are rules, right? So anyway, JX3, Aru's going to pick up that flag from the flag stand and try to line it back, but there's just so much firepower heading his direction that he gets taken out before even really passing the turret tower. And Tweedy's going to nurse that one in the field.
Yeah, the technicians didn't do anything in that case. It looks like it might have been some sort of, not necessarily accidental. I almost wonder if they did it because they wanted to get their gens up, in which case I think that might actually be a violation. But I don't know. I wasn't looking, but I do know their gens are up and they got a Shrike, so
yeah,
could be a little bit of shifty play there. I don't know.
Yeah, look, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. But you're right. I mean, that is the advantage of having multiple technicians. You can have your Shrike technician sort of waiting by the vehicle pad while you have another one repairing the gens. I mean, interesting that they even noticed. I mean, how often are these guys looking at the scoreboard? But yeah, anyway, we've got Kenneth coming in on a back to front, pretty quick one too, but unfortunately the clearance has not been made, so I expect this one to get shut down. Impaler knows it's coming, but no, in fact Kenneth does manage to get away with it, and he's got away with it with a hell of a lot of speed. 350 Sanix, his flag is now bouncing around, and the Crystalite Shrike just mows Kenneth down in the midfield, but both flags are now in the field. Mela manages to pick up the the IDK one, and looks like Fling On is going to return. No, they're going to wait for the return. Crystalite does the right thing, jumps out of his Shrike and gets the midfield Shrike return, and that's going to reset their flag, and I imagine Fling is probably going to do the same for the Flamboyant flag any minute now.
Yeah, Crystalite had actually crashed the Shrike a little bit earlier, knocking it down very low on health, and so it was absolutely, as you say, the right move to go ahead and crash the Shrike and get the return. But we actually had a grab out in the meantime. I didn't get to see what happened. I was busy focused on what was going on here. Kenneth actually just dropped the flag. Crystalite's going to be able to return it again at the Flam base, so they're probably not very happy with each other right now, or rather with their play as a whole, because they really shouldn't have given that up, and that's 2 back-to-back ones where they've had the flag at their base and haven't been able to do anything. But on that previous play, we saw Creature actually go for a side-to-side grab, and Crystalite had done some fantastic clearing. The flag stand was completely clear, except for the mines that were in the side routes. So Creature grabbed the flag and just exploded to the mines, and I was watching it, and I was like, that's kind of terrible, because they had great clearing, but they forgot about the mines, and otherwise I think they might have had a cap.
Yeah, mine's always a bit of a problem for those cappers. They really need the disruption to focus not only on the dynamic defense, that is the players themselves, but also the static ones such as turrets and mines and all of that stuff. Meanwhile, we've got Flamboyant and Mela coming through, trying to clear for Kenneth. Kenneth comes charging through the tunnels, and that may have even been a mine as well.
Yeah, the mines in the side, they're very easy to miss, and if you don't spam correctly, you're not going to get them, and as a capper coming in, especially with the speeds that someone like Kenneth comes in with, you don't have time to shoot them. You just don't. By the time you recognize that it's there, as we see Creature actually missing an attempted route, he bounced off the top and sort of flew over the flag. But in any case, coming in at those speeds, by the time you notice where the mine is, you don't have enough time to react. You'll run in and shoot you'll hit yourself with your disc and kill yourself regardless. So it's kind of it's all on your offensive clearing. They need to be on point and make sure they clear the side routes.
Yeah, or I guess the other option is just to go for your back to front or front to back grabs, where the mines are a little bit easier to clear when they're not.
Don't be
protected by the
logical.
stun.
How dare you be logical?
We see Crystalite going for a Shrike grab, but he gets body blocked by Flingon on the flag stand. Manages to get the pass off the Tool, though. Tool sort of got his momentum all in the wrong direction, so he's got a lot of firepower headed his way, and he's got the dueling powerhouse of JX-Ru intercepting him as well, but he gets chained down, in fact, by JX-Ru. That flag is going to get returned back onto the Flamboyant flag stand. We're 9 minutes left in this map, and the scores are equal at 2 flag caps apiece.
Yeah, these two teams are very evenly matched. We saw that especially on the games on Saturday, or on Sunday, sorry, when it went to the full 3 as we see Kennet get exploded. But Creature actually making a grab now for the IDK team, and he's back out. This could be a big problem here for Flam. He is easily going to be able to get this cap full health, making it back to his stand. And there we go, IDK all of a sudden, just in the snap of about 5 seconds or so, take a 3-2 lead. But in any case, that Flam could easily pull this back. I mean, these two teams are very, very well matched.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the story of ARX Navina. I mean, we can see the scoreline shift so dramatically, so quickly, especially, and I've seen IDK do it. They get those chain grabs happening. It's just bang, 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 all of a sudden they're 3 caps ahead or 3 caps closer to where they need to be. And yeah, like I said, it's just the story of this map, particularly if you're running dual cappers. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see that come out a little bit later, particularly if their flag clearance starts to really gain momentum and they hit their strides, talking about, well, either team really. But we do see it from IDK a lot because Creature's very capable capper and Crystalite's pretty decent as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see that a little bit later on the game if they sort of manage to get their set plays set up correctly. In the meantime, we see Kennet setting himself up for a back to front, but oh no, in fact, he gets taken out by Shrek. Shrek obviously knowing those routes very, very well. Snipes him from across the map, gets him right before his health regen kicks in, and that's going to have to set up that entire play all over again.
Just for any viewers that may have been confused, it was actually Shad. Shrek had just had a snipe as well, but Kennet and Shrek are on the same side. But that's all cool.
Sorry.
Yes. Not a problem whatsoever. Just wanted to make sure there was no confusion avoided at any sort of hilarious. It would be hilarious if your own sniper shot your capper. That would be fantastic. I'd love to see that. Catch that on camera. That would be so much fun. But nah, it was Shad. But yeah, the snipers in this game are really, really important. And the thing is, everyone sort of runs the same sort of routes. You know where the capper's going to be coming from. It's just a matter of spotting him. There we go. We see Shad snipe Kennet right out of the air again. And if you don't kill... The problem is, when do you kill the sniper? Do you kill him before your capper gets in, which lets him regen up and run his route, but then he's going to respawn for when you grab? Or do you kill him when you grab and pray that he doesn't kill you before?
Yeah, I mean, we'll get back to that in a sec, because Guillaume's managed to get a Shrike grab, and he's actually managed to get quite a long way down. Creature's route's been completely shut down, and yeah, Guillaume's going to get all the way back, so there's a successful Shrike grab coming in from Flamboyant, making that 3 caps apiece. So this game is all tied up all over again. But yeah, talking about the Shrikes, sorry, not the Shrikes, the Snipers, typically we see, and this is the method I prefer, you get your Infiltrator up there to effectively punch them out just as your disruption hits, about hopefully 2 or 3 seconds before your flag carrier comes and grabs. That gives your flag carrier about 7 seconds, maybe 6 or 7 seconds to get as far down the map as they can to try and break line of sight, and that typically seems to be the most effective method. The biggest risk there, however, is of course the enemy sniper catching you on your route in and screwing up your regen completely and then making it too difficult to get the flag off the stand.
Yeah, that's of course the dilemma that everyone faces. I mean, one option is just to have someone go there and try and duel him and keep him occupied, but smart snipers kill themselves out and make that whole point moot, because he's just going to say, you know what, I can snipe you once you've grabbed, I'll just kill myself here, respawn for when you grab and kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you end up in that dueling situation, you know, oh wow, they're pretty damn close, and that's probably not a bad, bad strategy to employ at the moment. And Creature comes through, the flag stand completely clear for Flamboyant. The IDK Disruption doing an excellent job quite clearly. The flag is currently in the field for IDK, but I imagine they'll have the return any second. No, Fling on picks it up out of the field. Creature's just going to have to hang around on his base, and we may be setting up for another stand-up.
Yeah, Kennet came swooping in after some very good clearing and distraction that went on from his offense. He made it all the way back to his base, and there were 4 IDK members there, so he wisely stopped and tossed the flag backwards towards his teammates, which allowed Fingon to make the pickup in the field.
Kikron is all by himself. Fingon and Shrek coming to support him now, and we're definitely sort of setting up for that flag standoff situation. I can see Crystalite coming in from the right-hand side, Top Secret coming in from the left. Will they wait for Tool as well? We'll have to wait and see. They are starting to pincer in at the moment, but there is a lot of Flamboyant players. We've got Shrek still standing in his sniper outfit, Fingon and Kikron as well. Crystalite's coming in from the right, Tool's coming in from the front, Top Secret's coming in from the left. Will this be a successful return? Kikrin goes high into the air, makes himself very vulnerable to chain gun fire. Chain gun fire does take him out, and Crystalite almost gets the return, but doesn't quite get the right angle. Flingon managed to pick it up. It's only Crystalite and Top Secret left against the rest of the Flamboyant team. Crystalite gets taken down. Top Secret's the only one left. Will he push forward? He is in, what is he in? He's in a soldier outfit, but he gets taken out as well, and that was a successful defense by the Flamboyant team.
Yeah, I'm watching the other flag at the moment, and Flam really does seem to have the advantage in dueling. The problem is they didn't kill him fast enough, and IDK respawned and just wiped out the rest of their offense. But they had a couple of really nice kills, and JX3 actually came in and soloed the flag carrier at one point in between like 3 IDK members. So I think they really have the advantage in terms of dueling. The question is, are they all going to come in at the same time? Because they failed to do that last time, and I think they would have had the return if they'd done so. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that.
And that's exactly what's happening at the moment. We've got Mela, Kenneth, and Guillaume coming in for the right. JX3 Aru coming in from the back. Impaler's going to run right into JX3 Aru, but he's managed to fly right over the top of him. So JX3 Aru's going to lose that surprise advantage. He is on the low ground. Impaler's in a lot of trouble, though. There's too many Flamboyant players and not enough IDK guys around. It looks like the return's going to be made, in fact, on both sides.
Yeah, I was watching the other side as we actually getting a continuation grab coming out from Tweety, but the flag just dropped in the field, so from what I could understand, IDK did exactly the same thing that you were casting on the other side with Flam. They just simply overwhelmed them with numbers. Crystalite came in from the back, finished him off, and got the return, and it was a fairly standard standoff finish.
So we've got 3 minutes remaining in this game, and the scores are all tied up with both teams just trading blow after blow after blow. And we could easily see this go into overtime very soon. Well, actually, I guess in 3 minutes if neither of these teams can make another cap. So just waiting. These guys have both got their flags back on the stand, resetting their defensive outfits. We've got Tweety on the flag stand. Where is Impaler? He's normally on the flag stand as well. I don't know where Impaler is, in fact. There he is. He's just managed to get back up.
I was going to say, traditionally I would give this map to IDK, but I don't think they're running with their typical strategy, so I think that's what's really not letting them dominate this that much. As you mentioned before, they're really good with the two-capper strategy, but we haven't seen it. And I think normally they run with like Holmes or another special capper instead of Tweety. And for whatever reason they're not doing it, and I think the double capper strategy that they're so good at is killing them right now that they're not using it. Although Creature here, about to make a cap. Kenneth is finished off, and Creature's about to give IDK the lead. All of a sudden, 4-3. So as soon as I start saying that their capping isn't quite up to the par that they normally have it at, Creature goes and proves me wrong, because that's exactly what happens. And wow, IDK, all of a sudden they're putting the huge pressure on Flam with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, it's all up to Flam now. I mean, IDK, they're not going to destack, but that's definitely a strategy they could employ. But I'd be very surprised if they did do that. They don't want to sort of deviate from what's been sort of reasonably successful for them so far in the match. So we see Kenneth is setting up his route now. Will Shad be able to pick him out of the sky before he manages to get there? Shad is, in fact, no, Shad is not aware of it. He's currently disrupting, taking out inventory stations. So yeah, I don't think they realize that Kenneth is on his way in. Have they got the flag clearance happening? Impaler is there. Impaler does notice Kenneth coming in. The Merv just knocks Impaler out of the way, but it looks like Kenneth's been taken out by Shad on his way out, and that flag is going to be dropped in the field. And we'll see if Keegan can come pick it up. He can. Will he get around and turn around and get it back to his flag stand to make this cap tie it all up at 4 caps apiece? No, he passes it forward to Guillaume and misses it, or rather Guillaume misses it at least, but Flamboyant Mel is going to pick it up out of the midfield. But IDK are absolutely everywhere, Impaler and Tweety, but they both get taken. Sorry, Tweety's not taken out, but Impaler is, and Meller is trying to get that flag up. He's going up, he's going high, and he gets sniped out from across the map by Shad. But there's plenty of Flamboyants left. In the meantime, Creature comes and gets taken out on the flag stand. That must have been a mine, I think. Will the flag return get made? Will Guillaume manage to push this one in overtime? No, Guillaume gets taken out on the stand. JX3 Aru picks it up. They're waiting for the return. He's waiting for the return. He's like, give me the return. I need to cap this flag. He must have got Nitron because he's dropped that flag, or maybe there was an infiltrator, got the Sonic Punch. The flag has been returned, and JX3 gets the equalizing return. Equalizing cap, rather, for each. And that's just what they needed with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed. As you said, I'm actually very surprised they got that. Shad made 2 incredibly clutch snipes, and I really didn't think Flam was going to be able to hang on to it, but somehow they did. And despite all the chaos that was going on there with the Nitrons and the deaths and the flag bouncing all over the place, they somehow held on to it, got the return, and we're heading into overtime, man. 5 seconds left to go.
Definitely heading into overtime. It doesn't even matter if one of these guys gets it off the flag stand, because it's going to go into overtime. It's going to go into sudden death. Net Cap will win this and push it to the second map. So we will have to wait and see. We see Creature setting up his back to front. At the meantime, well, not in the meantime, in the same situation, IDK have managed to do a pretty good job clearing. Kikrin is not able to make the body block. Creature is out with full health and about 290 Sanix. He is completely out there. And unfortunately for Flamboyant, there's just no one. Ken is coming in for a back to front, but there's IDK all over the place. Kenneth's not even going to get the chance. He got beaten by Creature to the flag stand, and that's going to be the first map going to IDK.
Yeah, that was a big shame there for Flam. They must have had great morale going into overtime, but unfortunately, IDK just pulled it out there in the end. You know, they dominated the flag stand, and all they needed were 10 seconds or so for Creature to grab the flag and get home, and that's exactly what they did. So, you know, big props to IDK for pulling it out in the end. It looked dangerous for them, especially. I mean, usually when a team manages to tie the game up with that little amount of time left, you expect them probably to win it because they're so high on what's going on right now, but IDK just held strong, did what they do, and you know, it clearly showed that that's all you need to do. So
that's so close for Flamboyant, man. It could have gone either way then. And Flamboyant, I'm not going to say they were unlucky. I mean, IDK played extremely well, but Flamboyant playing equally extremely well. And yeah, at the end of the day, it just sort of came down to that last cap. I reckon they effectively ran out of time at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Flamboyant will like they were robbed, but IDK certainly did deserve to win too. So it's sort of a, you know, we'll see. You know, it's not as if they don't have a chance to come back. I think they get to pick the map now, so we're probably, unfortunately, going to see Rain Dance, unless it's been banned or something of that sort.
No,
I don't know if bans are allowed.
No, not in the second map. It is loser picks, and they pretty much are allowed to pick whatever they want. So Rain Dance is in the map pool.
Yeah,
and
there we go.
Mala comes out and says, we pick RD, so we could be in for another long one.
I love Flam, but oh my gosh, this map is terrible for sevens. It's so slow-paced.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's good for sevens, it's bad for casters.
True. We just saw, in fact, this was what You've Got Airmail versus orKs was just played on. And, well, that was quite an exciting finish, actually, with a grab cycle cap right at the end. A little bit of fun for the end of the match. But I don't think we'll be seeing any of those kind of shenanigans coming out of IDK or Flamboyant. So we'll wait for them to restart the server.
Believe you're correct. The last time these two played, I want to say Flam won it 3-2. I don't remember whether it was overtime or not. I'm gonna go check that really quick. I don't think I can check that yet anyway easily. But I know that Flam did take Rain Dance, and it was a very close game, and IDK certainly had their chances to win it, if I remember correctly, which I think I do. But in any case, it should be a really competitive match, and I'm pretty curious to see if IDK has come up with any sort of different strategies from the last time they played, because I know they lost. And I think it'll be, you know, it'll be good to see what they switch up. I know with Tweety in instead of, I think it was Holmes in the map that I casted, they're going to have to change it. So I'm really actually looking forward to their strats.
Yeah, I've actually been sent a message from Tweety on IDK. He says he wants me to mention my rank and how low it is. I couldn't see the number, but he's in the golds. He wants us to ask, who is this guy? And question if he can do a good job or not. Keep an eye on me because I'm new, so we'll try to watch
I was just kicked from the server, so I have to get back in.
I was also kicked from the server.
I guess the server went down.
Yeah. Some weird bug maybe when they rotated it. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not in the rotation or something weird like that. But we will be back in any second. Oops, no, I don't want to join the public queue. As much as everyone might want to watch me pub for a while, I think they'd be much more interested in watching the second map of IDK.
I don't know, they're not very skilled or anything. They just sort of, you know, it's not as if they're some of the top teams in the game.
You think me pub stomping might be more interesting than watching a game of Rain Dance?
I don't know, but as an EU lover, I must say I did just watch Heartbreakerz pub stomp Mono.
Ooh, big words. Yes,
I did say it. You heard me, all you US viewers. I'm an American. I can stand against America if I want. I don't care. They did. Gotta give my shout out to my boys Heartbreakerz for doing what they did. You know, they dominated. You can claim whatever it was, but I liked it. It was fun to watch. Great games all around, but just had to get that in there and give them their props.
Yeah, well done. I mean, Heartbreakerz looking good. They're in now. I was seeing some noise in the chat saying that they've actually been given a forfeit win over You've Got Airmail because You've Got Airmail couldn't play tonight. But I'm not sure if that's confirmed yet. We'll have to wait and see. These guys are rotating the server. In fact, what I will do while we're waiting is have a quick look at the bracket and see if that's been updated.
I was going to say, I don't think Heartbreakerz wanted to play tonight either, but I think they had the people to play, so if they had to, they probably could have played. So
at the moment,
I know Knudsen was going away to work, but that's about all that I knew.
They have 24 hours to play it. Okay, so Rethink's telling us that they have to play within 24 hours, so they could easily play it tomorrow. Cool. Okay, well, there's a good chance they'll play that one tomorrow night, I suppose.
Cool. I will not be casting it, because I will have no voice.
I'm actually probably not going to be around tomorrow night, so I won't be able to cast it either, unfortunately. So if you do recover your voice, feel free to pick that one up.
So kind of you.
Hey, I'm not going to block the casters, man. Let the viewers decide.
Yeah.
Okay, we are rotating. Randance's coming up. I'll stick the game back on. I'm just waiting for them to get in. Mup needs to cast it. Yeah, sure, go for it, Mup. That would be
whoever wants to be my guest. I will applaud you.
I think that will be a very tough game for you. You've got Airmail.
Oh yeah, Heartbreakerz looked really strong. I mean, I know Mono was playing on Euro pings, and that really affected their ability to win duels and stuff. But Heartbreakerz looked good, and I really like the Heartbreakerz team right now. They're just so. They've changed their strategies. Shaz is no longer just a capper. He's a really good clearer. And then he can also cap as well, like, right when they're needed. I mean, Bin seems to be the primary capper, and Shaz can ghost on the routes and do all that sort of stuff. It's really interesting how they've changed with their new lineup.
Yeah, I mean, and what do you think about the addition of Lochi to that roster? Or rather, the re-addition, I should say.
Well, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I got into the Euro scene very late. I never got the pleasure of meeting Lochi before he left. All I know is that he swears and is louder more than Miri, so when I listen into their chat, it should be fun times. And that's basically all I know about him, apart from the fact that he was part of the winning team today. So, you know, as more time goes on, I'm sure I'll find out more about him, but the team seems to be doing well in terms of gelling together, and they obviously won, so I guess it's good and working out.
Yep, so we've seen these guys, the maps just started. We see the Claymores getting set up around the Flamboyant side. The mines also getting set up. We've got Shrek, Guillaume, Mela, JX, Aru, Kenneth, Kikran, and Fingon on the Flamboyant team. And over on IDK, we have Shad, Tool, Top Secret, Tweety, Creature, Crystallite, and Impaler. And everyone, also, Tweety wants everyone to give a little watch on him. He's at rank 27, and he wants to show what the noobs can do.
Yeah, he's leading the scoreboard right now for the IDK team, so noobs are leading.
No, Tool's just taken... Oh, no, sorry. No, Tool has taken over. But anyway, we see them crushing in. We've got Crystallite, Tool, and Top Secret all running that clearance. All the mines are gone. Top Secret is there. The Claymores are gone. The only thing left is Fingon and Kikran. And, oh my god, Creature just got a Titan to the face. And that shut down his rate, so Tool is going to pick it up and try to llama it, but the problem with this map is llamaing off the stand, there's just nowhere to go, you're in a valley, and so to get... Oh, meanwhile, the flag's been picked up by Kenneth, and he's got it all the way back to the flag stand. This is going to be a cap, this is going to be Flamboyant, and 1-0.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were watching that, but yeah, Kenneth just simply had some good clearing. He came in with a really fast route, going about 340-ish or so, and it was just a standard back-to-front route, and they pulled it off, and he got back without really any chasing whatsoever. It was literally as standard of a cap as you can get. There was no sniping that I really saw, mostly because line of sight breaks fairly quickly on this map, and yeah, just good play by Flam to get that cap.
We'll see if they can repeat that effort, and if Creature maybe tries a different direction, because that certainly shut him down very quickly. I've got Impaler hanging around on top of the stand, Shad hanging up on the hill to the right-hand side of the base. That gives him pretty good vision. We see JX, Aru, Guillaume, and Mal are all coming in. They're going to start their disruption. And where is their capper? I don't see him on a route. There he is. Kenneth's over there. He's about to hit regen at the moment. He's probably about, I don't know, 10 seconds out. So Mallard, Guillaume, and JX3 have got to push in now. They've got to get Impaler off the top of that flag stand. And unfortunately, I don't think any of them are going to get the Shad. Mallard's going to try to get to Shad. He's done at least a good job of disrupting Shad, getting him looking in the wrong direction. Kenneth's coming through back to front. Kenneth picks it up. He's running 260. In the meantime, we've got Creatures also managed to pick up the flag. These guys are going to pass each other in the night. Oh, Creatures going to... Oh my god, that almost hit him. I can't believe that. Kenneth actually managed to get past that. Did not get hit by Creature's disc. That would have been amazing. Creature doing all the work. But Kenneth's going to get back, and I think we're going to set up for a standoff.
Yeah, I was watching Creature, and he did come in from a different route. He came in more from the front area. Fingon had the opportunity to body block him, just didn't make it. There was one disruptor on him at the time, which was really starting to make it difficult for him to actually stay in the spot he wanted. Creature cleared out all of his mines with the disc. Just simply made a very nice grab. Some good clearing and distracting going on from the IDK team on that one.
Yep, as we see Shrek setting up at the back Here I'm going to throw a question at you, Doc. What do you reckon about snipers during a standoff? Do you reckon they should switch out the soldier, be more of a dueling class, or do you reckon they should set up in the center?
I like snipers because if they're able to ping people off very early, and I think that the thing you want to do is reduce their health to the point where they don't really want to come in, where they want to stand back and wait and regen a little bit up, and that gives your offense more time to actually go out and get the flag back. Sorry, couldn't think of that for the life of me. But what we're seeing here actually from the IDK team is Shad started off as a sniper, and then when they got close, he just popped into the inventory station really quickly, swapped into a dueling class, and I think that's the perfect strategy and the way to go.
Meanwhile, Creature throws a Nitron down and gets the flag off Kikran, and he manages to get the return. It looks like Shad does have the flag for IDK. He's got the energy. He's kind of limping forward. But there's no one in the wave. There's no one from Flamboyant going to disrupt this one. This is going to be an equalizing cap, 1-1, and IDK on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was. I didn't see what was going on at the Flam standoff, but the IDK standoff was fairly standard, I guess you can say. I mean, Shad got a couple snipes in, 1 or 2, and then just swapped out, as I said, to the soldier, and got into much more of a dueling class, and they outdueled the offensive Flam. So good props to them on that one. I think a lot of teams really get focused on killing the flag carrier, and sometimes that can be their detriment because they don't pay enough attention to the rest of the defense. And, the other thing is if you kill the defense, then if you don't kill the flag carrier in time, they respawn, and it sort of becomes a snowball and you end up dying. So it's a really difficult decision for the offense on standoffs. Do you go for the flag carrier, or do you kill everyone and then go for the flag carrier? It's such a tough choice.
Yep, as we see Mela coming in, doing some clearance around the IDK flag stand. Guillaume's doing the same. Kenneth's setting up on his back to front. The flag clearance is not... Oh, no, it has been successful. In fact, the last guy goes down. Tweety's going to try and get the body block. He does. Kenneth gets knocked off his route, and that's going to be the end of that play. Kenneth's maybe going to try and llama. No, he K's out, and they will reset. So we'll jump over to the Flamboyant, and in fact, they're doing so well. They've even got force fields up now. So I think IDK going to want to get in there and take out those gens. In fact, no, there's gens right down the bottom. Take out those gens to shut down those force fields. The mines are set up. I do not see the IDK offense incoming at all. They usually come from over this hill.
They just died.
There. Oh, they just died. Okay, so both teams sort of had their set play, and both set plays got shut down. So we'll have them both reset and try again.
The IDK offense actually did fairly well. They had the stand mostly cleared, but then Crystalite got taken down, and he was the one spamming the Mervs. And as soon as he went down, they tossed up the force field, and then it was pretty much game over for Creature and the rest of the offense. So that's basically what happened on that side.
Fair enough. So we'll see who we got. We've got Kenneth's coming up. In fact, he's pretty close. We've got the Disruption coming in for Flamboyant. They've managed to clear out the flag stand. And oh, Shad. Shad's so good. He gets the snipe on Kenneth just as he comes through. But meanwhile, JX3 Aru decides, look, well, if he can't do it, I'll get the job done. He's very, very high. Lots of chains coming in. He's down to about half health. He's got about 250 Sanics on him pretty much. I'm not sure if he's actually in a rat. He must have been at this much speed. He's going to push through. It wouldn't surprise me if he throws this one through because he's not going to have enough momentum to get to the flag stand. He does. Fling on misses the catch, though. At the moment, there's not enough IDKs. Oh, it falls down. I can hear Doc Lettuce grinding his teeth through the microphone. And I think it's going to pass this one off to Mela. Guillaume's going to pick it up instead. Where are the IDK guys? They need to get this E-grab. They need to get this return, but they're not going to get it. That's 2-1 for Flamboyant.
I'm just not going to say anything. I'm just going to mention what JX3 did. He was actually running a side-to-side route. They did run with the double capper strategy, and I really like that because Shad's been very, very solid today. He's just been taking care of the capper fully consistently before he's been able to get the flag. And so by running the double capper, you're going to force him to be a lot more twitchy, I guess, because now he can't just focus on killing one guy and saying, oh, that's it. Now I'm done until they start up again. He has to be focused on every angle because they came in from 2 different angles, and now he's got to be ready for 2 different angles.
Yeah, that makes his job a lot more difficult as we saw Creature come in, but unfortunately a little bit too late and ran straight through a force field, so that'll be the end of that run. But we can see them setting up again. Krista Tool and Top Secret all coming through. Creature's coming around the side. The snipe does go off. I'm not sure if it hit. No, it didn't because his regen's just kicking in now. They're going to start on Kikran and Shrek. Bime Sword been returned to base again. I'm not sure if that was a grab or what. But anyway, Top Secret and Crystalite working on Shrek and Kikran in the midfield, taking out Shrek a little bit too early. So Creature's going to come through and he's going to run into a force field again. Yep, there he goes.
We do actually have a grab on the other side. It is going to be Kenneth making the grab. He is almost all the way back to his base already. Sniper shot's not able to land. Top Secret's going to go ahead and make the E-grab for now, but he has just dropped the flag. Kenneth's going to be pretty much safe here. He's got 800 health, and he's all the way back at his base already. They're going to do a time return here. Please don't toss it. You don't have to. Thank you. He's not even going to, and they're going to do a time return. So Flam takes a 3-1 lead, and that cap I would attribute to the fact that they ran with 2 cappers before. Shad, I believe, moved his position because of it back towards the spawn hill where you see the majority of the spawns happen, and because of that, he wasn't able to get the spot on Kenneth in time. And so Kenneth was able to just run his regular route, but this time he regened up to full, and the stand was completely clear by the time he got there, and the sniper can't shut down a soldier capper on this map all that easily. So very, very good tactic swaps coming out here from Flam. I like to see that. They're really keeping them on edge and not letting them get comfortable at all on defense. They're having to constantly swap their strats.
Yep, so we'll see what they set up with the next time. We see Kenneth setting up that right to left as Meller, Guillaume, and JX3 Aru come in. So they're going to do the disruption, but there's no one on the flag, whereas Impaler, he's off the stand at the moment. He may be trying to take out Kenneth as he comes through. Kenneth is setting up now. Kenneth is going fast. He's going to be hitting this one. Actually, no, he's not going as fast as I may have expected usually. He's going to come down this hill, probably hit the flag at maybe 250 if he's lucky. In fact, the angles are a bit wrong as well. I think he's ruined this one. Yep. Bounces off the side of the flag stand, and that's going to be the end of that. So I think he just messed up that route entirely, and that's the end of that play. Meanwhile, the flag for Flamboyant is in the field, just been returned by Kikran. That one's back, and they're going to reset as well. Flingon's going to set this up. Now, the Flamboyant generator is still up, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see another force field come out by Flingon. It's been doing pretty well. It's been disrupting Creature and making his life much more difficult. And yeah, I think IDK just not really putting much effort into bringing those generators down. I guess they're just basically trying to, what's the word for it? Rely on their disruption to clean off all the mines and the force fields, but so far it hasn't been 100% effective.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's a decent strategy and it'll work fine. I think the key for them for not taking down the generators is the fact they haven't actually really been killed by the turrets at all. So when you think about it, it's like, well, really the only thing you'll be killing the gens for is a force field, and that takes time to send someone down there and get all that done, and it just doesn't seem worth it to them at this point. They'd rather rely on their skills rather than taking down a gen and having it repaired within about 10 seconds.
Fair enough, but in the meantime, Top Secret has picked up that flag off the stand. It's not a particularly fast route, only about 200, but it's enough to get it all the way down the field. Meanwhile, Kenneth has picked up that flag and dropped it in the field as well. Top Secret's going to run right into Guillaume and Meller, but he's got plenty of health. The flag does get returned. He gets body blocked by Guillaume. Guillaume is under a lot of pressure, though. I think he's going to get taken out, and that is the last of the Flamboyant team that is left around the IDK flag. This is going to be a cap to IDK. They're going to make it 3-2. Flamboyant still in the lead.
That's one thing about this map that is incredibly different from the rest of the maps. Even on a larger map like Katabatic or so, if you do have someone die like that, as long as he's able to buy just a little bit of time, that's enough for someone to spawn and get over there. On this map, there's no chance. The map's way too big for that, so if your offense gets taken out trying to return the flag, you're not going to return it. It's going to be a cap, and that's pretty much that. There's not much you can do about it, so it's very reliant on making sure your offense gets the job done in time before they go down.
Yeah, so you're pretty much right. So if your timing is kind of timing between the two teams isn't even, like if the timing is even, you've got a good chance of ending up in a standoff. But if it's staggered a little bit, it's pretty much an all or nothing affair.
Exactly, because you don't have any way of getting back there to try and intercept them or be on the stand waiting because you're going to be cleared out essentially.
Yep, or you'll be halfway down the field trying to set them up. Okay, here we go. We've got Kenneth coming from the back. He's going to pick that up at 350 Sanix. That's absolutely lightning speed. And he gives it a thrust for good measure as well because, well, there's no one on him. He gets a snipe just on the back, but it does miss him. In the meantime, Creature has managed to pick up the flag for IDK. It doesn't look like Creature's running quite as fast as Kenneth is. I'm going to switch over to Creature now to see where he's got. And he's just been taken down. It might have been a Nitron or a pass. In fact, that might have been a pass to Top Secret that didn't get picked up in the field. Kikran's coming down. Will he make the return? No, but JX3 Aru does, and Flamboyant Kenneth's going to come down, and Crater it almost looked like, or something. Who did he get taken out by? Where is it, Kenneth? Tool. Tool came through, made the kill, and made the return as well, and that's the end of that route for Kenneth. That's a real shame, because that was a pretty much textbook route coming through.
Flamboyant will be kicking themselves on that one. That play was actually set up a little bit earlier by Shad. Kenneth had 705 health. He was sniped down by Shad, though, down to 332, which allowed Tool to come swooping in, get the kill instantly without any problems whatsoever. Fingon didn't expect him to be there, so he wasn't there to really help out. He was busy standing on the flag stand, get ready for the return, and Kenneth was in the back of the flag stand, and so Tool just came swooping in, got him with one shot, and got the instant return, and there was nothing that could be done about it. They didn't have him spotted, and it was just a great play by Tool.
Yeah, we see that generator has been taken out. Creature is coming in from the back. There's a lot of mines and stuff around. Top Secret's going to try and do some damage. Creature does get out, but he also gets sniped by Shrek just as he leaves the flag stand. That flag now in the field. We do have a strikeout for Team IDK. It's Crystallite, as we would expect for Team IDK. He's going to fly around. It's got the little Italian flag on the side of the strike. He's going to try and do some damage. But in the meantime, Kenneth has got the flag, and it looks like he's going to get chased down by the Shrike. Oh, what amazing bullets there. I don't even know what they're called. I call them, like, Shrike bombs. I don't know what the official word is. Maybe missiles. But anyway, he gets taken out by Crystallite, and I think Tweedy's going to get there in time to make the return. But yeah, that's great shooting there by Crystallite.
I believe they're called plasma cannons or something ridiculous like that. Looking at it really quickly, yeah, plasma cannons.
Fair enough. I'm going to stick with Shrike bombs. That's my thing.
Yeah, Shrike bombs works. Blue balls of death, whatever you want to call them.
Exactly.
They killed someone with a nice shot. But yeah, I mean, that was the thing I'm noticing from Flam is they're doing a great job distracting Shad now and letting Kenneth really even get a lot of grabs off, and those grabs are going to start translating into caps sooner or later, and I think they're going to build on their lead if IDK is not careful.
Yep, we'll see if there's that Titan launcher coming from pretty much nowhere. I think he's trying to take out that Shrike. So you see the Shrike is sort of doing its job, or at least assisting with the disruption effect from Tool, Crystallite, and Top Secrets over there in the distance. And then Guillaume's picked up the flag. That's unusual. I guess that's probably from a failed attempt by Kenneth. Guillaume is on very low health. He decides to punt it forward to no one in particular. And I think Creature's going to get the return there without a lot of drama. Yes, he does. But he's right in time for Flam Mella to pick it up off the flag stand. He's going to get chained down as well. And IDK is going to have no problem keeping this one safe. They'll probably push this one underneath or perhaps beside the base. Get an extra 30 seconds of basically difficulty for the Flamboyant team to pick it up. But realistically, it takes about 45 seconds for these guys to set up each run anyway. So it's almost a pointless endeavor, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing that's actually kind of interesting there was that even though Guillaume wasn't going to go anywhere and he punted the flag, it was actually Creature that was going for the return. Now, it's unlikely it'll make a difference, but if this game ends up coming down to them missing the flag by, like, if they need, like, another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, that one play could very well have changed the game. I'm just saying. It takes time off their cappers, and at the moment, Flam is in the lead, so every bit of time off is useful, and that's, I think, why they're doing that. You know, they don't care as long as Creature is the one, as long as Creature's not capping, he's doing something else, then that's good for them. It's a successful run.
Meanwhile, JX3 Aru comes through and gets the flag off the stand. A pretty much picture-perfect cross-cap between him and Kenneth. He's going to get away with it, though, and did he get sniped? I think he did, yes. Shad snipes him out of the sky. Mala is going to come through. Crystallite's going to try and disrupt Mala from getting that. Will Crystallite jump out and try to make the return? He will not. He'll decide to keep his Shrike in the air. Mela's going to get sniped out by Shad on the hill. Guillaume's coming through, but Tweedy will make this return before Guillaume has a chance to pick it up. Kenneth almost gets through and makes the pick up as well. But that's good play by IDK. Enough distraction there by Crystallite to sort of keep the rest of the Flamboyant team away from the flag, stop Mela really getting any momentum to get it back home. And IDK managed to get the return, and still 3-2. So IDK hanging on.
And of course, you do have to give Shad his props for making that good snipe there. JX3 was fairly far away, and he was fairly high up in the air, but even still, you know, it's not necessarily an easy snipe to make. And yeah, if he doesn't make that snipe, then Flam would probably be up another cap. But yeah, as we see Crystallite's Shrike actually go down, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess we see such epic snipes coming from the likes of Shad and Shrek is just, well, they're both extremely good, and so we almost expect that out of them these days. But we shouldn't take anything away from them. They are very, very good shots. So we see JX3 Aru dueling Crystallite on the hill. Tweedy and Impaler doing the same thing on Guillaume and Meller, trying to get that disruption away before Kenneth has a chance to pick up the flag. Impaler has been taken out. Looks like Kenneth's got pretty much free reign. Will Crystallite get in there in time for the body block? He doesn't. Oh, but it doesn't matter because he gets, was that a disc or a mine? Whatever it was an explosion, and takes out Kenneth just as he picks up that flag, or at least just before he picks up that flag.
Yeah, on the other side, we had Creature actually got nicely body blocked, I believe, by Cake, or not by Cakerun, but he didn't manage to get on the flag. Then Top Secret was actually coming in. They were running it with a dual capper, but Cakerun was ready on the flag, managed to body block him away, and he had to basically llama it, and he punted it away a little bit, not really able to get anything going. So once again, just more time off the clock for Flam. They're perfectly fine with that. I think they're very confident in their defense right now, and they feel like their offense probably will get another cap on the board in 7 minutes, and I would tend to agree. So I think IDK needs to step it up a little bit at this point somehow. I'm not entirely sure what they can do, because I think Flam's so good on this map, but something needs to change for IDK. I don't think they can keep running like this and expect to win this.
I agree. I mean, Flamboyant are getting that flag all the way back, and it's just sort of some real clutch play right at the end by IDK that are managing to pull them back, but eventually that is going to fail, and they'll find themselves 2 caps in the deficit rather than just 1, and that's going to be even more difficult to basically recover from. As we see Kenneth coming in, he's going to try. There's no one on the flag. Oh, but Shad again with the excellent snipe. But JX3 on the cross cap again. That means that Shad has got to wait for the regen. He misses the snipe, and JX3 is almost out of line of sight. The last snipe does manage to tag him, and he is going to make it pretty much all the way home. I don't see anyone from IDK in the way. I don't see anybody in any position to really stop this cap, and there it is. That's 4-2, and that's exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah, as we said, there's no way the Flam offense was going scoreless for another 7 minutes on this map. But the key to that cap was actually the Shrike that's out for the Flam team. They're using it defensively, and I think that's going to be a huge problem for IDK. They're really going to have to find a way to neutralize it, because it came along and it mowed down Crystalite, and it did a serious amount of damage to another player, and that's why they had no one here to intercept JX3 when he came home, because that Shrike just mauled them. And, you know, when you have to fight a Shrike plus all the defense, it's really tough to kill. You know, if the Shrike's on the offense, you have your whole team there, everyone spawns there, they can pitch in, but when it's on the defense, their whole team is there to support it, and that's really difficult to deal with.
So what do we do? Do we get Crystalite and the Shrike to go and take out Guillaume?
7 offense right at the Shrike, finish it off. I have no idea, man. I honestly have no idea what you do. I think when the Shrike goes offensive like it is now, you have to take advantage of it and go right after it. Send all your defense except for your HOF after it. Kill that Shrike, because if that Shrike comes back and plays defensive, I don't think IDK is going to be able to get a cap out, ever.
That's true, but it's interesting. They're sort of, you know, pushing forward and back as Creature comes through. He's on 103 health and 200 on the speed dial. He's going to punt that one forward, and Top Secret is in position. Great pickup, actually. He really managed to get that just right. But now he's under pressure from the Shrike. He's going to try and chain it down. Should probably just try and turn around and make some distance, because Mal is going to be in the way. Mala gets the Nitron off, and Mala will make the return as well. So that was one.
And that's the big problem with the Shrike. You have to pay attention to it when it's chasing you, which means you're not paying attention to the defense or where you're skiing, and you saw what happens there. If you're all alone, you got no chance. You're going down.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, I'd be keen to see Shrike come out from IDK and just face plant it right into the other Shrike. Don't even dogfight it.
I agree with that.
Yep.
That'd be the strat I'd use. I don't know if you'd be able to face plant it. I think it would be difficult because they'd be recognizing that. And to be honest, if they were going to send Crystalite to do that, then that would mean their offense is one less player down. And right now their offense is really struggling to get good, solid caps on the board, or grabs on the board. So it's sort of a whole catch-22 here. They need that breakdown, but they can't really afford to sacrifice the person to take care of it. So I honestly don't know what they can do at this point. I mean, 4 minutes left to go. They need 2 caps. I don't honestly see it happening, but I'm always willing to be surprised.
Yeah, we see that Shrike making itself known on the IDK flag stand, so it's pushed up. In fact, it's going to go disrupt Shad. I like this. That's going to be really annoying for Shad, especially if, you know, just get the roadkill, get him out. Whereas Kenneth, he's coming through now, and yes, there you go. Shad taken down just at exactly the right time, just as Kenneth picks up that flag. It's still going to be another probably 5 seconds before Shad is going to respawn, and that should be enough time for Kenneth to get out of the line of sight. There he goes. They shouldn't really have any real risk of Shad hitting him now. Maybe. There it goes, and in fact, did that hit him? If it did, it didn't do much damage. Oh, where did that come from? Crystalite gets, was that from, yeah, it was. Crystalite gets the Merv from across from the base. That was, I guess, pretty unlucky, but a great shot there by Crystalite. Top Secret's going to chase him down, but get absolutely destroyed by that Shrike from Flam and Guillaume. And Mel is going to try and get this one back on the flag stand, make it 5-2, and that will definitely be the game-winning score, I think. Yep, there you go, 5-2, Flamboyant up, and yeah, I really think it's pretty much off for IDK now.
Yeah, this is pretty much an insurmountable lead. Flam has used this Shrike essentially to perfection. They couldn't have used it any better. I mean, they use it on offense when it's needed, and they use it perfectly on offense. They killed the sniper. They use it on defense fantastically to kill not the capper, but the clearing, so that their defense can just play basically 3v1 against the capper. You know, the cappers are going to tell you there's really no chance you have against that. You'll get like 1 out of 100 caps out against that sort of defense. So Flam has just been really on point with this map, and I think it's very impressive, and I don't think IDK has played bad at all. I just think Flam has played really well.
Yep, I agree with absolutely everything you just said, so pretty much just waiting for the clock to wind down. It's almost when you wish that this game had the vote to surrender, as you see in something like League of Legends, because I just don't see IDK with any real opportunity now. They're just sort of gearing up for the next map. So speaking of that, what do you see them picking for the third and final map of this best of 3?
What do I see them picking? They won on Dangerous Crossing against Flam, fairly handily. Flam had a couple moments where they did threaten, but IDK really took a hold of that map, and they really easily won it in the end. It wasn't nearly as close as it felt at points in the game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Dangerous Crossing, actually. Crossfire's possible. I think IDK's gotten better on Crossfire. It's not their most comfortable map, as Flam just gets a garbage cap that we don't really care about, because the game's over anyway.
Pretty much.
But if I had to guess, I would say Dangerous Crossing, because they beat them on it earlier, and I don't think it really suits Flam's playstyle.
Yeah, I've seen IDK play Dangerous Crossing, and it is pretty cool. I mean, you see them, I mean, IDK, I would call them traditionally more of a route-running team, but on Dangerous Crossing, you'll just see them get in there, get the flag, drop it down, because of those massive steep hills coming down the side. You'll just see them grab it, jump on it, and just push it forward, and they've got the dueling skills to sort of cluster that one forward, and yeah, it does. I don't really think it suits their playstyle normally, but it just seems to work for them.
Yeah, I must say, it did surprise me a little bit. I sort of compare it maybe a little to Arx Novena, in the sense that if you have the stand completely clear, it's easy to get a very good grab out, but on the other hand, it's really not the same at all. I mean, you're running side-to-side routes the whole time, and I think that's actually, I think it's more that Flam struggles on the map rather than IDK is fantastic at the map, because Kenneth is an amazing capper, and he runs great routes. The problem is, there's only one way to come from, is IDK gets another garbage cap, and I think that's their biggest problem. I don't think they have any, I don't think their clearing is quite as on point for Dangerous Crossing, and so I think it's really hard for Kenneth to run his routes and actually get the caps on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that you can't really run the sort of cross route on Dangerous Crossing. It doesn't really work. And I think there's really only one effective direction to come from. I mean, I'm not a capper, but from what I've seen, they're always coming for the right to left. It's very rare that you see a successful left to right. Yeah, so that was it. Flamboyant, really well played. Just an absolute clinic on how to play Rain Dance. And as you say, IDK, it's not like they played badly. They were just playing against a team that know how to play Rain Dance so very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they chose Rain Dance, and there's a reason that we knew it was coming, and it's because it's their map. I don't think they can use it against everyone. I have heard rumors that Heartbreakerz is really good at Rain Dance, too. So if those two teams face off and they pick Rain Dance, that's actually a map I'd be interested in casting. Hate Rain Dance, but, you know, Flam is really good at it, and if Heartbreakerz is able to beat them, then Heartbreakerz has to be godly at it, so I'm looking forward to that eventually on the ladders, or at some sort of tournament of some sort or another. I know they can't face off here, but, you know, there's always others.
Yep. Okay, so we are going to Dangerous Crossing. Is this the one they actually picked, or is this just a fluke?
I think it's just a fluke, but it would actually be kind of hilarious. And let's see what they say. I seriously think they should pick Dangerous Crossing. They did beat them fairly handily on it, and I don't see why they wouldn't pick it unless they feel really strongly about a map. Okay, it's not going to be Dangerous Crossing. Dry Dock. Yeah, that was my other pick. Because if you look at the history with IDK and like Heartbreakerz back in the day, not before they reformed, IDK dominated them on Dry Dock, and it wasn't even close. I mean, yeah, Heartbreakerz was bad on it, but IDK was really good on it. So if I'd had to pick a second map, this probably would have been it.
Yeah, and I mean, but I mean, it's interesting because this, you know, Dry Dock does kind of lend itself. You can run those cross routes and all that sort of stuff. So I wouldn't really count Flamboyant out of it, to be honest. I think this could be a very interesting matchup.
I agree. I think Flam can be really good on this map as well. I think the clearing lends itself a little bit more to IDK. I think IDK has the ability, their offense has the ability to really clear nicely and get some good dueling in and really dominate the flag stand, which will allow Creature to run whatever route he wants, basically. But as you mentioned, the opportunity is there for Flam to run double capper, come in from a lot of different angles. You can come in from the top, you can come in from the sides, you can come in from the backside, you can come in from the other backside. There's really no limit to where you can come from, except for I don't really ever see anyone coming from the front. So, but
Sure.
Apart from that, I mean, there's a lot of options on this map, as you said, and I think it'll make this map interesting. But I am going to predict IDK to win this.
And so I've had healthy discussions with other casters on this map in terms of the sniper placement. I like to see the sniper kind of up high, either on the either towers or sort of on that kind of hill cliffy thing behind the base. But I also see a lot of snipers these days just happy to sit kind of on that little base structure just right next to the flag. Do you have any real thoughts on that?
I prefer the mountain in the back, up on the hill, because that's where you know cappers are going to come in from the back routes. You can stop them there, either get some falcons in on them, or even ping them off before they even get close. And it gives you a very easy front to back shot if they run a side to side route. So there's it's hard to defend. I understand that, but I think in terms of actual sniping, like not ability, but like opportunity, you have a lot of places to really mess up a capper if you stand in the back there. I know some people like the base turret just because you can get some easier... You have more line of sight or something like that, or you can see the map better. And, it's personal preference, obviously, but I think the back is the best, in my humble opinion, as a person who has never sniped in his life.
I agree. I just think you're a bit more protected up there. We've got Kiwi Fruit dropping some interesting knowledge bombs in the chat. He's saying that we've never played IDK on Dry Dock, and I don't know if you've seen it, Doc Lettuce, but they've got this incredible stats page over on the Team Flamboyant site, and Team Flamboyant have a win-loss ratio of 23 wins to 9 losses on Dry Dock. So they actually like this map. In fact, let's have a look. Their highest win rate ratio is on Rain Dance with 14-4. But yeah, I mean, they seem to like Dry Dock.
On the other hand, they've never faced IDK, and IDK is good at Dry Dock. So I will throw that stat right out the window and still stick with my IDK prediction. I'm going to go with like a 7-4 for IDK would be my... I don't really see this sort of map ending in a stalemate. Or let the time run out. I see this being capped out one way or another.
It's too fast. It's too small. So we've got 30 seconds before we kick in on the Diamond Sword team, Team Flamboyant. We have Shrek, Mela, Guillaume, GX3, Aru, Keycran, Kenna, and Fingen, the exact same team they have been running all night, as have IDK, Shad Creature, Top Secret, Tool, Crystallite, Tweety, and Impaler over on the Blood Eagle. We're not seeing some of their sort of other guys come out. I haven't seen Holmes come out tonight. Maybe he's busy, maybe he's not playing as much anymore. We don't know, but what we do know is this game is starting in 10 seconds. This is the final map, the third decider map for who is going to move forward to what is effectively the grand finals, but which is really just potentially a show match, because whoever wins this is guaranteed a place at the LAN finals in Paris.
Yeah, I did see Holmes on Sunday, so I know he does still play. He just might not be here today. I don't know what the story is with that, but yeah, it does mean we're less likely to see the double capper strategy coming out from IDK, I think. Top Secret's just such a good clear. You don't really want to waste him on a cap. You want to use him to clear because he's so good at it, so it'll be interesting to see what they employ and see how things go for them.
Yeah, we see Kenneth's currently setting up, which looks to be like a fast slide route. What I mean by that is he's not doing a static route on the slide. He's going to come through with a decent amount of speed to begin with. He's coming down now. Is the clearance going to be ready for him? The snipes are through. The snipes have hit. In fact, no, the snipes didn't hit, but he has got through with the flag. He's 200 Sanix. He's got 200 health to match it. And yeah, he's charging down the field. The snipes are missing. He punches it forward. Crystallite might get there in time. Crystallite's actually on pretty good vector to come and make that return, and he does. Crystallite gets the return, but a good job by Kenneth. Gets that flag most of the way down the field. The first flag action coming from Team Flamboyant.
I have to say, I'm a little surprised that he got that returned when there were 3 Flamboyant members around there. I thought they would have popped the flag, but no dice on that one, and good play, as you mentioned, from IDK. I think I saw some good snipes coming in from Shad, and yeah, it's just good positioning from Crystallite, I guess you could say, so props to them.
Good.
Not exactly the way I expected it to start. I expected IDK to come out strong, but plenty of time left on the board.
Well, Canada just sort of set up that route and just went for it. He didn't really wait for his disruption. He just trusted that they'd get there and do enough work for him by the time that he landed on the flag stand. Whereas I think IDK are typically a little bit more maybe structured in terms of waiting for their set plays to get into place. As we see Top Secret pick it up and get taken out by Keycran, he's going to make that flag. He's going to push it up against the rocks probably. That's not a bad place to put it. Those rocks make it very difficult to just pick up out of the field, but it's going to be a forced return because Tool was on his way. In the meantime, Kenneth's gone what we call a low to high or a left to right route. He's already halfway across the map. Will he get... no, Mela's out there. Mela's actually taken out Shad. Yes, he has. So the sniper is out for Team IDK. Kenneth's coming back. They're going to time the return. This could be the first cap of the game on Dry Dock to Team Flamboyant. There you go, Doc. You might be proven wrong this match.
And I thank you very much for jinxing Flam, and they're going to now get to blame it on you. But in any case, no, you were absolutely right when you talk about the way that they come in with their distractions and their capping and all that sort. One thing I noticed was, Top Secret grabbed the flag and he was taken down. And I was watching Creature in that whole time, and Creature wasn't even close to being ready. And I think what they do is they try to draw the defense away with a grab like that, because Creature was coming in only against Fingon alone. He wasn't able to make it because Crystal Light unfortunately missed the Merv, but if he'd hit the Merv, Creature would have been out completely free. And I think that's the strat we're going to be seeing a lot more from IDKs. Creature's actually getting out here with 820 health. Kenneth is going to be really the last hope here. He is coming in now. He's got about half his health as well. Able to get it as the flag stands completely clear. Guillaume and JX3 are there ready and waiting for Creature, who's now just running right into 2 Flam members. Not what he wants to do, but he's just going to keep having to rabbit around here as the Flam team does slowly start to drop as IDK does respawn. Creature's going to toss it off here in a second. We are going to be seeing a standoff, most likely to get this game underway.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I mean, Creature does not want to come flying into his base and see 2 or 3 Flamboyant members just sitting there waiting for him. He would be swearing at his team, saying, what the hell is going on? Because they weren't doing much clearing either. He basically pulled that right under the nose of Fingon and Shrek. Shrek not able to get the snipes out on him, and it looks like Flamboyant are going to move up to the top of this hill. They're going to set up their flag standoff defense up here. I like it. It makes it a lot more difficult for the attackers to get up this hill. They lose all their energy just powering up the hill to sort of initiate, and that just gives all of the advantages to the defending team. Of course, there's always cons to every pro. The disadvantage of being set up here is the distance. Oh, Top Secret! Top Secret! Wow! Is he going to make the return? No, he's not. Flingon's going to be there. It's going to be a duel between, well, basically Flingon versus everybody. Flingon's in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to punch that one forward. Creature's going to try to get the return. It's going to be a race between Kikran and Creature and Tool and JX3, Aru and Crystallite. And who's going to get there first? It looks like, who knows, because there's just disc going everywhere. That flag is bouncing around all over the place. It looks like the flag has been returned for Flamboyant, and it looks like all of the IDK members have been cleared out. I think we are going to see the second cap of the game coming here for Flamboyant.
IDK took a huge risk on that standoff, and it did not pay off for them. It was very close to paying off. There was really only Tweedy and one other player with him, so they were only really running with the 2 defensive strategy there. I think it was Impaler that was with him, and I think they had 5 people on offense, or 4 offense with a no-snipe. And it didn't pay off for them in that case. You saw they did get the flag down, and as soon as that happened, Tweedy made a beeline for the flag, and that led him right into 3 Flam members, and it was basically game over from there. So they took a risk, they took a gamble, it didn't quite work out for them this time.
It was, I want to call it a decent gamble. I mean, they had such a good opportunity to make the return, they just couldn't quite clinch it, they couldn't quite get the actual flag. Maybe no one was running reach, who knows. Excuse me, as Creature comes through, he's on very low health, but he's on decent enough speed. Is Kenneth going to get there in time? He does. Kenneth snatches that flag under the nose of Creature and is going to power himself through the map. Unfortunately, he's been taken out by Crystallite. That flag is going to get returned. Kikran's going to be the only one left. They're going to time this return as Tool comes through to at least get IDK on the scoreboard. It's 2-1. Flamboyant still in the lead.
Start of the comeback, just saying.
Started the comeback.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. It was a decent gamble. I liked it by IDK. I think more often than not it'll work out in your favor, simply because 5 offense is not something you normally deal with a 3 defensive strategy there. So it certainly got the surprise factor. They forced the flag drop they wanted. They just weren't quite able to get the return. And if everything was 100% in Tribes, this game would be very boring, and it's not, and there's a reason. And it didn't work out for them that time. But if they do it again, I think it will. So I'll stick with my pick with IDK.
Yep, exactly. I think the odds were in IDK's favor. It just turns out that Flam managed to get away with it. Guillaume doing some disruption here. I'm not sure where Kenneth is. I think he's been taken out because I don't see him. He must have been probably sniped out, I think. So in the meantime, it looks like this sort of effort here by Flamboyant is going to get shut down. Guillaume's going to continue to try and take out Shad. JX3 Aru is going to do a little bit of work on Tweedy and maybe Crystallite. But yeah, I'm surprised they're not just sort of K'ing out and waiting. No, Guillaume, what are you doing, Guillaume? See, this I don't like. Guillaume sort of had an emergency kind of grab. He just thought, maybe I'll try to llama it. But all he's done is take that flag off the stand, and this is a map where you can get to the flag very, very quickly. But now it's going to be in a weird position, and Flamboyant basically just have to wait the 20 seconds for this to get reset before I'll have another opportunity to grab it.
I completely agree with you there. JX3 is actually coming into cap. It looked like they were running a dual capper for a second, or he switched to cap when Kenneth got taken out by whatever. But yeah, I mean, Kenneth's coming in now, and there's still about 11 seconds. He's going to have to change his route completely, and I see he's going around the back now. So, as you mentioned, I don't like doing that grab. If you don't have a chance at it, just leave it. Let it go. You're not going to draw the defense away enough to really make it worth it, so just let it go and die.
Meanwhile, Tool has picked up the flag. He did a little bit of an arcs boost to push himself along just a bit. He's sort of I don't know what he's doing. He's kind of like going in to disrupt Kenneth. I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but I'm surprised he didn't go straight towards his base. Sure, there was one Flamboyant member there, but there were a hell of a lot more IDK members there. Creature has managed to pick it up. Very lucky. I'm surprised Kenneth didn't actually manage to get the return there. In the meantime, Guillaume has managed to pick up that flag. I don't know why I keep pronouncing their clan tag, but that's okay. Just reminds you who's on who. And they're going to move up to the top of that hill and set up for the next standoff. Be interesting to see if IDK go for that sort of 5 offensive push for this standoff, or if they're a bit more conservative.
Doesn't look like it. Shad seems to be hanging around them now. But yeah, that was kind of weird from Tool. I think he knew his flag was going to be taken, and he just didn't really want to go to the flag stand in case there were people crashing it, because he might not have known how much offensive clearing was left alive and didn't want to get hit by a stray mortar or Merv. But it was very weird, and he was actually pretty lucky that they didn't get the return there. But I think he was also kind of surprised his team didn't prevent Kenneth from getting the grab in the first place. So
yeah, and Creature does an excellent Nitron, manages to get the flag and the return, and Kenneth does the same thing on the other side. So both flags have been reset, and these guys will set up for another play.
Yeah, it wasn't a risk or anything there from IDK. It was just simple 4 offense, 3 defense, and you see dual returns happen all the time, and that's just simply what it was.
Crystalite punches that one forward. Tool's going to be there, very well angled. He managed to pick that one up out of the field. He punches it forward to Tweety, but Kenneth's going to get there first, I think. No, Kenneth gets taken out by Tweety, in fact. Impaler's in the soldier outfit. He's got enough health, but he does get taken out, and there's just people everywhere, and this is when Guillaume comes charging through and makes the return, but looks like Creature was just waiting for that flag back on the stand. I think he disc jumped to propel himself a little bit further forward. He's going to decide to punt that one forward as well, and this time there are not as many Flam members around to potentially make the return. But Kenneth does it all by himself. He doesn't even need the rest of his team. He says, I got this, makes the return, and again, we're back to a reset.
Yeah, IDK admittedly is playing a little bit sloppy right now. They really shouldn't have given up those last 2 things there. But that thing that the kill on Guillaume or Kenneth, I believe it was, that you saw by Tweety, I believe Tweety's actually running super heavy, and he ran into him and he didn't have enough health left to take the hit, so he died from super heavy, and that's why he didn't manage to get the return. But in the end, it's all fairly irrelevant as they got the return, but still something amusing to watch. But the thing that Creature did was pretty much what you expect out of IDK. They drew the defense off even with that flag punting, and he was able to get a nice grab out. I'm kind of surprised he only had a sliver of health. Might have been that Shrek was there ready and waiting for him, but still, that's the sort of thing you expect to see from IDK, and it will pay off for them eventually at some point in the game. And that's why I still think they're going to take it.
Yeah, we see Shrek is getting under a little bit of pressure from Top Secret, and so that's going to take him out, and Creature's coming down for a back to front. Creature running what is that, a brute? What is Creature running? Where are you, Creature? Yeah, Creature running a brute cap. Interesting. I mean, it gives you a bit more survivability, I suppose, and if you're going to cluster it, I mean, it's an interesting tactic. It's just not one certainly not one I've seen very often. Meanwhile, we've got Kenneth. Oh, he's been taken out by that Shrike. Who's that? It must be Crystalite. Crystalite seeming to crash his Shrike at the same time. JX3 Aru picks up that flag from the midfield, gets taken out by Top Secret, and this will be a return for IDK.
I think Crystalite might have clipped the tree that was there, but yeah, I have unfortunately seen brute capping before. I believe it was Shaz that did it, and I was very critical of it at the time, and I will remain critical of it. I don't like to see it. I mean, I don't like medium capping in the first place. Soldier capping is... I just don't like it. I'm a traditionalist. I only cap in Pathfinder, ever. And you could say that's because I suck, and that's fine. But I just don't like medium capping, and so I hate heavy capping. I mean, if you're doing it for llama purposes, go right ahead. You're doing it on a route, I'm not going to like you at all, ever.
And we
It's
see
like throwing the flag over the stand. It just doesn't work. Don't do it.
Yeah, the risk reward is probably really not stacked in your favor. We see Guillaume in a technician in the Shrike. He's going to go for a bit of an offensive Shrike. He's going to do some clearing. Kenneth's coming for a back to front, a very high back to front. There's a lot of IDK in the way, though. Tweety doesn't manage to get the body block, though, and Kenneth is out pretty much clean. Not particularly fast, only about 200, but he's got about 900 health left on him, and he's pretty much halfway down the field. He's got a bit of chain fire on him, but there's no one left over at his side. Top Secret was the only one left in the way that could have really made something happen. Tool's trying to come in, but he won't make it in time, and that's going to be 3-1. And Flamboyant in a pretty commanding position. IDK definitely not out of it yet, but Flamboyant certainly in control at the moment.
Come on, IDK guys. You know I don't root for you that much, but please, don't make me look this dumb.
Well, they will get another opportunity. I will mention that all the guys that play in this tournament are completely eligible to play on Sunday night as well. So if they don't make it through to the top 2 of this one, they can always try again next week. And, if it is, that's interesting, actually. Let's just speculate for a second. just say IDK and Heartbreakerz go through tonight, right? That means you have probably arguably the 2 top teams in Europe already out of the qualifiers for the Sunday night. So that makes it probably maybe a more interesting competition on Sunday. If Flam go through, then that means IDK is still in the running. I assume that they'll play on Sunday as well. But I'll shut up because Kenneth has managed to get the flag very, very high, very, very risky, very, very open to sniper fire. He's going to come in and pretty much crater on his own flag stand, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be 4-1 Flamboyant now, 3 caps ahead of IDK, and I'm just going to put it out there that I think that strike, that offensive strike for Flamboyant is just really helping with the clearance, really taking, like we were talking about last map, how IDK really need to focus on that strike and take it down, and that's going to take their attention off the flag carriers, the flag grabbers, and I think that's what happened then.
Yeah. I'd like to mention, I think you have the teams wrong. I think IDK is leading 4-1. Just saying. No, but yeah, Flam is playing so great right now. I didn't expect IDK to struggle quite as much as they are now, as we see actually Guillaume's going for a strike grab now just to give it another shot, but he does go down, fortunately for me, and the flag is down now in the field. The strike is just going to be sitting there. I wonder if they're going to steal it. That would actually be kind of cool. And Creature's doing a grab of his own now. Come on, IDK. Let's get a cap on the board here. Let's bring it back to 4-2. You can do it. But JX3 is going to pick it up in the field, and they're actually going to cross paths here. Usually they take a pot shot at each other. Nothing really doing, though. JX3's down very low. He's probably about to go down. I am still watching Crystalite, though. He's picked up the flag for IDK. Tweety going for the return, I think, but he has been sniped out by Shrek, according to my death stuff. Tool going after it now? Come on, Tool. Yes! IDK puts the cap on the board. IDK. IDK.
There we go. So IDK do get themselves on the board, 4-2. Flamboyant still in lead, but still plenty of time in this map. This is a small map. 2 caps is really nothing in the grand scheme of things on Dry Dock, so IDK still definitely in with a very, very, very strong chance. We just need to see them, put some more set plays together. I think they could maybe switch it up a little bit, but it's not that it's not working. It's just that Flamboyant is working better.
Yeah, Flamboyant's really playing this very well. I think IDK's missed a couple blocks and stuff on the defensive end. That's really allowed Kenneth to get away sometimes with a couple of grabs that he really probably shouldn't. But on the other hand, they're just simply playing well. And when a team is on point, a team's on point. There's not that much you can do. I think they got a lot of confidence off that Rain Dance win. They didn't really want. I don't think they were very happy with the way that orKs went. And that was a bit of a downer, but they really regained their confidence after Rain Dance, and they felt, what, we can actually do this again. This is exactly what happened. This is almost exactly what happened on the Sunday game, and the difference is now they get to pick a map. Maps are being picked rather than the third map being randomized. So, yeah, as we see flags being returned, Kenneth's about to make this a 5-2 game. Flam. I do like Flam. I don't want them to feel like I'm rooting against them because I don't like them. I'm just rooting against them because I want IDK to win this. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Flam's just playing so well. I mean, I don't see that much that IDK can do. They're losing the duels because Flam is simply playing better. I mean, that's all I can see basically that's going on right now is Flam is just simply winning duels and they're clearing better, and that's Kenneth's able to get away with the grab. That's that. I can't honestly see what IDK could do other than, play better.
I think JX3 Aru is one of the best duelers in the game. Every time I see him, he just impresses me with his ability to just destroy face in everyone in his path. He's just really strong, and I think we're seeing that tonight.
He is very good, but I gotta give it to my man FX. I think he is still the best in Europe, at least. And yes, I'm saying that because he's currently annoyed at me. But I do think he's incredibly good.
Love his tussle.
And, but I haven't seen anyone actually beat him consistently, so I'm going to go ahead and say FX is still better, but JX3, he is certainly on the rise. I got no problems with pointing him out as one of the best in Europe.
I will give FX all the props, in fact. I still think JX3 was an excellent jeweler, but I think FX is, a total package. The nitrons that I've seen come out of FX are just something godlike. It's amazing. But anyway, we'll focus on this game rather than the other players at the moment. So we're just sort of waiting for these guys to set up another one. We've got Meller and Guillaume coming through. Guillaume's actually just been taken out by Impaler. Meller, I think he's probably moving up. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. I mean, you normally come this way if you're going to set up a slide route, or if you're going to try and take out the sniper, but the sniper's not up here. So I'm not really sure what he's doing. Maybe he's just waiting. Yeah, what are you doing, Meller? You're confusing me.
I'm busy watching Top Secret here, my man, who unfortunately just got sniped down and Kaker got the return. I'd rather not talk about the score, but we can talk about the game.
Yeah. So, I mean, Meller just came through for a static route right onto Tweety, and that was just a waste of time. I'm not sure what Meller was thinking then. Yeah. Don't do
I
that
think they
again,
were
Owen.
expecting something else to happen that we don't actually know about.
Yep.
I feel like there was some sort of secret thing that they had planned that didn't quite work out the way it was meant to. Because it does seem kind of weird, and Flam isn't really making those sorts of mistakes right now. I mean, we saw it earlier from Guillaume, but as a whole, they're actually playing really well, and I don't really think that they would make those mistakes generally, and I don't think they'd be making them now, especially when they're playing so well.
We see,
So I feel like we missed something.
yeah, something definitely went wrong as we see Kenneth coming in for a grab, but he's been sniped out and he's been chained down as well. JX3 and Melora left. They'll probably go for the llama grab because their flag carrier is now dead. JX3 gets impaled. Why not? By a Nitron from the one and only IDK Impaler, and he gets. Oh man, excuse me. Gets the return as well, so that flag is gonna. It feels like the game's really slowed down. I'm not sure why. It's just like they're just not really got the urgency that they had in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, I sort of agree with you. It feels we haven't seen that many like legitimately good grabs come out. Although Creature is about to change this before freaking Nitron knocks that out. Unbelievably well done there by whoever that was. I don't even know, but
Pretty sure it's Keekran.
big props to you, K-Cram, but I hate your guts. Stop it. IDK, I'm no longer rooting for you because you lose when I root for you, so I'm not going to root for you. Go Flam. And then I'm sure it'll work.
Doc Letter's trying to put the kiss of death on Flam. I don't think it's going to work. I think Flam's got this. But, you know, like I say, top secret. Well, he's on the right team, but IDK are definitely not out of it. But they just need to put something together. I mean, what I saw them do just then, there was a lot of them. There was, I think, at least 5 offense there, all sort of clustering around that flag. And, yeah, again, it comes down to the dueling. The Flamboyant guys were just able to say, well, you know, you're going to try. Oh, as JX3 picks it up out of the midfield, but gets Nitroned out. But that strike is causing all sorts of difficulties for the IDK team. Tweedy does get the return, though, puts it back on. But yeah, I think it is coming down to the dueling in this game. Kenneth's going to come through, bit of a slow grab, he got sniped out, and he K's out at the end, says, nope, I'm not going to waste my time taking that flag off the stand. And that's exactly what we're saying, but Guillaume shouldn't have done. So I like Kenneth's decision now. That was the right thing to do.
I was going to say, I applaud that merciless suicide, but I had something to say, and I completely forgot what it was, so I'm just going to pretend and say something else. And not forgot what else I was going to say. All right, well, IDK is struggling here. Yes, I actually liked what I saw out of that crazy Nitron return, not necessarily because of what happened there, but because that IDK actually looked like if that crazy Nitron hadn't happened, they probably would have been away with a very good grab. And that's somewhat encouraging to see, but I mean, with only 5 minutes left to go and, 3 cap deficit, I'd like to see a little bit more of that, in the next, 5 seconds, maybe 10. But please don't wait too long.
Top Secret's going to come around the back of Shrek and try to infiltrate his butt off this little perch he's got. He's going to sort of try to time it so that one of his cappers... I think Shrek's onto him. Yep, there we go. Shrek is all over him, but I think Top Secret's got the job done. Shrek actually K's out. So there you go. I think that's exactly what we were talking about. I think maybe on the previous map, where when you've got that infiltrator on you, you know something's about to happen, you just K out so that you respawn more quickly. But it doesn't look like that was very well timed anyway. I'm not sure what Creature or anyone else was. But that
Creature is currently sitting atop a mountain. He got a inventory station out and swapped into a new suit. So yeah, it was not exactly well timed.
Okay.
He's sitting up there waiting for a static route, from what I can see.
Well, we got Shrek. He's back on his perch. We've also got... Yeah, I see Creature up here. Is he going to brute again? He is not. He's in a soldier. We also have a Shrike out for IDK. Meanwhile, JX3 Root has picked up the flag for Flamboyant, and he's pretty much free.
That was a grab cycle, by the way.
Oh dear, really?
Yeah.
I think they're just starting to play around. They're just having fun.
No, they're not. Creature here with a nice grab. He's passing Kenneth up. He could even get the kill on Kenneth. No, he's just going to keep going. He's leading IDK Nation right here, going for it completely. Guillaume, he takes out Guillaume. The flag is returned. IDK has a legitimate chance here. He does get sniped out, but Malure is not really all that close to returning it. Tweedy has a better chance of going for it. Come on, Tweedy, you can pick it up. Tweedy gets it. 906 health. He's going to punt it away. Why are you punting it away? He actually died, so that could explain it. Come on, no! Oh, come on.
JX3.
Flam, why are you doing this? Why is your defense so good today? Oh,
yeah.
Man. Unbelievably good play here from Flam. They're just not really letting up on the gas at all. I mean, the pace has dropped, we can both admit it, and it looks like there's a couple little play things coming out, but Flam is really not let up when it matters. IDK's gotten a couple grabs, but Flam has always been there ready to make the clutch play or make the necessary play when needed, so good news for you, bad news for me. It looks like I'm going to lose, but, 3 minutes left to go here.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible on this map, but it's starting to look less and less likely. IDK are in a pretty difficult position. They're going to sort of punch this flag away, let that 20-second thing timeout, but I reckon Flamboyant be feeling pretty confident right now. They won't let up though. I don't think they're gonna rest on their laurels, because it can spiral out of control very quickly. We've got IDK with a whole bunch of guys trying to cluster this one through. Top Secret going to make his way down, and he gets, I think it might have been a Nitron or at least a disc. He gets taken out by Kikrin, but Tool's going to pick up the mess. He's going to push it forward as well. He's getting a lot of chain gun fire, but he's going to get some support from his Shrike here. Creature's going to try and pick it up from the midfield. He sort of missed a little bit, just dodges a whole bunch of Merv spam. JX3 Aru coming through. The chains are coming out. The Nitrons are coming out. Creature gets taken out. But it doesn't look like there's any Flamboyant players left. Oh no, Mela's there. Mela comes through and finishes it off, makes that return. In the meantime, Kenneth's going to make that cap, make it 6-2. I think that's it. IDK, I think you're done.
No one would have seen that coming. There's no way anyone would have seen Flam just randomly being in the right place at the right time, getting a ridiculously good kill, followed by a good return by Malure. Come on, Impaler, bring it back. Make it a 3-cap game. 1 minute 50 seconds. You can do it. Here we go, Impaler. No,
what are you doing?
Come on.
Oh, that is
come
around.
on, no.
That is planned.
Thank you. Malure does not manage to get it. Creature's able to pick it up, and there we go. IDK getting some faith back in them right now. 1 minute 30 seconds. 2 caps, 1 grab. Let's see it happen. Come on, team.
Kenneth comes through and face plants right into the armor of Tweety. JX3 Aru's going to come in. He's not going to pick it up. He doesn't have the health for it. He's just going to try and disrupt Shed. No, he's going to pick it up. Okay, I'm being made a liar again tonight. It's not the first time. He's going to push it forward. Not to anyone in particular, though. Let's see, where are the IDK? I think Tweety's going to make it here first. Yeah, oh no, Kenneth! Oh my god, Kenneth perfectly placed disc right at the feet of Tweety that does not make the return. Just perfect play there by Flam. Kenneth and Impaler and Kikrin are going to have a duel. In the meantime, this flag's just going to sit here. JX3 Aru's going to pick it up. They only need 1 cap here to make it their game. And we've got JX3 with the flag. Where's the Flamboyant flag? It's not on the stand. It is currently being held very safely by Kenneth. So we will concentrate on JX3 Aru. Tool comes through. The Shrike comes through. Tool's going to make this return. Oh, jeez. The Titan launcher from Mela comes in right at the last second. And it takes it out. Crystallight's going to pick up that flag. He's going to bring it over the hill. There's a good chance he'll get this one home unless Kenneth can make this flag. I know Kenneth's in no position to be making that flag off the flag stand. Crystallight's going to come through. This should be another cap.
Yeah, but the play I just saw from Crystal a little bit ago pretty much emphasizes how IDK's night is gone. Jumped out for the flag from the Shrike, and he missed the flag. And to me, that is just pretty much an emphasis of what's going on right now. Flam is playing very well. IDK's not quite clicking on all cylinders. And, Flam absolutely deserves the win on this map. I mean, 6-4 really doesn't do this justice. It really should have been something a lot more like 6-2. If we're being honest.
Yeah, I think Flamboyant sort of relaxed a little bit near the end, to sort of having a bit more fun. And yeah, but they still come away with it. So Flamboyant get the ticket to Paris. They are in the grand finals. Like I said, I don't think the grand finals will actually get played, but there's no reason why they wouldn't. But they are under no sort of obligation to do so. So we see Flamboyant taking that out on Dry Dock. 6-4, that is them. IDK, that's the end of their tournament run for this qualifier. They are eligible to then go to the Sunday night qualifier, so they're not out of the tournament out of the running of possibly going to Paris. So we'll see if they decide to do that. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be the last game of the evening.
I believe so. I don't think Heartbreakerz is playing. I think they're going to play tomorrow night or something. So that's this should be it for tonight, at least for the Euro scene. And if there's some on the US scene, I'm not casting it because I can't. Because I will die. No, but more, gotta give big props there to Flam. I mean, I know I was not mocking them, but rooting against them for a good majority of the game, but that's because I truly thought IDK was going to take that map. But IDK just wasn't quite clicking today on Dry Dock. They showed off their worth on orKs Novena, coming through with a very nice emphatic victory in overtime. But things just weren't quite clicking for them here on Dry Dock. I can't exactly pinpoint it, but something wasn't exactly right for IDK, I feel. But, don't let that take away anything from how Flam performed tonight. They were on point, doing exactly what they needed to do, and IDK's been beaten in an official setting. So, go Flam. I mean, heck, go challenge them on the ladder again. And if you happen to get a good third map, boom. All of a sudden you're number 1, breaking their streak of some stupidly long number of days, and I'd look forward to that.
That's true. So Flamboyant really putting their name on the map, and they take it. So Flamboyant will move from here to here, which means that they are eligible for the Paris finals, and we will see hopefully we'll see. I don't think I'm going to be available tomorrow if the game is played tomorrow to cast it. Unfortunately, I've made some other commitments. But anyone out there that wants to cast that one, just sort of keep your eye out. But that is going to be it for tonight. Before we wrap up, Doc, do you have any final thoughts or shout outs that you'd like to give the good viewers out there?
Thanks, of course, everyone for watching, supporting all the casters. You know, we do this for you. It's very nice, you guys, to spend your time watching us blabber on about random things, sometimes very biasedly. In the case of Doc Matrix, he is incredibly biased. It's very ridiculous, I know. But, no, of course, big thanks to you guys. Big thanks to Hi-Rez, of course, for supporting the tournament. Big thanks to ESL for hosting the tournament. All the players, of course, you know, big props to you guys. If you guys weren't so good, it wouldn't be so fun. And apologies to the teams that went home empty-handed this time. We'll see you on Sunday.
Absolutely. So, guys, you follow the channel. Also, follow Doc Lettuce's channel. It's on the Yodelcast. Feel free to drop that one in the chat if you want. Doc Lettuce. Follow me on Twitter. I'm at Doc Matrix. And yeah, that's pretty much going to wrap us up for the evening. It's been a fantastic bunch of games. I've really enjoyed bringing all of these to you tonight. And it's just been a great tournament. And it's great to see the skill of all of these teams just come out over and over and over again. And I can't wait for Sunday night to do it all over again and bring you hopefully a whole bunch of other amazing matches. But that's going to do it for this evening, guys. Yeah, thanks for watching. And we'll catch you again next time.